যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. Today we will discuss the last speech Veer Savarkar gave as the president of Hindu Mahasabha, and we will finally get into his most famous work and probably his shortest work, The Essentials of Hindutva. And I think they are very relevant to the current times. His works, his speeches, the stuff he wanted to convey, the stuff which didn't really get into anybody's head back then. They're probably getting into the heads of many people these days. So let's start with first the 24th session of the Hindu Mahasabha at Kanpur, called Kaunpur back then. Hi Rishabh, Ram Ram. Delegates, so this is on in 1942. Delegates to and members of the Hindu Mahasabha, you have really overwhelmed me with kindness in appreciating my services, quite limited though they are, so highly as to elect me in an unbroken succession for the 6th time to the presidentship of the All India Hindu Mahasabha, the highest office of honor and duty which lies at the disposal of Hindudom today. If I too on my part do not shirk to accept this responsibility for the present, in spite of the most willing resignations tendered by me from time to time, we hear this before the start of at the beginning of all of his last few speeches as the president of Hindu Mahasabha. He says that, please let me retire, you all are not letting me retire, etc. In spite of the most willing resignations tendered by me from time to time, requesting you to relieve me of this post in view of my ailing health, it is only due to the fact that forces from outside the camp of the Hindu Mahasabha have actually been conspiring first to waylay the Hindu Mahasabha and then capture it by some crafty coup d'etat, like co-opt organizations. Some of them try to browbeat it into submission, others are scheming to kill it with kindness, and all of them wanted to betray the Hindu ideology and those fundamental principles of independence and integrity of Hindustan, the holy land and fatherland of us Hindus, which alone form both the charter and the vindication of its existence apart from and independent of the Congress, as the foremost representative organization of Hindudom as a whole. It is consequently the imperative duty of each and all of us Hindu Sangatanists, on whom has fallen in this generation the duty to protect Hindudom and this Mahasabha, this holy shrine of our Hindu nation, to stand on guard at each of its gates and serve the post allotted to each with unswerving fidelity. It is this special emergency that has made me take up this post which you have all summoned me again to hold. Giridharan is saying, can you talk about Ambedkar and Savarkar on Hindus in Indian Army? Yes, Savarkar wanted Hindus to get into the British Army so that they could later be good soldiers of the Indian Army after the British leave. And Ambedkar wanted, yes, Hindus in the army, and he in fact wanted only Hindus in the army. He thought Muslims are far too less trustworthy to be in the Indian army, and he hasn't been proven right by the Indian army as we know it, but he was in fact proven right by the Kashmir Maharaja's personal army, not personal army, at least the army of Kashmir, which had many regiments from all across the country. But the Muslims of his army betrayed one nightmarish night, one very night. On two occasions, they slaughtered to death two regiments of Gurkha soldiers in their sleep and threw their bodies in the Jhelum River, right when the call for jihad came, and they decided that yes, we want all of this land to go to Pakistan. Okay, let's continue. Before I proceed, I must first take a rapid review of some leading events. Oh, by the way, show of hands, how many of you all think we are about to go to war with Pakistan? What do you think the timeline is? By when is it going to start? And how much of Pakistan do you think we are going to recover after all is said and done? Before I proceed, I must first take a rapid review of some leading events which happened during this year in connection with the Hindu Mahasabha, so as to enable us to realize more precisely where we stand today and what should be our immediate program. Rishabh is Rishabh to philosophy mein chala gaya. Define war. Dekho, by war in this case I mean conventional war, people shooting at each other, Indian army going to their places, doing some surgical strikes, and that those surgical strikes not remaining surgical, them becoming hard wars and stuff, blunt force trauma. This year opened just when we were in the very thick of the Bhagalpur civil resistance campaign. The most important aspect of the struggle, which constitutes an abiding source of strength and self-confidence to our people, is the fact that we Hindus could present a united Hindu front and demonstrated beyond cavil or criticism that in spite of castes or creeds, sects and sections, Hindudom as a whole does still pulsate with a common national being. That pan-Hindu consciousness which the Hindu Mahasabha has so long been striving to create has at last become a living reality, forceful and organized enough to resist and at times even cow down the anti-Hindu forces which held their sway unchallenged for such a long time in the past. From our esteemed leader, Dr. Syama Mukherjee, down to those heroic souls who laid their lives unknown to fame by name, thousands and thousands of Hindu Sangatanists, Rajas and Raises, millionaires and millhands, ex-ministers and MLAs, Sanatanists, Sikhs, Jains and Aryans, all rushed to Bhagalpur from every corner of India, animated by the common urge to defend the honor of the pan-Hindu flag. By the way, Sanatanists se yaad hai, do you all see the picture, the screenshot of the Bengali girl who said today on Facebook that, wrote on Facebook that Sanatanists and jihadis are two sides of the same coin. There's no difference between them. Sanatanists and jihadis. Not even Sanatanists and Islamists, not even Sanatanists and Muslims. Sanatanists and jihadis have everything similar between them. You see, the false equivalence has gone this far. It's no longer in an equivalence even. The core feature of Hinduism is equal to the worst aspects of Islam. Hidden law, I think Pakistan is trapped. If it does happen, we'll probably need a buffer zone. Yeah. I should be saying we will definitely see military action. If it escalates, let it escalate this time. Yes. I've been facing a lot of these deracinated. Yeah, अभी तो तुम्हारे दिन शुरू हुए हैं deracinated pigs को handle करने में. So yeah, Sanatanists. The struggle was not restricted to Bhagalpur alone, but ultimately spread all over the 6 districts of Bihar, which came under the ban, and its shocks were felt throughout India. They faced lathi charges, which were the order of the day. The armed mounted forces of the government charged the processionists and civil resistors at various places, trampling men, women, and children under the hoofs of their horses. Organized firing was resorted to in cities and towns and even villages. The Hindu civil resistors faced it all with unabated zeal in defending the honor of the Hindu colors and in winning the goal which was the objective at issue. There can be no exaggeration in proclaiming that the 23rd session of the Hindu Mahasabha held at Bhagalpur, despite the government ban, proved to be the most momentous and the most successful one of all the annual sessions held till then by any All India organization, including the Congress in the modern history of India. By the way, another update I want to give you all from Bengal. Shubhendu Adhikari has been pushing the needle really, really hard. a few days back, he ended up saying, first of all, wherever he's going, he's talking about Hindu unity and using those words, which are probably have been heard in heard in the state of Bengal. I don't know when it was last heard, even during the nationalist times, nationalist movements and all pre-independence movements. No matter how Hindutvadi they were, the the slogans, the phrasing of those slogans were never about Hindus and Hindu unity. I think for the first time in the history of Bengal, probably, or at least the modern nation state, someone is going calls for Hindu unity in mainstream situations, prime time news coverage as bites. Shubhendu Adhikari is going on talking about uh, Hindus, if you want to stay safe, stay together and stuff. Then he goes one step further and ends up asking for something absolutely crazily significant. I think it was a bold step, and I think it's even important because of the unfortunate situation that the country is in today. It's not ideal, but I think it would be a good move. It would be a healthy move that he says Hindus must get separate voting booths in the next elections so that they don't have to go through Muslim neighborhoods where people will threaten them from voting. And this is not complete conspiracy theory. The Rajya Sabha MP of Trinamool Congress from the Bhagalpur area, about 2-3 years back, he is on camera. I think during 2021 elections only, he's on camera saying, he was caught on camera, of course, by someone's phone, saying that don't let the Hindus go to vote because they might end up voting for BJP and stuff. So everyone knows the Hindu vote is absolutely scary for Trinamool these days. So in such a situation, Shubhendu Adhikari is saying have separate polling booths, have separate security for them. And then when Bitan Adhikari, the Florida-based software engineer who got killed in the Pahalgam attack, his wife was seen mourning with Shubhendu, talking loudly, very passionately at such a grief-stricken situation. And many people looked down upon it. Many people were pissed off with her for talking to Shubhendu, for having a positive view of Shubhendu, giving the situation sort of a pro-BJP hue to it. For all that, she was blamed, and she even Shubhendu got criticized at that moment for bringing, allegedly, quote unquote, bringing cameras along with him. Like, yeah, as if the media was not going to cover such a significant event. Okay, the leader of the goddamn opposition, who comes from a party who's known to have strong national security views and stuff, that party's leader of opposition is not going to be meeting the victim of a terrorist attack. Or okay, that's the story, and the media is not going to cover it. Really, that's what commies think. So anyway, when the media arrives that this is what's going on, and the woman ends up saying that her husband really liked BJP and stuff, and people lose their shit. Today I saw that many people were saying absolutely insane things about the woman, and many people got caught. Even there was one account who screenshots of whose comment was viral among all Bengali liberal leftist, mainly leftist Facebook pages and stuff. They were making that post go viral, mainly Brahmins, both those classes of Kolkata, who were pointing out that some guy who was pretending to be that woman's father-in-law said that no, he never liked the BJP and stuff. We blame state failure, we blame intelligence failure, and she's a known fraud and stuff. Later, people found out that it's actually a Trinamool supporter handle. Even the cover pic wasn't changed. That guy randomly changed his name. So anyway, the most hilarious one was that people got pissed off with her for raising funds for her future, for her kids' future, about 5 lakh rupees from the crowdfunding platform called GoFundMe. Okay, that's what people are pissed off with for now. I told you, remember, these povertarian Bengalis, they celebrated when Facebook earnings went down for social media influencers, and they are, of course, very pretending to be all that sad about people losing their government jobs, but now again are very sad and angry that a girl raised funds on a social media platform. And the captions were absolutely fucking insane. The caption said that, wow, why did she, how could she, at such a time? Yeah, at such a time, you're supposed to sit down at home, be poor, don't think of your finances in the future, don't do the crowdfunding now, do it later on when everyone's forgotten. That's the suggestion of commies, okay? Hi, saying, Seski, did you know Murshidabad has a barrage which can hold half of Ganga water? Maybe that's why aliens go there. Probably. Saurav is saying, doesn't Hindutva go against the perspective of the Bhadalok even today? Yes, it does. Rishabh is saying the best thing that has come out of this is even how defensive the left is. No one is even entertaining the terror has no religion shit anymore. Did you see OAC's statement completely on defensive? I don't consider him to be leftist, of course, but for the specifically leftist people, at least in the Bengali circles, I'm seeing a huge shift. But some I have realized that some are just too far gone. Some Brahmins with those classes of Kolkata, their brains are too damn fried. We will never have them back probably, unless they just change their views for convenience later on, 5 years after BJP has come to power and stuff. But for me, the most significant occurrence has been the liberal Muslims finally speaking up. The leftist / liberal Muslims, or Muslims who don't really care about politics and all, or don't really care about their religion all that much, them speaking out finally, fucking nully after all these decades. But I think it's too late and too insignificant, too little, too late. This won't have any consequence because all the right wingers are already calling these things out to be al-taqayya and stuff. But the fence-sitter liberals who are right now for the first time probably thinking of becoming Hindutvadi or have become Hindutvadi in the last 1 or 2 weeks and stuff, they will still find those statements significant, and then probably they should be, if at all they come from a let's say position of honesty and desperation. So fair enough, but it is too little too late. Their ancestors, their parents, grandparents should have been as vocal as they are being today. If that had been the case, we would not have been in this situation. DJ saying, you saw Bhattacharya who said Islam and Hindutva are the same. Yes, not Islam and Hindutva. If Islam and Hindutva are the same coins, two sides of the same coin, if that was said, I would even probably entertain that thinking, and we could have a conversation about it. But that person said Sanatanism and jihad are the same two sides of the same coin. That was the more irritating stuff. Rishabh is saying, I don't buy these Muslims at all. Totally right on too little too late. Yeah, but they can be true. Both can be true at the same time. It is too little too late, and therefore, and regardless of that, you may or may not buy this. I'm saying I buy it, but even then, it's too little too late, because so much has been done by their side. So much has been lost. Now, what's going to happen now? No face only because I'm reading from the book, and the book I have to hold it in a position that will block the camera completely, so I'm keeping the camera off anyway. I think Bengali boomers are too indifferent. Even my older relatives saying that this kind of things happen sometimes. Yes. Remember Saurav Ganguly said when that terrorist attack happened on the Sri Lankan cricketers about more than a decade back, he said that, there's no way to stop these things. These things can never really be stopped by anyone and stuff. And that's, I think, fair for one section of the boomers to say. They have grown up seeing so many terror attacks that they were normalized. Like how commies wake up every day and say some insane thing, demand some insane thing in society be normalized. So boomers were obviously normalized to look upon terrorist attacks as just another way to live. They are less so now. Otherwise, all these commies who are talking about state failure, who have never talked about state failure in the case of the Bijan Setu massacre, Modi Jhapi, Anita Devan's rape, etc., or when random molestations happen, rapes happen, they are not state failures. They are specific blames for specific groups of people. But anyway, even they are so bothered about state failure and stuff only because right now it's not such a common thing to happen. Terrorism is no longer common. That's why. If it was 15 years back, 20 years back, there would be no hullabaloo about state failure. Will Hindutva overpower Ambedkar politics? No. Hindutva in its current form? No. If Hindutva becomes completely Ambedkarism, then yes, with the name of with the name of Hindutva, we will only do the caste aspect of it, none of the other side of it. Then yes. But that's not going to be definitionally speaking Hindutva. If it is just Hindutva, the way it is meant to be, then it can't overpower Ambedkarism. You saw the mentality of first ask secularism, then increase power. Yeah. It's been a long history of them doing this everywhere. Iron Mandal. Okay, let's continue with Savarkar's last speech as as the Hindu Mahasabha president. Okay, let me check Rishabh's comment once more. He's saying, but we need to make sure we can stomach losses. My engagement will have these ek Abhinandan se wapas. We can't back off. That is what all military people will say. War is ugly. War should be avoided at all costs. War will lead to civilian deaths, more or less. But when that happens, when our soldiers also die, then don't start hiding images and stuff. Let everyone in both the countries involved, everyone know what is the price people are paying. Okay, let us know. Let our patriots, let our pro-war hawks even know that yes, this is the price. Uh, many of our own people are going on dying as well. So when the time for that comes, I hope no one will hide those pictures and stuff like Bush did. Anidash is saying, have you seen today SC Judge on Dipankar Datta's comment on Veer Savarkar to accused Rahul Gandhi? He's just grilled Rahul. Yes. But the premise he used on it was for freedom fighters in general. If he had said this just to vindicate Savarkar, then I would have been more impressed. But when they say that no freedom fighter must be criticized in that way, then they are going to include all the moderates of Congress, Gandhi, etc. in that. They are basically hinting that we can't also talk rudely about Gandhi. Abhay is asking a deep question, a deep sociological question. Anthropological question? Why are Bhadraloks this way? that British era education, bit of Brahmo Samaj, all of that. See, when something begins, the source of the creation is also the source of the end of that thing. This is why. We should just focus on redirecting water. War is not in India's interest. You support hero worship of Savarkar, yes. After reading Savarkar, not after reading some quotes of Savarkar. Yeah. Savarkar is brought back in the freedom fighter canon. True. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah. That is a very significant thing. Yes. He is being acknowledged as a freedom fighter, not as a random coward. Deification of political figures is such a brain virus, man. Yeah, sort of. My deification is not the same as everybody's deification, you see, because when I'm deifying Savarkar, I am acknowledging all the aspects of Savarkar. I know all the kinds of people he pissed off. There are many things I also disagree with him, but even then I'm deifying. If you read just some few lines of Savarkar that you really like, the things you liked anyway, even before reading Savarkar, and therefore you end up deifying, that's not helpful or fruitful for your psyche. Yes, DJ. Okay, let's continue now. I shall be failing in my duty if I, as the President, do not express on behalf of this session our deepest gratitude to all those who took part in the Bhagalpur Dharma Yuddha as soldiers in the spirit of crusaders. Although the Hindu Mahasabha has nothing else to offer to mark its appreciation of their services but the crown of thorns of martyrdom to those heroes who laid down their lives in the struggle, and their very wounds to those thousands of soldiers who were wounded as the iron crosses they won. The second aspect of the struggle which must be noted here is the fact that it was fought in defense of Hindu rights as Hindu rights and under the unalloyed Hindu colors. The Nizam's civil resistance movement and this Bhagalpur campaign, wherein millions of Hindus rose in protest against the humiliation of the Hindu flag, drove the last nail in the coffin of that pseudo-nationalism, which kept dominating the Hindu mind for the last 30 years or so, had penalized an agitation to uphold any special rights of the Hindus as a national sin, throttled the Hindu voice, suppressed the Hindu spirit, reduced the Hindus to political orphans in this land. These struggles did also prove to all concerned that the Hindu Mahasabha was not only powerful enough to raise a mass movement of legitimate resistance on an all-India scale in defense of Hindu rights, but had a better tactical sense of timing and conducting them strategically to an assured success. Within a couple of months of the cessation of the Bhagalpur struggle, the All India Committee of the Hindu Mahasabha was held in February in Lucknow and passed off successfully in spite of the riotous opposition staged by the Muslims there. Then came the Cripps Mission. At the end of March, the British government had been for years feigning to believe that the Congress represented the Hindus, the Muslim League represented the Muslims, and consequently the political equation followed inevitably that the Congress and the League together represented all India. But in the meanwhile, and to answer Abhay's question, the influence of Congress had a lot to do with the frying up of the Bhadralok mind as well, because most of them are from elite Congress families, the Brahmins, Buddhist castes of Kolkata. But in the meanwhile, the Hindu Mahasabha had established itself so firmly as a new political power in the land, challenging both the Congress and the League whenever Hindu interest demanded it, that the British government had to recognize the Mahasabha. By the time Cripps Mission came as one of the three outstanding All India organizations and as the foremost accredited representative body of Hindudom as a whole. To the Congress and many other parties and leaders, the Cripps scheme seemed at first sufficiently alluring to undertake a hopeful survey to discover confidently some oasis in that political Sahara. It was the Hindu Mahasabha alone which publicly declared just at the first glance of the scheme that Sir Strafford wanted really to play to the American gallery and carried on those endless negotiations with the Indian politicians just to make them play the tune he called. Not only that, but the Mahasabha unerringly and immediately discerned and pointed out the cloven foot concealed under a heap of roses on which the scheme really stood. It was the clause laying down the condition that the Declaration of Freedom of India could be made by Great Britain only if the Hindus admitted the principle that provinces should be allowed to have the right of self-determination by their own majority to secede from the central Indian government and even to set themselves up as states independent of it. This clause constituted a veritable dagger aimed at the heart of the integrity of Hindustan as an indivisible nation and a centralized state. The Hindu Mahasabha rejected it unceremoniously, and in rejecting the clause, it had to reject the scheme in toto. While all other parties, including the Congress, had tacitly accepted the clause and, swallowing that camel, kept straining at the gnats of portfolios here and there. This total rejection of the scheme by the Hindu Mahasabha initialized at a stroke the attention of the whole nation in general, and the Hindus in particular, on the real point that nullified most, which is, while the independence of India was still floating in the lazy clouds of promises alone, the integrity of India was in imminent danger of being stabbed in the back. The lead that the Mahasabha gave by rejecting the scheme at a stroke on this issue was followed after some fuss of negotiations by almost all parties in the land under this or that excuse. The working committee, which was immediately held regarding the Cripps scheme, reasserted in its resolution that in view of the rapid development in the political situation in the world, nothing short of an immediate and unconditional declaration of India's independence could animate and enthuse the whole country to mobilize its full and willing fighting strength, both in men and the materials, to fight out the war, which then would have been our own concern as truly as it was in the case of the British people. Okay, so you see, they wanted, all of a sudden, people were obsessing over independence while completely being okay with the idea of a complete disintegration of India. Okay, which is why Hindu Mahasabha was voting against all of some of the stuff. Now, what's interesting is that firstly, that Hindu Mahasabha caught their game, but also they thought that, okay, let's just now pretend to support them for their independence, even though it's going to screw the integrity of the country completely, only so that they are fools enough to give their unconditional support to us during World War II. Let me have some coffee. It was necessary to demonstrate that the Hindu Sanghatanist world was solidly behind the Hindu Mahasabha on these two fundamental points, which compelled the Mahasabha to reject the Cripps scheme. It was therefore decided that an anti-Pakistan day should be observed throughout India by the Hindus under the pan-Hindu colors on the 10th of May 1942. How about we bring this back? Holy shit, May is coming up. Guys, remember this. Someone note down the date. 10th May is Anti-Pakistan Day. Let's make something out of this day. We will hold special audience interaction days. Audience interactions on 10th May then. Remind me, guys, okay? 10th May is Anti-Pakistan Day. Which, being the anniversary of the national rising of 1857, I see, had been annually celebrated by the Hindu Mahasabha as the Independence Day. Holy shit. Accordingly, holy shit, let's do this, 10th May. Accordingly, this day was observed throughout India under the auspices of Hindu Mahasabha with intense enthusiasm on an unprecedented scale. Jammu, Peshawar, Pune, Amritsar, Lahore, Delhi, Lucknow, Patna, Calcutta, Bombay, Nagpur, down to Madras. Almost all capital cities and hundreds of towns and villages held innumerable meetings which were altogether attended on that evening by millions and millions of Hindus who took up a public pledge to support the Hindu Mahasabha and to stand by the two fundamental principles on which it has taken its stand. The independence and the integrity of Hindustan, although the Muslims were conducting without let or hindrance a pro-Pakistan campaign and men like Mr. Rajagopalachari, the libertarian, were allowed to preach vivisection of Hindustan as freely as they liked. An illegitimate and one-sided ban was placed on the anti-Pakistan demonstrations at places like Patna, Ara, and others on this All India Anti-Pakistan Day. But the Hindu Mahasabha defied those unjust bans, took out their processions and held meetings even though hundreds of them got arrested for the only fault of asserting their basic civic rights. The determination with which Hindudom as a whole expressed on this day its uncompromising opposition to any scheme which involved the granting to the provinces the right of secession proved once more the strength of the hold the Hindu Mahasabha had come to exercise on the Hindu mind, and how it had thus established its right to represent a genuine Hindu feeling far more correctly and effectively than the self-styled Indian National Congress could ever do. The Congress, in the meanwhile, was rapidly, on the other hand, yielding to the pressure of the Muslims, and had already got itself committed to the promise that it would not oppose the grant to provinces to secede if the Muslims insisted on it. As if the Muslims had not already insisted on it uncompromisingly enough to browbeat the Congress itself into submission. Mr. Rajagopalachari in particular got simply possessed of the Pakistani spirit. He actually planned a triumphal tour to convert the benighted Hindu all over India to his new faith. He left Madras and selected his own presidency at the outset to infect with the Pakistani epidemic, but the Mahasabhaists were after everywhere and gave him a hot chase throughout his tour from Madras to Bombay. Dharamveer Dr. Munje and Professor Deshpande, the indomitable champion of the Hindu cause, who has only recently been arrested under the Defence of India Act, were deputed to tour the Madras presidency, and there, along with the veteran Hindu Mahasabha leader Dr. Varadarajalu Naidu, they dislodged Rajaji so completely from every platform that, like the proverbial hare whom hounds and horns pursue, even the redoubtable Rajaji, in spite of the obliging blessing and public sympathies of Gandhiji himself, had to return discomfited back to the place from whence at first he flew. Since then, he seems to have left the forum and taken to his table to busy himself with the more congenial task of issuing statements after statements to convince the benighted Hindus that the Muslims' demands were just, that Pakistan was the key to Swaraj. 2 and 2 do not make 4 but 5. Just then, the Congress almost made it clear that it meant to start some kind of civil resistance movement under the usual non-violent dictatorship of Gandhiji. The Hindu Sabhaists from all parts of India grew naturally anxious to know what attitude they should adopt towards this Congressite movement, which was meant to order Great Britain straightway to quote-unquote quit India forthwith. Now it was the duty of every Indian patriot, and especially of a Hindu patriot, to join a movement which had for its goal the absolute political independence of Hindustan. But the question of timing and the ways and means were also of outstanding importance. Even leaving it all aside, the goal to be achieved by any movement was the question of questions which must be decided to begin with. You must know before you go to fight the objective for which you have to fight. The Congress had made it crystal clear by that time that it was ready to agree even to vivisect India as an organic and centralized state in order to placate the Muslims and to persuade them to join the movement. Then again, quit India was not the only demand which they advanced, but inconsistently enough, they added to it a rider which demanded of Great Britain that though the British should leave India, yet they must retain their British forces and even the American forces behind to protect India against the Axis powers invading her. In short, the war cry of the Congress movement came to quit India but keep the British Army here and the Americans to boot. And the price of the movement for Indian independence was the vivisection of Indian integrity. Okay, what a great deal we were getting. You will get Indian independence, but the British and American forces will remain here, and also there will be a complete vivisection of your country. Don't you like that kind of a quit India movement, bro? How could you coward Savarkar? Under such circumstances, it became quite necessary to clear up the issue before the Hindu Mahasabha got committed to any such movement, even though it was primarily meant for freedom of India, which was the proclaimed demand of the Hindu Mahasabha itself on its own initiative. Consequently, I laid down the following conditions in my speech at a mammoth meeting in Pune on the Bajirao Maidan on the 2nd of August, the report of which was broadcast and published not only in the Indian press but by the foreign press also before the AICC met in Bombay. The leading conditions were as follows. A. The Congress should guarantee the integrity of Hindustan from the Indus to the seas as an organic nation and an internal centralized state. B. The Congress therefore should openly repudiate the granting of any right to the provinces to secede. C. Representation in the legislatures, etc., should be in proportion to the population of the majority and the minorities. D. Public service. These were Hindu Mahasabha's conditions. Okay, a beautiful era of history we are witnessing here from primary sources. This is fascinating, guys. Public services go by merit alone. Did you all hear this? Merit alone. As I was saying a few days back on Twitter, Savarkar was probably the first and last person in the history of modern India who talked about merit and merit alone and prioritized merit over everything. Listen to these points. Firstly, let me tell you about D and then I will tell you about F. Those who have concerns about Savarkar being fascist and stuff. Firstly, he's saying public services should go by merit alone. Name one fascist, religious fascist in any country who would not say that people from my religion should get the benefit, the unfair advantage. What kind of a fascist says that merit alone matters here? What goddamn fascism is this? Now listen to point F. All minorities should be given effective safeguards to protect their language, religion, culture, etc. But none of them should be allowed to create a state within a state, as the League of Nations put it, or to encroach upon the legitimate rights of the majority as defined above. You see, we will give minorities rights, but there will be goddamn safeguards. It's not going to be a come and take everything you want in my house. It's not going to be a free for all mela. We will not tolerate the intolerant. We will not tolerate intolerance. Oh yes, Rishabh, these days the merit itself is white supremacist and fascist. Yes. E. That the Hindu Mahasabha should be recognized as the representative body of Hindudom, and consequently no step should be taken affecting Hindu rights without its consultation and sanction. F though we just discussed. G. The residuary powers should be vested in the central government. Lol. Kya ajeeb fascism hai. Had the Congress agreed to these conditions, the Hindu Mahasabha could have considered whether to cooperate with it on any reasonable lines of action. So you see, a deep answer question has been today answered in my mind at least. I used to get this question repeatedly from commies directly, or even I have seen commies asking other right-wingers and stuff, why didn't Savarkar and Hindu Mahasabha support the Quit India movement? Today I know finally. Had the Congress agreed to these conditions, the Hindu Mahasabha could have considered whether to cooperate with it on any reasonable lines of action. These conditions were so indisputably national that the Indian National Congress, in fact, ought to have been the first, instead of the Hindu Mahasabha, to proclaim them, if it was genuinely and justly representing the Indian nation as a whole. But the Congress refused stubbornly to have anything to do with these conditions. Nay, in their resolution at Bombay, the AICC actually declared that the residuary powers shall be vested in the provincial governments instead of the central, in addition to the concessions the Congress had already made to the Pakistanis of the principle of provincial self-determination to secede. The climax came when Gandhiji, after being proclaimed as the de facto dictator of the Congress, wrote an authoritative letter to reassure Mr. Jinnah of his readiness to hand over the whole government of India, including the Indian states, to the Muslim League. I quote the relevant passage from the letter itself. This is from the letter, okay, from M.K. Gandhi. In all sincerity, let me explain it again that if the Muslim League cooperated with the Congress for immediate independence, subject, of course, to the provision that independent India will permit the operation of the Allied armies in order to check Axis aggression and thus to help China and Russia. The Congress will have no objection to the British government transferring all the powers it today exercises to the Muslim League on behalf of the whole of India, including the so-called Indian India. What the fuck? The Congress will not only not obstruct any government which the Muslim League may form on behalf of the people, but will even join the government. This is meant in all seriousness and sincerity. Holy fucking cow. Shit. Oh my god, and people blame Savarkar and Hindu Mahasabha for this stuff. Anyway, then Savarkar continues. He says, comments are superfluous. The betrayal of Hindu rights or genuine nationality could have gone no further. Such a letter would have been burnt in protest from 1,000 platforms throughout India by the enraged Hindu Sangatanist world had not restraining counsel prevailed in view of the patriotic objective at issue, and had we not been passing through abnormal times. Were the Hindu Mahasabhaists asked deliberately to join a fight whose price and inevitable consequences was the vivisection of their own motherland and holy land? Let me underline this. What a beautiful sentence. क्या क्या मुर्गी किया गया हम लोगों को आज तक. Fuck. Let me underline this. So, Hindu Mahasabha didn't join Quit India movement. Why didn't they join Quit India movement? Were the Hindu Mahasabhaists asked deliberately to join a fight whose price and inevitable consequences was the vivisection of their own motherland and holy land? Then again, there were the tactical questions, which were also of no less importance regarding the timing, the ways and the means, and above all, the effectiveness which we would depend upon under sane calculations. This was the crucial and fundamental issue which made the Mahasabhaists in general feel duty-bound not to identify themselves entirely with the Congress movement as it was then vaguely contemplated. Since then, of course, the Congressites themselves have been disowning avowedly their connection with the present wave of violent disturbances passing over the country. Consequently, we need not take upon ourselves the responsibility of labeling it all as a Congress movement, and the question of joining it or otherwise does not arise at all so far as the point of and so far as the point under discussion is concerned. Then all of a sudden, several hundreds of patriotic Congress leaders, including Mahatma Gandhiji, were arrested, and later on a violent wave of popular discontent and governmental repression of it threw the whole country into turmoil. Today, thousands of our Hindu brethren, Congressites and non-Congressites, have already suffered or are suffering untold calamities from detention to death. They are all our kith and kin, and our deepest sympathies cannot but go out to them in grateful appreciation of the fact that they have faced these sufferings from a patriotic motive or as the result of the patriotic struggle. Unscrupulous Gundaism, which is inevitably let loose in such great commotions, cannot, of course, deserve any sympathy. But even the British government or the British public could not but admit that the struggle was essentially the struggle of the people for the freedom of their country. If that be a guilt, then we have all been participating in it and are proud to be guilty of it. But patriotism itself demands that it is a national duty of all of us Hindus to see to it that sympathy with patriotic sufferings must not be allowed to get the better of our judgment and drive us headlong and blindfolded on a path which we conscientiously believe to be detrimental to the best interest of our Hindu nation. To make a common cause on a wrong issue or a line of action which is bound to lead to national disaster, simply to present a quote-unquote united front, is not the essence of patriotism, but amounts to a betrayal of national duty. It will be well of those who criticize the Hindu Mahasabha either through indiscretion or impudence for not allowing the Congress rightly or wrongly for the sake of unity, and because the Congress was actuated by patriotic motive, would do well to remember that patriots also are no exception to the general rule that it is human to err. Those who sincerely think that a particular line of action is detrimental to the nation and therefore reject it and choose to serve it in the way and with the means they are convinced to be more effective under the given circumstances to realize a common ideal cannot be deemed on that ground only as less patriotic than those who acted otherwise. It is regrettable, however, that forgetting this fact, the Congressite press day in and day out have been trying to bring the Hindu Mahasabha into disrepute. Their criticism, when reasonable and decent, could be met by reasons given above. But the larger part of the Congressite press and propaganda has thrown decency of criticism to the winds and is growing malicious and mad. In righteous defense of the Hindu Mahasabha, such criticism must be challenged and checked. Some of these critics seem to be irritated at the thought that the leaders of the Hindu Mahasabha did not jump over the walls of the jail the very day Gandhiji and others were arrested for raising such a momentous cry as "Quit India but keep your army here." So far as the Quit India is concerned, it is enough to point out that some of the outstanding Mahasabha leaders and followers today had been amongst those handful of revolutionists who publicly raised the standard of Indian independence for the first time in current Indian history and rose in an armed revolt when Gandhiji and some of the present leaders of the Congress were singing hallelujahs to the British Empire, extolling its blessings and thinking it their duty as loyal citizens and subjects of that empire to take its side against Zulus and the Boer who were fighting for their freedom. When further on, as a consequence of their revolutionary activities, these Hindu Sabhaists of today had some of them to stand under the shadow of the gallows, and others were undergoing the sentences of transportation for life, rotting in Andamani's dungeons for decades on decades. If we reason as you do now, were not the present outstanding Congress leaders, including Gandhiji, guilty for not making a common cause with the revolutionists merely for the sake of that quote-unquote united front, and for not seeking the gallows or getting themselves locked in the cellular jails in the Andamans? Coming nearer, what have you to say regarding the Congress when it not only kept itself as a respectable distance from imprisonment, but actually joined hands with the Nizam and took up a pledge, quote-unquote, not to embarrass His Exalted Highness, while thousands of Hindu Sangatanists were carrying on a deadly struggle with the Nizam for the most legitimate rights of the Hindus and were facing lathi charges, imprisonment and tortures at the hands of the Nizam's government? Far from sharing these sufferings with the Hindu Sangatanists, were not the leaders and followers of the Congress strutting about as ministers of provinces under the British crown, from some drawing fat pays, others rolling in the lap of luxury? And what about Bhagalpur, when for the defense of fundamental civil liberties of freedom of speech and freedom of association, not less than 100,000 Hindu Sangatanists carried on an active struggle with the government of Bihar throughout the 6 districts which came under the ban, against all the forces which the Bihar government could draw upon, firings, bayoneting, cavalry charges, not to speak of whippings, imprisonments, etc. Did not the Congressites stand totally unconcerned and aloof without uttering a word of sympathy with the struggle for civic liberty which the Hindu Sangatanists were carrying on against the foreign government out of condemnation of that government? तो तब कहाँ गया था तुम्हारा हिंदू फ्रंट, वो यूनाइटेड फ्रंट दिखाने का दायित्व सिर्फ और सिर्फ हिंदू महासभा के ऊपर कैसे आ रहा है? That is Savarkar's brilliant question here. If they try to explain and justify this conduct on the part of the Congressites as not due to lack of public spirit or to a lack of courage, but due to an honest difference of opinion on patriotic grounds as to the line of action and principles which the Congress had with the Hindu Mahasabhists, and consequently attempt to justify the Congress on not presenting a quote-unquote united front at the cost of national good, as Congressites interpreted it by joining the Hindu Mahasabha, then they should have sense enough to perceive that very justification holds good in the very justification holds good in the case of the Hindu Mahasabha too, because they too did not like to be dragged as moral slaves by whatever the Congress resolution decreed or movement demanded. Similarly, another argument which forms the stock in trade of the libelous criticism and propaganda of the Congressites with regard to the policy of the Hindu Mahasabha of occupying centers of political power, howsoever limited it be, springs back upon themselves and, unlike the boomerang, hits only themselves hard. The Hindu Mahasabha, through its elected or supported representatives, has now come to occupy responsible positions in political council, committees, ministries, legislatures, municipalities, and such other centers of political power, And it is this fact which has preeminently contributed to the outstanding political importance which the Mahasabha and through it Hindudom as a whole has come to attain throughout India as never before. It is human that some of the unemployed Congressites should get irritated to find that so many of the quote unquote jobs should have fallen into other hands and should make them accuse the Hindu Sangatanists as mere job hunters. We pity them for their irritation, but we cannot excuse them for making a virtue of necessity and go about posing as so many suffering saints who never cared a fig for these very worldly and servile quote unquote jobs. For was it not only the other day that the Congress from one end of India to the other went on such job hunting? Yes, hello Retrowave. Good evening, namaskaram. But do check out if you can our live stream from the very beginning today, because we checked out some great explanations of why Savarkar thought it was right for Hindu Mahasabha to not join or support Congress in the Quit India movement. Okay, very, very important. To give a gist for anyone joining right now, Hindu Mahasabha did not join the Quit India movement because Quit India movement, the policy position of the Quit India movement was that we want freedom right now, but freedom only to the extent that American armies and British armies will remain in India to protect India from Axis powers, allegedly, and also complete vivisection of India. That's the condition that Hindu Mahasabha would not accept. For was it not only the other day that the Congress from one end of India to the other went on such job hunting? They agreed to act as ministers, not as kings, but serving servilely enough as ministers to the governors, who in their turn were servants of the British crown. Then who now accused the Hindu Sabhaists as helping imperialism, took oaths of allegiance to the British imperial crown, accepted salaries, invited whole troops of their followers and hangers-on to get the leaves and fishes of the offices, posts and positions distributed only among themselves. They could do only those things which the governors permitted at their pleasure in the last resort. They labored under the constitution which they had pretended to despise. Whenever they failed to satisfy this or that section of public, they either pointed out to the limitations under which they held office, or they sallied out, firing and delivering lathi charges on those of their countrymen who disobeyed them or picketed them. If anybody fasted at their doors in protest of their actions, they told him bluntly, "You may lie there comfortably till you die. I must attend my office and do my duty as I choose." Did not Rajagopalachari himself, the foremost of those ministers who quote unquote followed the Mahatma, tell the world in blunt accents in general justification of the actions of the Congress government that the first duty of the government was to govern? Do you condemn the Congress for this job for the British government? Audio is gone. Is it back now? I think internet was gone. Yeah, it's back now, I think. Right. Okay. So yeah, I was saying that y'all were taking nice, cushy, so-called government jobs and saying that the government must govern and not criticizing what the government was doing. Then how can you criticize the Hindu Mahasabha for not being united enough, for not being patriotic enough, or even taking salaries after coming out of Andaman, pensions? Do you condemn the Congress for this job hunting and rough riding, or do you justify all this as patriotic? Do the Congressites explain it all away on the ground that larger public interest demanded that even under limitations, the constitution should be worked out to squeeze whatever public good you can get out of it? If you say yes to the latter, Then, in justifying yourselves, you justify the Hindu Mahasabha too in its policy of capturing centers of political power, limited though it be to begin with, and standing on that point of vantage, trying to leap over and occupy more effective centers of power. The Hindu Mahasabha holds that the leading principle of all practical politics is the policy of responsive cooperation. And in virtue of it, it believes that all those Hindu Sangatanists who are working as councillors, ministers, legislators, ministers, and conducting municipal or any public bodies with a view to utilize those centers of governmental power to safeguard and even promote the legitimate interests of the Hindus without, of course, encroaching on the legitimate interests of others, are rendering a highly patriotic service to our nation. Knowing the limitations under which they work, the Mahasabha only expects them to do whatever good they can under the circumstances, and even if they do not fail to do that much, it would thank them for having acquitted themselves well. The limitations are bound to get themselves limited step by step till they get altogether eliminated. The policy of responsive cooperation, which covers the whole gamut of patriotic activities from unconditional cooperation right up to active and even armed resistance, will also keep adapting itself to the exigencies of the time, resources at our disposal, and dictates of our national interests. It must be remembered in this connection that if there be any job hunters, it is precisely these penny aligners who betray such a low taste in their criticism of the Mahasabha and happen to conduct the majority of Congressite second-rate sheets, and owing to that very fact are within easy reach of the masses. The majority of them, we all know, have not suffered a scratch throughout their life in any patriotic movement and should write for any other party if but they are more sumptuously paid. Many of them are actually known to have done so. It becomes inevitable, therefore, in defense of the Hindu cause that from time to time they too must be shown their proper place. But I shall do injustice to myself if I fail to make it clear that my criticism against this type of a Congressite does not and cannot mean that all Congressites are equally blind to reason and are deliberately bent on harming Hindu interest or on humiliating Hindu honor, which Hindus, as they themselves are, cannot but be their interest and honor. Nay, I know that many of these patriotic Congressites do actually appreciate the merits of the Hindu Mahasabha as well. Their racial pride as Hindu gets wounded whenever the Congress goes wrong and sacrifices the most legitimate Hindu interests and makes the Hindu undergo most cowardly surrenders. The very fact that thousands of devoted workers and several All India leaders who have now rallied devotedly round the pan-Hindu standard had once been actively and prominently working in the Congress camp is enough to bear out this truth that there are and must be thousands of Hindus in the Congress camp who cannot bear to see the Hindu cause anathematized by the Congress, but who nevertheless have not yet got rid of the habitual reluctance to get out of the Congress rut and come openly out of it. But this past experience makes me feel more or less confident that thousands of these of my Hindu brethren who are proud of their race, religion, and their motherland of the rishis and the avatars will have to leave the Congress before long through the very urge of their conscience and can find them but one path to go ahead in defense of Hindutva, the path that leads to that Hindu Mahasabha shrine. As soon as the Congress was removed from the political field as an open organization and under the governmental ban, the Hindu Mahasabha alone was left to take up the task of conducting whatever Indian national activities lay within its scope. For to call upon the Muslim League to lead any Indian national movement would have rightly enough been taken as an insult by it, just as to call the Congress a Hindu body was perversely enough used to be taken by it as an insult. Taken by it as an insult, okay? He's saying that now who's going to give national calls? Congress is the field is now wide open. Muslim League can't be called to do it because they will find it insulting that it's a national front and not a Muslim front, and Congress will get insulted by the taglines of it being a Hindu front or a Hindu body. Because India to the Muslim League was but a subcontinent, no nation at all. But the Hindu Mahasabha believes in an integral Indian nation even more intensely than the Indian National Congress itself. The first national point that required immediate attention at that time was to expose the hollowness of the British propaganda, which wanted the world to believe that the Cripps scheme failed not so much owing to the unwillingness of the British to part with power as to the internecine conflicts of the Indian people. The Cripps scheme was held dazzling before the world as a veritable Magna Carta, conferring on India all that could be offered to liberate a people from political slavery and pointing out to it, the British press and propaganda called upon the world to witness how higher constitutions bestowed upon peoples not politically developed enough to deserve them serve only to worsen their condition. Okay, so the British government, the British media, used India's, or mainly Hindu Mahasabha's, rejection of the Quit India movement as a poster child for these stupid countries who just break down into anarchy and lawlessness the moment colonialism leaves. Okay, that's what they wanted to show here. That, see, they were not intelligent enough to accept this carrot we were offering them. So I was saying the Mahasabha disagreed. So the Mahasabha disagreed with the stance of the Congress, which defaulted to representing Hindus, but was too small to make them change the stance, which resulted in the apparent action. Yes. The glorious Magna Carta, which wanted to invest India with full freedom, proved only an apple of discord. As soon as political power was offered to the Indians, instead of receiving it as a united nation, they sprang at each other's throat, community against community, and their ancient civil feuds, instead of being healed, grew only fiercer. This is what British wanted to portray. There was no united demand, and had we not withdrawn that glorious Magna Carta in time, there would have broken up an immediate and bloody civil war. Thus, the British interpreted the episode to India and the world. That there was, and this is what commies of today, Congressite kids of today, even today, keep mumbling, keep reading back to us that, oh, you see, Hindu Mahasabha did not take part in the Quit India movement. That's why they were British stooges, lol. That there was and continues to be communal disunity in India need not be denied. Every country had to pass through such phases, including England and America. But the fact that it was the real cause of the withdrawal of the Cripps scheme was a lie, and it had to be nailed to the counter. Because the British had almost succeeded in duping America and China, and even a section in India who are duped even today. The American public and the press, which were sympathetic to some extent before the Cripps Mission, changed their tone and admitted that England had done all she could, and in all sincerity, in granting full political freedom to the Indians, and that it was really the internal discord amongst the Indians themselves, that was responsible for the failure of the scheme. Above all, in India itself, the Congress and the majority of the Hindus in particular labored under this supposition that if but we could produce as national demand a united scheme, then it will be simply impossible for England to refuse to grant it. That is why the Congress often went on its knees before the League. That is why the Muslim League. That is why so many all-party and non-party conferences had been held. It was necessary, therefore, even to cure the Indians themselves from this self-deception that some strenuous efforts on an all-India scale had to be made. It was also advisable to find out how far the various parties in India did really differ, and whether on the 2 or 3 questions which concerned all alike, some national demand could be framed. It was with this objective in view that the Hindu Mahasabha decided to enter into negotiations with all important political parties and personalities on the 3 outstanding demands which the Mahasabha had already framed. The immediate declaration of Indian independence, a national government with full powers during the war, with exception of the military portfolio so far as the operative part was concerned, and the holding of constitution framing assembly as soon as the war ceased, formed the leading clauses in this demand. A special committee was appointed to conduct these negotiations, consisting of the President Dr. Syama Mukherjee, Dr. Munje, Barrister N.C. Chatterjee, Raja Maheshwar Dayal Seth, Raja Bahadur Meherchand Khanna, and Professor Deshpande. The response that the committee received from different parties and eminent persons was encouraging and spontaneous. Under the able lead of Dr. Syama Mukherjee, on whom fell the real burden of carrying the negotiations, the committee succeeded in creating such a wave of enthusiasm all over India that the public attention was centered on this topic only. Representatives of the English and American and the Chinese press also took keen interest in the developments and gave prominent publicity in their countries to these efforts of the Mahasabha. The result was also not quite incommensurate with the troubles taken by the distinguished members of the Hindu Mahasabha committee and of those Indian organizations and leaders who cooperated with them. Firstly, it was full of significance from the constructive point of view, because the committee succeeded in producing a national demand on the most crucial issues referred to above, which would not but convince everyone but those who found it inconvenient to get convinced that India as a nation demanded with a united will and voice the declaration on the part of the British Parliament that she should be recognized here and now as an independent nation. When the Hindu Mahasabha, the second great all India Hindu organization, to quote Lord Devonshire, the present Under Secretary of State for India, with the foremost leaders of our Sikh Brotherhood, the president of the Momin Conference and other Muslim organizations, the president of the Christian Federation, the Nationalist League, the Liberal Federation, along with the then provincial ministers of Sindh and Bengal and scores of other eminent politicians who had been legislators and administrators and held most responsible positions in the government, have signed or supported the demand it had every right to claim for itself and to be recognized as being nothing short of a national demand. When you add to it the fact that the Congress resolution too had more or less emphasized the very items, its national character becomes unassailed. It is even pretended that such a demand also falls short of a national demand only because the Muslim League or some such sections chose to remain aloof. Then no demand ever made by any nation could deserve to be called a national one. Because, well, some parties refuse to participate in it. Therefore, it's not really a national movement, you know. That was a British excuse at that point. Oh, let me have some coffee. Let me check some comments. What a window into history. Let me check some comments. Okay, let's continue. It must be remembered that even the national plebiscites on the strength of whose demand the Canadian or the African or the American federations were formed were not and could not be considered national or univocal on the sole ground that there was not a single citizen or single party opposed to them. Nay, the fact is that in all such national demands or plebiscites, those who voted against them could also count their strengths in thousands. A national demand must always mean the demand of overwhelming majority of citizens or parties forming those nations, irrespective of the dissentient minorities. Yes, Varundev, this is live. When the Mahasabha succeeded in producing a definite demand signed by such an overwhelming majority, it served to explode the British pretext and had a very salutary effect, not only on that large section of Indians themselves, but even on the Chinese, the American, and the pro-British foreign press in general, which had first acquitted the British for withholding freedom from India and believed that the chaotic disunity in India itself was really responsible for the withdrawal of the Cripps scheme. Many of them changed their opinion, saw through the game, and came to the correct judgment that it was really the unwillingness on the part of Great Britain to let go of her hold on India. As the president of the Hindu Mahasabha, I forwarded this national demand by a cable to the British Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Mr. Winston Churchill. I received an acknowledgement from him in which the Prime Minister wrote that he noted with appreciation the endeavours of the Hindu Mahasabha to promote unity among the several elements in India's life, but observed that they had not so far resulted in any specific and constructive proposals enjoying the support of all the major parties. This is Bakura Joshi. This is a speech from 1942. Kanpur, 24th session of the Hindu Mahasabha. Comments need not be made on this reply as the question is already exhaustively dealt with above. Only one point needs to be touched. The only party in India worth mentioning as a major party that did not support the demand was the Muslim League. Not Muslims, because we had large Muslim organizations signing the demand. If then the failure of the League to see eye to eye with all other parties in the land is to disqualify a demand from being national, then it only amounts to invest a fraction of a minority with a power to veto the will of the overwhelming majority of the nation. Of course, even the League must be knowing that the Prime Minister must have been talking with his tongue in his cheek when he referred to the League with such an awful indispensability. If ever the League asks anything or supports anything which goes against the British interest, even the League cannot be doubting that the Prime Minister will question its right to speak for the Muslims themselves. The negotiations were also useful to prove the falsity of the dishonest criticisms of the opponents of the Hindu Mahasabha. including the Congressites, that it being a communal organization could have no national program or policy or could take no national lead. It was made clear that the Hindu Mahasabha was more national in its program and yet less liable to fall a victim to weak-kneed vagaries like the Congress or to perverse communalism like the League. In practical politics also, the Mahasabha knows that we must advance through reasonable compromises. Witness the fact that only recently in Sindh, the Sindh Hindu Sabha, on invitation, had taken the responsibility of joining hands with the League itself in running the coalition government. The case of Bengal is well known. Wild leaguers, whom even the Congress, with all its submissiveness, could not placate, grew quite reasonably compromising and sociable as soon as they came in contact with the Hindu Mahasabha and the coalition government. Under the premiership of Mr. Fazlul Haq and the able leader the able lead of our esteemed Mahasabha leader, Dr. Syama Mukherjee, functioned successfully for a year or so to the benefit of both the communities. Moreover, further events also proved demonstratively that the Hindu Mahasabhaists endeavored to capture the centers of political power only in public interest and not for the loaves and fishes of the office. You see, this is where Bengal is again heading to. This is what Firhad Hakim, Humayun Kobir are preparing for. Siddiqullah Chaudhary, Shaukat Mullah are preparing for this time again, okay? That the entire politics, entire state will be done politically as a division between Hindus and Muslims. No one will be lying to each other. Witness the bold and eloquent statement issued by Dr. Mukherjee when he threw away the portfolio the moment he saw that the governor had made it possible for him to serve the public and continue in the ministry with any degree of self-respect. Even though we do not contribute in the least to the forlorn hope that Americans, Russians, or any other foreign nation will risk its own interest and take up cudgels to free India on account of political justice or a high sense of humanity alone, still we cannot altogether dispense with the utility of foreign propaganda for the very practical reasons to acquaint the independent nations with the political situation in our country and combat any propaganda set on foot by anti-Hindu parties to mislead their judgment or to secure their sympathies. The very self-interest of each of the nations in the world is so intertwined and got mixed up with the self-interests of others that each of them requires to know and let know the real political situation to the other. And Savarkar was not going to hear any accusations of who cares what the West thinks? Who cares what the West says or does? Why do you address them? Or talk about them or learn from them? Coalitions and counter-coalitions, even though they be based on national self-interest of each nation, could be advantageously formed if each nation knows the correct political situation in all other countries in the world. This feels like I'm reading Arthashastra. Ever since the war began, England launched a worldwide propaganda that she was fighting for freedom and democracy all over the world. But the Hindu Mahasabha believed not a word of it and openly said so in its resolutions. England therefore had to prove to Americans and others that if she could not free India here and now, it was due to India's own fault. Because Hindu Mahasabha did not fall for that particular trap, therefore England had to go a step further to prove that they were democratic, even though they were not giving democracy to India. Hence the propaganda of the Cripps scheme. American interest on this and several other grounds required that if India is satisfied, it will be an inexhaustible source of men and materials for them to win the war. So they grew more anxious to study the Indian situation. Before the war broke out, America had some hazy notion that there was a National Congress and the Muslim League. The first was a Hindu body. In the main, meaning the National Congress was a Hindu body and the League represented the Muslims. This was America's impression. Consequently, they thought that the Congress and the League meant the united opinion of the Hindus and the Muslims. They heard now and then something about the Hindu Mahasabha, but they did not know how to squeeze it in between the two. They had not the slightest notion that the Mahasabha had come to occupy an outstanding position as an all-India body. But since my cablegram to President Roosevelt, which was featured prominently throughout the American press and through it the world press, the attention of the American public and the press was drawn more pointedly to the Mahasabha, and the curiosity grew in foreign countries to know more closely its ideology, position, and policy. Holy shit. This I'll have to underline. Savarkar writing to Roosevelt to explain to them the POV of the Hindu Mahasabha. Damn. Several press representatives and public men who came to study the Indian position in general in the year from America, England, and China interviewed the Hindu Mahasabha leaders also. Some of them wrote back to their respective presses, acquainting their public with the ideology and outstanding position of the Hindu Mahasabha as the representative all India body of the Hindus, just as the Muslim League was the representative of Muslim interest. A number of cables sent from the presidential office and other Mahasabha centers on several occasions got good publicity, as the American press representatives assured me. Excuse me. Oh, so they were not complete white supremacists. Positive press about the Hindu Mahasabha. Even American film men got the presidential office and the routine work photoed personally for a movie, and I am told that the newsreels are shown on the American screens. At the time of the negotiations also, the foreign press agents took keen interest and did considerable propaganda to make the voice of the Mahasabha heard outside India. The contact we have thus succeeded in establishing with American, Chinese, and even British public men who interviewed personally the president and several other leaders, and with the public press overseas, has already grown intimate enough in knowing them realize that any pact signed by the Congress alone will not bind the Hindus unless and until it is agreed to and sanctioned by the Hindu Mahasabha, the foremost representative body of the Hindus. Nor can any agreement between the Congress and the League alone be taken as an Indian national agreement if the Hindu Mahasabha is not a party to it. This fact will also will stand us in good stead at the end of the war, when the powers sit together to reshape the map of the world, and if the political constitution of India does form an item on their agenda at all. It was imperative for reasons indicated above that we should send a delegation on behalf of the Hindu Mahasabha to America, England, and China at any rate, to defeat the British propaganda which was carried on a governmental scale, and also to acquaint the American public with the ideology and the policy of the Hindu Mahasabha. That section, at any rate, which took interest in India affairs, and knew something of the Congress and the League in these foreign countries, must be kept well informed of the Hindu Mahasabha activities also. Consequently, so you see, prop up and fund and, let's say, promote those people who speak for you. Consequently, a delegation under the lead of Dr. Munje and Babarao Kharpadde was to be sent to America. Another delegation was to go under the lead of Dr. Varadarajulu Naidu to England to counteract any mischief likely to be done by the move on Rajagopalachari's part, who also wanted to go to England. But as Rajaji was not allowed or did not ask for any facilities, there was no particular point in pressing on for a passport to Dr. Naidu, as they were quits. Other outstanding leaders also from Bengal, Punjab, and United Provinces were consulted in this connection, and facilities being denied to Babarao Kharpadde and others at the very outset, the question was left further unpursued. The reasons advanced by the government was various, but the most amusing part of the public criticism in non-Mahasabhaists camp was that they condemned, along with the government, the very idea of taking out delegations to foreign lands, as that would reduce the prestige of our public life and support the British plea that there were dissensions in India. It is bad indeed to wash one's dirty linen in a public square, but the point is, who did it first? Did not the British press propaganda go round the globe at the failure of the Cripps scheme that there were incurable communal dissensions in India with a thousand-tongued voice? Then again, do you think that the thousands of Americans and Chinese at present in India have left their eyes and ears in America, and the Germans and the Japanese? The whole world knows that there are communal dissensions, but the whole world must also know, and does know, that no nation in some of the other phases of its history was without its own communal dissensions, wars of secessions, or wars of roses. The point is that just as in spite of the dissensions England has bestowed the curse of slavery on India in spite of her will, so also England can, and therefore ought to bestow a blessing of freedom in spite of her dissensions, just as she is. तो भाई अगर डिसेंशन है, डिसेंशन के ऊपर भी डिसेंशन होने के बावजूद अगर तुम स्लेवरी कर सकते थे, तो भाई डिसेंशन होने के बावजूद फ्रीडम भी कर सकते हो. Just as she is guarding slavery with bayonets, so she should guard the freedom too. Or she should openly say that she does not want to free India because of the British imperialistic designs and not owing to our dissensions. If the Hindu Mahasabhaists were allowed to go to America, Our dissensions could not have been a news to the Americans, but by acquainting them why these dissensions arose and what is the solution of the Hindu Mahasabha for them, the delegation would have enabled the foreign public to judge better between the black sheep and the grey wolf. And Hindu Mahasabha's thoughts and ideas never reached American media. Maybe Nandish is saying maybe Savarkar knew people like us would read his speeches and work in the futures. Yes, he always knew that, which is why he was kind of curating his persona in biographies. There is a Savarkar tea store on Veer Savarkar Shoroni. Where is Veer Savarkar Shoroni? Okay, let me have a sip of coffee. In Bakura. What the fuck? Holy shit. Fuck. Savarkar tea store on on Veer Savarkar Shoroni in Bakura. Oh fuck. What the fuck? But nevertheless, the government had done well in inviting Rai Bahadur Meherchand Khanna, President NW of Northwest Frontier Hindu Mahasabha, to join our delegation to the Pacific Relations Committee. The delegation has already reached its destination. Rai Bahadur Khanna ji is bound to have ringing publicity to his thesis, Pakistan and the Hindu View, to enable you to judge how rapidly, though not sufficiently rapidly, the Hindu Mahasabha has asserted its position in England and the other countries. I give below a couple of extracts from the brochure published by the Oxford University Press recently and written by R. Copeland, who had many occasions to observe the Indian affairs at close quarters when he was touring India, as well as when attached to the mission of Sir Stafford Cripps, for what they are worth. Quote. So this is the British man R. Copeland writing. Still more vociferous was the Mahasabha, the militant Hindu organization which has always maintained that all India is Hindustan and belongs to the Hindus. For some time past, its leaders have denounced as a vice that very non-communalism which Congress boasts as a virtue. Congress, they say, is an unfaithful servant of Hinduism, and it is one more proof of the existing communal tension that the Mahasabha, which not very long ago had little weight in Indian politics, has been growing fast in membership and influence. Its policy is quite frankly communal. Our Muslim countrymen should realize, says its fiery president Mr. Savarkar, that even in their own affairs they should accept the inevitable, etc. Page 16. And point number 2, militant Hinduism, true to form, was more outspoken. The basic principle of the Hindu Mahasabha, said its working committee, is that India is one and indivisible, and it cannot be true to itself or to the best interests of Hindustan if it is a party to any proposal which involves the political partition of India in any shape or form. Wow. Lord Devonshire, the Under Secretary of State for India, referred to the Mahasabha as the second great all-India Hindu organization. If the Congressites were anxious to secure credentials from the governor, there is no impropriety if we refer incidentally to some references just to know in what light others view our activities. Because validation तो भाई कांग्रेस पूरा टाइम ढूंढ ही रहा है, तो जिनको वैलिडेशन चाहिए उनको हम दिखाते हैं कि भाई वैलिडेशन तो भाई हमको भी मिलने लगा ही था. Till a couple of years ago, it were only the Muslims who were fighting for Pakistan, and all our arguments we had to address to them. But since the Cripps Mission and the Congressites yielding to the Pakistani demand in its worst form, as I have shown in paragraph 7 of this speech, a preposterous position has arisen. There has sprung up, politically speaking, a hybrid of pro-Pakistani Hindus, and they have been infecting the Hindu mind as rapidly as a contagious and loathsome disease would do. Some of these Congressites are good Hindus, but they have been duped into believing that it is in the interest of the Hindus also to allow the Muslim provinces to secede and bring about a final and everlasting unity. Then there are very statesmanly Hindu personalities who recognize no affiliation to any party or body as it behaves statesmanship, but whose commitments, views, and votes are nevertheless bound to be counted as Hindu ones. It is regrettable that many of these esteemed persons should have been ready to admit the principle of provincial secession, and thus statesmanly enough betray not only the Hindu cause, but what they worship like a fetish, the nationalism as well. How these pro-Pakistani Hindus are working to persuade the Hindus, and even to persuade the government to compel the Hindus to get persuaded can best be illustrated by the untiring effort of Mr. Rajagopalachari. This Acharya has really been exerting himself with more sincerity and perverse fanaticism than any mad mullah known to history. Holy shit, I did not know these things about Sri Rajagopalachari. Consequently, the real danger to the integrity of India arises now more eminently from the mentality of the Pakistani Hindus than from the efforts of the Pakistani Muslims. I deliberately choose some of these points to argue, which I know from personal knowledge to weigh heavily on the minds, especially on that section of our Hindu brethren who still belong to the Congress persuasion but who nevertheless have a Hindu heart. It must be noted, first of all, very carefully, that there is a fundamental difference between a provincial redistribution and provincial self-determination to secede. Okay? Provincial redistribution and difference between provincial redistribution and provincial self-determination to secede. The latter, the provincial self-determination to secede, this aspect forms the essence of Pakistan, whatever its other aspects or extents may be. There is no fundamental objection from the Hindu point of view to any redistribution of provinces, whether on linguistic, military, financial, or any other reasonable ground, provided it does not weaken the national strength or cohesion and does not involve any underlying anti-national and anti-Hindu designs. But the question of provincial secession from the central state must be altogether ruled out, inasmuch as it means nothing short of breaking up Hindustan into pieces before a century passes away. B. Again, the granting of the right to provinces to secede from the central government at their own sweet will and allow them to set up as separate states entirely independent of the central Indian government is far more dangerous than the demand for Pakistan, meaning thereby freedom to cut off definite number of provinces because they contain Muslim majority. The latter case of a Pakistan demand, intolerable as it is, and which also we must oppose with all our might, does still come to the loss of a definite number of provinces. But the principle of self-determination cannot but form a veritable sword of Damocles, kept hanging on the head of the central state. So you see what spot of bother the Hindu Mahasabha found itself in. They were ending up collaborating with the Muslim League because the Muslim League was at least demanding one Pakistan for themselves. These other fuckers had basically started propagating the idea that any state at any random moment given in the future of India can randomly one fine morning have the right to legally say that we are now a Muslim majority province and bye-bye, fuck off, we are now a different country. This was the right that they demanded and was being accepted by people like Rajagopalachari, Congress, and so many commies we know, like Gangadhar Adhikari, the Rahmat Ali plan, the map of India with 50 Pakistans inside India. Okay. Abhay is saying linguistic reorganization of states. Yeah, back then Savarkar had to play ball with a bunch of stuff he didn't want to. Yeah, so he was playing ball on this issue as well. And he would not have thought what linguistic reorganization would end up being. We know its results today. He did not fathom that kind of an India where people are, where a Marathi or Bengali is fighting with each other on who is better. It was unthinkable back then. It will be practically an invitation and instigation because you are giving the incentive structure to states to become a Muslim majority as soon as possible and then declare yourself to be a separate nation. That was accepted in law and people were advocating for it. It will be practically an invitation and instigation to any province to secede and blow up at a stroke the whole ground on which the Indian state has to stand. The majority of the Muslims is the only ground in Pakistani demand for secession. But in admitting the principle of provincial secession, so you see, remember this term, I didn't know about this. Provincial secession. Any random province can randomly quit India one fine morning. What the fuck? But in admitting the principle of provincial secession, we shall have to face the demand on the part of any province at any time on any economical and any other conceivable ground to secede from the central government. Excuse me. Remember that the political centralization in India is still passing through a phase of formation. The Indian central state and the political integrity and cohesion are still standing on a fishery rock. We cannot be cocksure against the change that sometime or other even some of those provinces where there is not a Muslim majority may be caught up by disintegrating forces and rise against the central government and get carried away by the provincial or even sub-provincial egoistic fever, may demand secession and set themselves into separate states. America, Russia, and several other nations can serve as danger signals to us in this connection. In fact, even those nations which today are strongly unitary had to pass through this phase, and it was only a powerful centrifugal force which kept the centripetal tendencies on the part of their components effectively suppressed till they got slowly eliminated altogether. I will tell you what I just realized. I just realized Veer Savarkar has read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers. The discussion on in the context of America that he just referred to, okay, whether we will stay a central government that has feudal federal structure and stuff or not, we will remain, whether we will even remain a country or not after independence. That was the discussion that the American founding fathers had amongst themselves. They were called the people who are advocating for one central government, albeit with different degrees of power for different states. They were called the Federalists. The Anti-Federalists first wrote a bunch of papers advocating their point of view, people like Thomas Jefferson and stuff, etc. And then the counter arguments to those were written by John Jay, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton in a collection of series of papers published in newspapers, which were called the Federalist Papers, both of which I have read to some extent, which I would be happy to discuss from our membership live streams as well. So do remember to take the memberships, but they are absolutely fascinating books, fascinating collections of articles in articulating great points of view from both sides, actually. The Anti-Federalists demand all the colonies become separate countries, or there be confederacies, North USA, South USA, East USA, West USA, etc. And the Federalists argue that no, this cannot happen. They almost, without naming India, they kind of discuss that, see, these things will happen if we do this, things which had happened in India's past anyway, okay? That yes, we are civilizational identity, wala, kind of a civilizational state, but they are different warring kingdoms only in the end, and can even have incentives to invite other people to invade and stuff, just to help me succeed. All of that is going to happen. All of that is going to get incentivized. These were the arguments of the Federalists. Okay. War vehicles are to activate Rajasthan border. I see. By the way, Sadhvi Pragya is going to get hung or what? Hung or यहाँ पे injection देके मारते हैं. Can you share the name of this book and publication? Yeah. This book is called Hindu Rashtra Darshan. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, Hindu Rashtra Darshan. The publication is Prabhat. Dada, why are teenage girls saying and spamming terrorism? Is it just Instagram story likes? Or they actually relate females? Yes, of course they do. They believe genuinely that terrorism has no religion, and they have many Muslim friends these days as well, much more than we had back when we were growing up. And plus, they have grown up in an Islamic culture because of Bollywood, where the pronunciation of your h and g that is celebrated. You unknowingly you end up celebrating songs that you have no fucking understanding of the lyrics. Illahi mera ji aaye, etc. तो गुलपुशी कभी इतराए कभी महके तो नजर आ जाए कभी. No one knows what they mean, but everyone likes them. So everyone thinks a lot of people say that everything sounds better in Urdu, etc. Did you know Savarkar gave shelter to Lenin in India House? I see. What's your source, Rishi? Yes, SRK is their daddy. Hence. There are three kinds of Muslims in India. There are three stages, three, I think, rungs in the ladder called Islam in India. The Sherwani, Biryani, and Burhanwani. It's the Biryani which kind of unites a lot people behind Muslims or Islam. And to be obviously crass about it and to be simplistic, there are many things other than biryani as well which does it, and they end up appreciating the Sherwanis, and the Sherwanis, knowingly or unknowingly, some knowingly, some unknowingly, end up incentivizing the actions of the Burhanwanis. So you see, it's a complex matrix an elaborate web drawn by a spider called Sherwani Biryani Burhanwani. Is war inhabitable at current situation? China is all behind this, I think, due to American tariffs. They want to show India is not a safe place for visitors. I don't think so. If that had been the case, the Indian government would have known about this as well, and then they would not be doing the war. Yeah, bhai. And there's no getting out of it for the next 10 years, 15 years at least. या हाफ ब्लड प्रिंस हर दिन तो मेरा शेड्यूल का कोई कोई माँ बहन नहीं है, ठीक है. What the fuck? Did your dog just get run over? Wait, I will take a small 2-3 minute break and check out if a dog got run over in front of my house or not. Wait, let me just come back in a few minutes. Holy shit. Hi guys. Yeah, I don't think any dog got run over in front of my house, and even if it did, it was probably a small injury, as a result of which the puppy might have ran away. It was there with all its family members, might have ran back to its own neighborhood. Nice discussion in the comment section going on. Anidash, do you mean inevitable when you are writing that the word is inhabitable? If so, then yes, we will have to discuss it differently. Okay, let's continue then. So weird conditions for Ashkacham. Today, I would suggest you to listen to this live stream from the very beginning again, because we discuss some insane sections, as which will help in debating commies to a large extent, and the position that uh, Hindu Mahasabha found themselves in terms of 1942, in not supporting the Quit India movement, etc. Okay. Yes, dogs randomly chase cars because they remain it as a part of PTSD that some dog had someday ran over their relatives. That's why they think all cars are the same, because they are not intelligent as us. Therefore that's not even a news segment. The news segment is, why do some dogs chase some cars chase dogs? Why do some humans chase dogs? Why do some humans, like today I shared, throw their dogs off the balcony of their roofs and terraces and stuff? So, why did Savarkar and the Hindu Mahasabha stay away from the Quit India movement? Very, very important points. We learned a lot today. And even wrote to America, to Roosevelt, explaining the Hindu Mahasabha point of view. Unity for America, Russia. Yeah, I realized that Savarkar has read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers. At first, till they got slowly eliminated altogether. Powerful centrifugal forces which kept the yeah. Those who think it matters not much to allow the Muslims to form their independent federation on the northwest frontier province, in which there is already an overwhelming majority of the Muslims, should take into consideration the military aspect, which makes such a surrender simply suicidal on our part. This is sort of his counter to Ambedkar's way of thinking. Can you ever find such a nation on the surface of the earth which would willingly hand over their strongest possible frontiers into the hands of those very people who seceded from them and had been cherishing a hereditary desire to dominate over it? Then again, remember that one on the hills of Pakistan, there comes treading the demand for Pathanistan. Those frontier provinces, if they get entirely free from the control of the central government, are sure within measurable time to join hands with the tribal and form a contiguous Pathani state from Hindu Kush to the very banks of Jhelum. There can be no real unity until their design, which for the very existence of Hindustan we can never willingly allow to fructify, is not cowardly allowed by letting go of our hold on those mountain ranges which form our national frontiers and frontier guards at once, which form our national frontiers and frontier guards at the same time throughout historical time. But why should we do it at all? To avoid rupture with our Muslim friends. But what guarantee have you to believe that this rupture, instead of getting lessened by our handing over our frontier to them as a free gift, will not only get intensified? For it is not more likely that those who are now relatively weak and yet are talking of civil war, once they get an independent footing as a state, sufficient time and liberty to organize themselves and entrenched on the powerful frontier ranges, grown stronger precisely in the proportion your position grows weaker by the withdrawal of your frontier? Unity, when it lays our nation exposed to a more dangerous position, is worse than open hostility. Fuck. Oh, fuck. He predicted everything. Did you hear this line? Holy shit. See? This is why Savarkar is hated. This is why Savarkar is hated by everyone. Because he would have closed the shops of everyone. Shit. I have to underline this. Wait. Let me mark this. Pakistan prediction. Unity, when it lays our nation exposed to a more dangerous position, is worse than open hostility. And this is what we are heading towards. We are going to head towards open hostility and not the facade of the absence of hostility, which then ends up harming Hindus anyway. Some of our learned Hindu leaders, after most complicated calculations, maintain that there is no harm in allowing the Muslims to secede and form Pakistani independent states in the northwestern parts and even in Bengal, because they are bound to be so crippled financially and economically that they will soon themselves be compelled to repent for secession and go down on their knees. But this financial weakness need not lead to repentance alone, as our learned Hindu economists expect, so long as we continue to do so cowardly as to yield to any preposterous demand on the part of the Muslims to keep up the show of unity, and so terribly afraid of Muslim discontent as to allow even the integrity of our motherland to get broken up into pieces. It is not more likely that this very financial and economical starvation of these would-be Muslim states may goad them on to encroach once more on our Hindu provinces, and instigated by the religious fanaticism which is so inflammable in the frontier tribes even now, and urged on by the ideal of a Pathanistan under the lead of the organized forces of the Amir, may threaten to invade you if you do not hand over to them the remaining parts of the Punjab right up to Delhi to make them financially and economically self-supporting. That's what happened with Bangladesh, kind of. That we are so poor, give them some money. Oh, we have now money and now we hate you. The example of the tribes, and this is what commies also say, why should illegal Bangladeshis be thrown out? They are a poor country. They must come here. They made it a poor country by creating a different country out of it. Now commies want their poor to have an open access to this country. Why did you ask for a different country? You made that country poor by having a different country. Now come back again and create a different province and then ask for a different country again. So you see, CA therefore is so justified. Anyway. The example of the tribes is before your eyes already. They carry out incursions almost every year into the Indian provinces and loot, kidnap, murder, hold to ransom only the Hindus in particular as a rule. Although they are goaded on by Muslim fanaticism in the main, yet several Congressite Hindus were not found wanting in disgracefully condoning these nefarious activities of the tribal Pathans on the grounds of quote-unquote financial and even sexual starvation, from which those quote-unquote poor souls had to undergo inordinate sufferings. Garib hai, thoda rape kar liya. I am referring to facts, howsoever disgraceful they may be, and not fictitious. What guarantee there could ever be that, given this cowardly and ever-yielding inferiority complex on the part of the Hindus, and this monomania for Hindu-Muslim unity at all cost, that in case these financially starved Pakistani provinces invade the Hindu provinces on their borders with far greater strength than they can now ever command, a troop of Hindus of such mentality would not similarly condone their encroachments, sympathize with their demands, and vote for handing over even Delhi to those invading Muslims before a shot is fired, in order just to make a show before the world of a genuine Hindu-Muslim unity or alliance. The quote-unquote poor Muslims in eastern Bengal are even now making their poverty a sufficient excuse and their fanaticism a merit to loot and harass the Hindus wherever they find an opportunity to do so. When once you allow them to get organized into governmental strength as a separate Muslim Raj, do you think that this very financial starvation, which you admit will cripple their would-be state, would provide them with a compelling cause to invade or harass the Hindus in Western Bengal? And unless you are cured of this unity mania, would you not be faced again with the same bogey, an alternative of handing over some rich slices of Bengal to save the Muslim state from perpetual starvation, or be prepared to resist their perpetually growing demand? Fuck. Fuck. This is exactly what happened. I think this is the second best speech of Savarkar I've ever read now. But some of my Pakistani Hindu friends whisper in my ear that we know all these things, but our yielding for the time being is the craftiest stroke of policy. When we once get rid of these troublesome Muslim provinces and are left free to organize unhindered by them the unalloyed part of Hindustan, then we shall consolidate our Hindu brothers and raise them into such a mighty military power so rapidly that the Pakistani provinces of the Muslims should be simply browbeaten into submission. This is the view of those Pakistani Hindus, meaning any Hindu was supporting Pakistan. The only question that should be put to them by themselves: have you not counted without the host, the British? Have you got any definite guarantee from the British that as soon as you yield to the Pakistani demand, they would clear out and leave you to organize your Hindustan as you choose? Which is what they never did. They never let Hindus organize themselves. Fucking fuck, Savarkar predicted. See, Ambedkar was wrong to accept Pakistan and also say that everyone must be sent and that will be the end of the problem. No, he was proven wrong, and Savarkar predicted exactly how wrong and in what ways it will go wrong. Secondly, even if that is done, where is the magic wand that shall raise the Hindus into such a military power, while Congress mentality continues to dominate thousands of them? We thank you for your inner intention of raising the Hindus into an independent and strong power and for feeling as a Hindu of Hindus. But do you not think that the Muslims too would utilize that interval with a vengeance to strengthen their position and amalgamating themselves with their kith and kin across the frontier grow quick into a powerful Patanistan here or a Pakistan there? Mind you, they have not a single Congressite among them. On the other hand, the Muslim minority in every province of yours would be Hindustan would be dominating even Congressite Hindus here as they are doing today, creating the same troubles over again and demanding that you must come to terms with the Pakistani states by sacrificing some more Hindu provinces on the altar of the fetish of Hindu-Muslim unity, as our quote-unquote patriotic, quote-unquote Azad and quote-unquote Ali have been purposively doing today. And if you, as a staunch Hindu, realize that in that case, somewhere or the other, we shall have to resist the Muslims, then would it not be better to resist them today by flatly refusing even to listen to their insulting and intolerable demand when they are relatively weaker, and when we can prove relatively stronger, by simply changing our yielding mentality and replacing it by the Hindu Sangathanist ideology, pointing out to the aggressive tendency of the Muslims their right place and command them thus far and no further? Some of our wise men also are laboring under the misconception that the question of Pakistan is just like the Ulster phase in Ireland, Ulster. But the fact is that they are committing a grievous error in comparing the two and suggesting that just as the Irish accepted an Ulster, we Hindus should accept the Pakistan. In Ireland, there was a question of only a smaller corner to be set aside as Ulster, but the Pakistani demand seeks to break up India into a number of separate Muslim states and insist that there should be no central government of India at all. Worse than that, the principle of provincial succession at the sweet will of provinces was never raised in the Irish negotiations. Had this principle not been accepted or tolerated by the Irish, okay, remember this phrase, this is something new that we have, at least I have learned today, this idea of, where did it go? Yeah, provincial secession, okay. I never knew of this. I never heard of this. Random provinces had the right to secede from India only if they will so one fine morning. Had this principle not been accepted or tolerated by the Irish, there would have been no integral Ireland today. This principle of provincial secession, if accepted by the Hindus, would sound the death knell of our national cohesion, integrity, and unity. The chain of reasoning which has succeeded over these Pakistani Hindus comes to this: we want Swaraj. England is not going to bestow Swaraj unless and until there is a united demand and a univocal constitution framed by Hindus and Muslims together. Muslims have made it clear that they will not join the Hindus in producing a united demand unless and until they are not allowed to break up integrity of India and the Pakistani states are allowed to be set with no connection with any central government. Therefore, we must satisfy the Muslims, yield to their Pakistani demands, and get Swaraj. Now, almost every word in this chain of reasoning is fallacious, and the whole chain of reasoning is based on a foolish hope. Although we want Swaraj, yet that Swaraj must mean the Hindustani Swaraj, in which Hindu, Muslim, and all other citizens have equal responsibilities, equal duties, and equal rights. Such a Swaraj would not even tolerate a particular community on religious grounds to get itself cut off from the central government, demand portions of our country, which is the inalienable basis on which this our national Swaraj stands. And any such aggressive claim on the part of a community would be immediately put down as an act of treachery by the united strength of the central government. Secondly, it is silly to believe that England is only waiting for a united demand and would walk out of India as that rag signed by the Hindus and Muslims is handed over to them. I emphatically assert that even if the Congress, Hindu Mahasabha, and the League produce a united demand signed by all the crores of Indian citizens and ask univocally for independence, Britain will never give it for the mere asking. The superstition that if but the Congress and the League demanded with one voice anything in the world, the demand would immediately prove irresistible. This superstition is responsible for making the real assets of the League inflated beyond all proportions. As soon as the League does join the Congress and even the whole of India goes to England with a common demand, England will say, well, boys, you have behaved wonderfully. Hindus, Muslims, all united in a common demand for independence. But as all of you are united, are still unitedly helpless, disarmed, and unable to protect yourself, Great Britain must continue to rule over you, even for the moral obligation to save you from the foreign aggression and your own internal anarchy. So on the whole, all that you do in this bargain is to pay the price knowing perfectly, or rather foregoing with open eyes, that the substantial thing for which you paid the price can never be delivered ever over to you. And after all, what is the price? Vivisection of your motherland and of your holy land. The liquidating altogether of the spiritual, racial, and above all the political unity, and of the certain chances of its rapid consolidation. And above all, if we grant for the sake of argument that paying such a tremendous price for your racial honor and future you are handed over a Swaraj by the British on conditions laid down by the Muslims, what kind of Swaraj and whose Swaraj it can possibly be? It can in no way be a Swaraj in which the Swatva of the Hindus, Swatva, okay, meaning the self-consciousness, self-realization. The Swatva of the Hindus is safeguarded for reasons which I have already shown above at some length. Any independence which is achieved at price of admission of and the brittle basis of the principle of the provincial secession is bound to be like a house raised on the crater of a living volcano. I appreciate in this connection the emphasis the Viceroy has laid at least on the geographical unity of India and the fervent appeal His Excellency has made in his recent Calcutta speech to maintain the integrity of our country on the grounds of practical politics also. Reasonable safeguards to the minorities must be given, and the League of Nations has already shown us the way in one of the world famous documents formulating what reasonable safeguards to minorities really mean. But the Viceroy perhaps inadvertently used the term quote unquote fully satisfactory to the minorities instead of qualifying the safeguards as reasonable. Fortunately, our countrymen belonging to the Parsi, Jews, and Christian communities have extended their readiness to abide by the safeguards laid down as reasonable for the minorities, which the Hindu Mahasabha also is ever willing to guarantee. The fact is that it is not a question of minorities, but of one minority, the Muslim minority alone. To say that the safeguards must be fully satisfactory to the Muslim minority is to stultify the whole statement, because the only safeguard which can be satisfactory to the Muslim minority is, as definitely told by them, to lay an axe at the root of Indian integrity. Thus, we are caught in a vicious circle. The self-destructive solution that to save the integrity of India as a nation, let us kill it outright in order to satisfy the Muslims, is like that of some clans who, to save their daughters from dishonor when they grew, used to kill them as soon as they were born. He trolls Hindu clans now. Okay, लड़की है मार देते हैं, क्यों? ताकि कोई और इसे मार ना दे. Like some rapists who say that, you know why I raped you because you might have gotten raped because you are dressed so provocatively. Consequently, taking all these above reasons into consideration, it will be crystal clear to the Hindus who have still kept an open mind on this question that even yielding the principle of provincial secession or Pakistan in certain provinces could never bring about the Hindu Muslim unity. But such a move will throw Hindus alone into a hopeless predicament. And after saying all these things, dumb fucks even today in 2025 say that Savarkar proposed the two nation theory. He's going on saying even in 1942 that he's opposed to the two nation idea. There is no chance whatsoever. Okay. Taking all these above reasons into consideration, it will be crystal clear to the Hindus who have still kept an open mind on this question that even yielding the principle of provincial secession or Pakistan in certain provinces could never bring about the Hindu Muslim unity. But such a move will throw Hindus alone into a hopeless predicament. There is no chance whatsoever for the cowardly hope, even though they feel that it is a crafty one, to be realized that this or that concession to the Muslims is bound to prove final and usher in a permanent and amicable alliance between the two people. So long as it is you who yield, so long as the Muslims, who would be fools to give up the aggrandization on Hindustan, and the Mohammedans are certainly no fools insofar as this ambition is concerned. Invasions against the Kafirstans is in their grain. They are fed on real or boosted up stories of their past conquests, and the only way to hold them back in check is to make them realize that any such mad dreams would cost them much more than it would to their opponents. That is why Mr. Jinnah, who speaks in the accents of an Alexander the Great, the conqueror of the world, when he addresses some local meetings of his admirers, brandishing a presented sword here and there, threatening the Hindus alone, has never displayed the courage of threatening an armed revolt against the English, who in fact are comfortably seated on the very gaddi of the Mughals, and left no trace of the Muslim empire throughout India, for he knows that the consequences would be immediately terrible. The only organized body that had the courage to tell the Muslims that the consequences of their efforts to destroy Indian integrity would be in the long run as terrible had been the Hindu Mahasabha alone. Oh, Hindu Sabhaists and Hindu Sangatanists, you form the Hindu Sabhaists and Hindu Sangatanists, you form the last citadel in which the Hindu hope and Hindu future have come to seek refuge and take its last stand for the sake of honor, if not for immediate success. And among the faithless crowd of Hindus themselves, you form the last faithful army which has rallied round to defend and hold up the pan-Hindu colors as our ancestors did under such trying circumstances at Chittor. If you at any rate, O Hindu Sangatanists, do not betray yourselves and that tradition of Chittor, then rest assured you will in near future be able to sally out, or by your falling in the struggle as indomitable and uncompromising warriors, enable your race to sally out of the Chittor of martyrdom to the Raigad of victory. Come out then to assert boldly and compromisingly on behalf of the Hindudom that just as in America, Germany, China, and every other country, not excluding Russia, so also in Hindustan, the Hindus, by the fact that they form an overwhelming majority, are the nation, and Muslims are but a community, because like all other communities, they are unchallengeably in a minority. Therefore, they must remain satisfied with whatever reasonable safeguards other minorities in India get and accept as reasonable in the light of the world formula framed by the League of Nations. We may adapt it to Indian circumstances by concessions more or less on minor questions, but no minority in India shall be allowed to demand to break up the very integrity of Hindustan from Indus to the seas as a condition of their participation in the central government or provincial ones. You see, no tolerance for the intolerant. This is the grounds on which I am saying that even if I was a libertarian prime minister of the country, I would still ask for or hope for annexation of Pakistan and Bangladesh back into the Indian fold, but they would not have access to free speech for two generations. No province whatsoever, by the fact that it is a province, shall be allowed to claim to secede from the central state of Hindustan at its own sweet will. Hindustan as a nation can have a right of self-determination, but a province or a district or a taluka can have no right to run counter by the strength of their own majority to the law and the will of the central government of Hindustan. All we can, in fairness, promise is to grant a representation to all Indian citizens on the general principle of one man, one vote. Or if that is not found to the state taste of the Muslims, we may go a step further and base all representation strictly on population proportion. Either take population proportion or take one person, one vote. You can't have more than your proportion. We know for certain that those minorities like Parsis, Christians, and others who have expressed unmistakably their loyalty to united, undivided, and indivisible Indian nation and the Indian state, with reasonable safeguards, are with the Hindus and willing to work shoulder to shoulder for Indian independence. It will be well for the Muslims, even in their own interest, to bear faithful allegiance to the Indian nation on the same conditions offered to other minorities. But if the Muslims, mistaking the pseudo-national yielding attitude of Congress for the attitude of Hindudom as such, persist in their outrageous and treacherous demand for Pakistan or the principle of provincial self-determination, then it is time you, O Hindu Sangatanists, that you must proclaim your formula from the very tops of the Himalayas, that we don't want Hindu-Muslim unity at all on such conditions. If you come, with you; if you don't, without you; and if you oppose, in spite of you, we shall fight as best as we can to secure independence and defend the integrity of Hindustan. Hindustan shall and must remain an integral and powerful nation and a central state from the Indus to the seas, treating any movement on the part of anyone to vivisect it as treacherous and strongly suppress it, just as any movement of Negrostan would be promptly punished by the American nation. All laws are but generalizations primarily based on detailed observations. The detailed observation of the history of Hindus through centuries on certain points, incontrovertibly to the fact that the Hindu nation is imbued inherently with such an amazing capacity of resurrection, of renaissance, of rejuvenation, that the moment which finds them completely overwhelmed by anti-Hindu forces is precisely the moment which ushers in the day of deliverance, to quote the Puranic style, on the birth of an avatar. It was in the darkest hour of the night that Sri Krishna was born. It is this indomitable spirit of the inherent vitality that enabled our nation being, our national being, to prove almost immortal in relation to the other races or nations, ancient or modern, and invested it with the strength which ultimately demolished and swept away all anti-Hindu forces, which raised their head from time to time against us. There is no mere rhodomontade I am indulging in. This is no mere rhodomontade I am indulging in, leaving aside even the Puranic period and the Huns, Shakas, or even taking into consideration the Muslims who came as conquerors. This is the gist of well-authenticated Hindu history. The Muslims came as conquerors but stayed too long to be conquered by the Hindus and beaten to a chip in 1,001 battlefields, till at last the mighty Muslim empire, which rose like a rocket, fell like a stick, till eventually the Hindu horse of victory rode off unchallenged from Attak to Rameshwar, from Dwarka to Jagannath. To validate the historical fact, only look at these two following pictures. Just take up the map of India about AD 1600. The Muslims ruled all over Hindustan unchallengeably. It was veritable Pakistan realized not only in this province or that, but all over India. Hindustan as such was simply wiped out. Then open out the map of India about AD 1700 to 1798, and what do you see? The Hindu forces are marching triumphantly throughout India. The very Mughal throne at Delhi is smashed to pieces literally with a hammer by Sadashiv Rao Bhau, the generalissimo of the Maratha. Our Hindu-Sikh brotherhood does ultimately deliver Punjab from the Muslim yoke and rule supremely over the borders of Tibet to the banks of Kabul River. The Gurkha Hindus rule in Nepal, while the Marathas from Delhi to Rameshwar have planted the triumphant Hindu flag from capital to capital, from temple to temple. The Pakistan actually realized by the Muslims was entombed, and out of it rose up once more Hindustan, resurrected and triumphant. The conquering Muslim had to eat the humble pie in the long end and got completely crushed and weaned of his dominating dreams, that even today in his heart of hearts he shudders to think of his fate as soon as he sees the probability of the consolidated strength of the overwhelming Hindu majority in the land. It should be good to the Muslims themselves if they once realize the import of this historical truth, just like the liberal Muslim kids these days posting against criticizing the Kashmir attacks would do so well for themselves to read these Savarkar speeches. The fate which overtook them even when they had succeeded in translating whole of Hindustan into an actual living and mighty Pakistan ought to warn them of the miserable future they would have in store if they persisted in dreaming wildly of a Pakistan which is today but an airy nothing, a forlorn hope in 1942. The Hindu Mahasabha should remember that, as is very probable, they will be called upon to fight out any attempt on the part of the Muslims to thrust Pakistan on us, whether by resorting to the revolt, whatever the Leaguers may mean thereby. Then the entire burden, the responsibility, and consequently the merit also will be yours in facing the struggle single-handedly. The Congress-minded Hindus, the worshippers of pseudo-nationality, would not only be of no use to you, but would actually try to combat you and put you into a false position by their willing surrender to the Muslim demands as Hindus. You should therefore try to mobilize your forces and reserve whatever strength you can command for defense of the integrity of India, which no one else but you alone may defend. You are the salt of Hindudom, but if the salt loses its flavor, with what shall it be salted? Independence of Hindustan has no meaning at the cost of its fundamental integrity as a state and a nation. It may be thrusted upon us, even as the British rule is thrust on us, but just as that does not deprive us of the right of struggling for our freedom with England, even so, if we but do not betray our own conscience and sign willingly any or all schemes proposing percentages, plebiscites which are growing in abundance like mushrooms, either out of panic or pusillanimity, you will find yourself soon in a position to press on both the demands regarding independence and integrity, and together get them realized through your own strength. By the way, guys, do you all know that pusillanimity is the long form of the word pussy? Pussy is not the colloquial word for the substitute of woman's vagina. Okay, pussy is a short form for pusillanimous. Okay, so Savarkar just used the word pussy for Congressy Hindus. Lol. So far as the most determining factor of all secondary movements, the world war, is concerned, neither parties of either the Axis or the Allies has yet secured any result so decisive as to invest it with an unquestionable superiority, because this is in 1942. Consequently, the best policy for all nations situated as we Hindus are is to continue to sit on the fence and watch the results, keeping ourselves all the while as well organized, as well informed, and as tactfully ready to take as much advantage of the last results when the war ends. In view of this indecisive aspect of the war and the necessity for the Hindu Sangatanists to keep mobilized their forces for the resistance, which they are very likely to be called upon to offer, and continue fighting the anti-Pakistani struggle and struggle single-handedly, and owing to our inability, howsoever regrettable, but which must be recognized as an actuality, to enter the world combat on our own account, win back our independence, the most far-sighted and practicable program which, if carried on faithfully and handicapped though we are, while the war continues without arriving at any decisions, is as follows, which is A. To continue 100 times more intensely the Hindu militarization movement and try to get recruited and enlisted as many Hindus as possible in the army, navy, the air forces, ammunition factories, war technicians, etc. The results of this movement are already so encouraging as to make it quite superfluous now on my part to marshal out all the arguments I had been doing so often. When the war began, the percentage of the Muslims had so dangerously gone high in the army as 62%. This was the result of the Gandhist policy denouncing the soldier as a sinner and the spinner as the greatest spiritual warrior, who alone was the real liberator of the land, and was sure with the music of his spinning wheel to win over the hearts of all Hitlers, Stalins, Churchills, and Tojos. But ever since the Hindu Mahasabha found that the war had made it incumbent on the government to throw the doors of the army, navy, and the air force open to the Hindus, it whipped up military enthusiasm among the Hindus and conducted an organized campaign to send thousands and thousands of Hindus to all branches of the military forces of the land. The result, as has recently been declared, is that the percentage of the Muslims in the army has gone from 62% to 32%. This must also be reduced to some 25 in just accordance with the population proportion of Hindus and Muslims. The Hindu Mahasabha branches all over India must start militarization boards to send to the forces of the land the best and the bravest of the Hindus. In any province or a district, if any province or a district wants to study an organization board which has proved most competent in this respect, it should do well to study personally the working and the results achieved by the militarization mandal at Pune under the able lead of our esteemed Hindu Sabhaist leader, STLB Bhopatkar. I guess Srimati. Is ST supposed to be Srimati? What is ST supposed to be? Saint LB Bhopatkar? No. Hundreds of promising Hindu youth have already secured king's commissions, viceroy's commissions, and are leading the forces with efficiency and merit, and getting up-to-date knowledge and practice of warfare in different battlefields. The same can be said of the Air Force. Believe me that nothing can stand the Hindus in better stead even after the war, as this Hindu militarization will do. I assure every Hindu soldier and officer who are now serving in the Indian Army, Navy, or the Air Force, etc., that they are doing so as patriotic a service to their nation as those who went to jail at Bhagalpur, if not more. The immediate defense of our hearths and homes does also make it incumbent to make a common cause with the British forces till they are in the field. B. Continue to capture all centers of political power from the Central Executive Council, legislatures, defense committees and councils, municipalities, ministries in the civil part of the government, just as on the military side. The men who come to occupy these centers of power must be either elected by the Hindu Mahasabha or supported by it as independent Hindu Sangatanists. But in no case should a Hindu be trusted with any such center of power who by persuasion belongs to the pseudo-nationalistic Congress school and glorifies more in betraying Hindu rights to the Muslims than in defending them against Muslim encroachment. Do not fritter away your energies to keep your Sangatanist forces shackled down in any untimely and tactless movement which, pursuing high-sounding slogans, loses more than gains in the long run. Remember, it is not the slogan but the strength that counts. Under the war fever, only arms speak and can dictate, not slogans. However, under the war fever, only arms speak and can dictate, not slogans, howsoever high-sounding. D. But you must, because you can, give fight on detailed questions in defense of the civic rights of the Hindus when they are locally attached or humiliation deliberately offered to the Hindu honor or any just grievance or to face any anti-Hindu riots as we have already been doing year in and year out. Only those issues which are beyond our power to tackle and are to be fought out on an all-India scale against armed forces overwhelmingly more powerful than those we can rally, disorganized and disarmed as we relatively are, should not be taken up just now. Time and strategy demand that we should leave them till we are in a better position. In the meanwhile, in order to mobilize our forces and keep them prepared for any emergency, such as the Pakistan struggle, we should continue the constructive activities to make our Hindu Mahasabha organization as strong as possible. The general and suicidal error which makes us undervalue a constructive program, which we could easily carry out even during the wartime, must be immediately corrected. Even the wartime must be utilized all the more intensely by enlisting as many members, starting branches at as many places down to talukas and villages and keeping them well organized and working is a duty which the Hindu Mahasabha must continue to do and can do even now with 100-fold speed and activity. Remember also that the removal of untouchability is a task as easy to be tackled as it is bound to strengthen Hindu consolidation. It will be nothing short of a victory won in the battlefield if we, within 5 years' time, can sweep out untouchability from the face of our country by killing the very idea of not touching our co-religionist on ground of birth in a particular caste alone, and removing automatically the special disability, some economical and some social, from which those of our religious brothers are suffering most unjustly at this hour. Okay, he says some economical problems, some economical disabilities, and some social disability. Social disability meaning it's not class, it's a caste. Therefore, you see, so people who still say castes are just classes, here this is why you are wrong, because there's a status issue aspect to it. It is only a change of mentality and nothing more than that to achieve this seemingly insuperable task. It would have happened if Savarkar's way of recognizing a citizen for just being a citizen had been executed instead of recognizing people's castes. If every one of the Hindu Sangatanists simply says and begins to act on it, I would not look upon any one of my co-religionists as untouchable simply on account of birth in a particular taste. The question will be solved without a farthing's cost or the least measure of suffering, and we shall have a veritable army of some 3 crores of our co-religionists fighting shoulder to shoulder with us under pan-Hindu flag on behalf of Hindudom. So long as the war continues without reaching any decision, This is the most profitable and the most tactical program which the Hindu Mahasabhaists and the Hindu Sangatanists can work out, and must work out before the war introduces any revolutionary factor concerning our own country, so as to demand our first attention that compels us to adapt ourselves to it forthwith. All our present programs, it need not be mentioned, are based on the assumption that Britain comes out at any rate so successful of this world war as to continue to be a sovereign power in India. Nothing has happened so far so cataclysmic as to undermine the probability of this assumption. But then the forces of Japan are hanging on so persistently on our eastern borders, undislodged to any appreciable measure, and on the other hand, the Axis powers have been surrounded at any rate for the moment by a veritable hornet of irritated nations, that no one, even among the most optimistic statesmen or commanders or dictators, is in a position to predict with any certainty or definiteness the results of the war. Till that, till that, along with those nations who cannot but helplessly watch their destinies tied up with the fortunes either of the powerful combatants on both sides, India too, disarmed as it is, must bide her time and tide. The dice of destiny is loaded already and recklessly thrown on a world battlefield. All nations are thrown in the crucible. The very seas are on flames and the skies are garrisoned with showering thunderbolts day and night. No nation after this world war can emerge just as it was. Many of those who were at the pinnacle of their power will be reduced to dust. Many who were trampled down in the dust may all of a sudden find themselves in a position to rise and come to their own. The face of the earth is bound to get revolutionized in any case, and in that revolutionary upheaval, which at present lies in the lap of the war gods, one thing only could be said with some certainty so far as India is concerned, that she also cannot but be one of the factors whose future is bound to get revolutionized, though we cannot and may not point out definitely the course and aspects of it. One thing you may rest assured, that all possible courses and aspects are already viewed as carefully as human ingenuity can, and neither the continuation nor the termination of the war can find the Hindu Mahasabha unprepared to take full advantage of every revolutionary phase the war passes through, near or far off, so as to press on the Hindu cause. As has happened so many times in the Hindu history, that it was precisely in the darkest hour that the avatar destined to deliver us was born, it is not quite unlikely, nay, it is more likely than not, that the spirit of renaissance of both of the Hindu race may find an opportunity to assert itself. And as if by a miracle similar to those our Puranas sing, Hindudom emerges triumphant over all the forces of evil which are attacking it today. About possibilities and even about probabilities, wise men should not assert anything more definitely in such cases than pious hopes. All that they should do is to conserve the forces of their nation in the meanwhile and wait for the probable time and tide so that they may not be found wanting. If the probability does arise all of a sudden, Hindu Sabhaists and Hindu Sangatanists only see to it that on the eve of such a probable, miraculous development in near future, do not play coward to your conscience under the weight of the present, or get stampeded by the pseudo-nationalistic forces into any unbecoming pacts, and do not sell your birthrights for the mess of potages and play coward to your own conscience. Hold fast to the program chalked out above for the present, plain though it may seem, and get not yourselves trapped into any untimely outburst, which instead of bringing you near success, may only serve to find you entirely disabled, to catch the tide of fortune which in all probability is likely to reach your shores under the pressure of the war. In any case, hold fast to the crux of the Hindu Sangatanist ideology, which shall serve you in any event the future may unfold, namely, Hinduize all politics and militarize Hindudom. Hindu Dharma ki jai, Hindu Rashtra ki jai, Vande Mataram. Let me have a few sips of coffee and take a break for my voice now. This is the end of the speech, at least. Now we will check out just 2 pages of his statement on resignation, then 2 pages of Long Live the Hindu Mahasabha, Long Live Hindudom, a small pamphlet sort of a thing, and then we will get to the 80-page Essentials of Hindutva. But this was his. This is the end of his last speech as the president of Hindu Mahasabha. It's a time capsule, these books. US Air Force landed in Jaipur. What the fuck? वो क्या US F-35 मतलब हैंडओवर करने के लिए? Why is USF in Jaipur? Can anybody confirm this news? What netizen is saying here? Or did you mean IAF? Why is USAF here? Fuck. पाकिस्तान का नाम और निशान मिटाएंगे का? नहीं भाई अभी. It is true. What? What? Why? I'm not saying I'm angry, but then what are the intentions? ये क्या वो गजवाए हिंद होते होते के गाजाए पाकिस्तान बनने वाला है क्या? A 25-member Israeli Mossad team is reportedly working with advanced tech in Kashmir. वो हमेशा ही करते हैं वैसे भी वो लोग. वो थोड़ी हमको बताएंगे. Wreak havoc in Pakistan. Iron Dome tech work is also under. Iron Dome तो बनाने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा. Iron Dome क्या? हाँ 2-3 महीने में शायद सेटअप होना पॉसिबल है ना? Fuck. Hey, this is why I never doubted the two bucket theory of Ankit Shah. Okay, and if this happens, then though he is going to be even more vindicated. Okay, भाई जो USA हर जगह पे वन फाइन मॉर्निंग जाके देश का देश उड़ा देता है, वो आज तक इतना इजराइल का दोस्त है, तो भाई पैलेस्टाइन जिंदा क्यों था आज तक? क्योंकि उससे उनको कुछ बेनिफिट मिल रहा था, उनके आर्म्स डीलर्स को, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को. तो अभी जरूरत नहीं है इजराइल पैलेस्टाइन का, तो मार दिया, उड़ा दिया, पैलेस्टाइन गायब हो गया. तो अभी वैसा ही कुछ शायद पाकिस्तान के साथ भी होगा. India is set to buy 26 Rafales on 28th April from France. Anita, since I don't follow these aspects of geopolitics, especially arms and stuff, were we supposed to buy those 26 Rafales anyway? Because we keep buying stuff from different people all the time, right? Or are you saying that this is all of a sudden a new information that we are all of a sudden going to acquire 26 Rafales? Then that would mean that it's for the upcoming war, right? Havlat Prince is saying, what is your opinion on recent flood of forget your caste, language, region, just be Hindu? Is Hinduness due to external threats sustainable, or it should and is as it has all several times come from within? What has come from within? Are you saying the threats to Hinduism? But yeah, the recent flood of forget your caste, language, region though is definitely significant, and any group survives only by negating other groups. What you are not is always clearer than what you are in any context. I don't know why people fuss over it. All of a sudden, what the fuck? We would have bought Rafales later, but not so now. Acha. For INS Vikrant. Fuck. I'm curious now whether the Taiwan war is going to happen. मतलब चलो इसी excuse में वो भी कर लेते हैं थोड़ा. Vikrant is chilling in Karwar Bay here. Where is Karwar? Near Bengaluru, near Karnataka or in Karnataka. Refueling. अरे भाई तेल भी दे रहा है उसको. Shit. Anyway, I should not be laughing at these things, man. तो क्या करे? We are in between situations. Bhai, our soldiers are also going to die. Their civilians are going to die. Whether blameless or not, but it's going to be a sad situation talking about. Okay, let me complete now his statement of resignation and that sort of a 2-page leaflet on Long Live Hindu Mahasabha, and then we will get to essentials of Hindutva. The following statement was issued by Veer Savarkar on 31st August 1943. From his presidential office, Savarkar, Southern Bombay. Inasmuch as even the 6th year of my presidentship of the Hindu Mahasabha is rapidly drawing to its close, I feel that the time has come for announcing my decision to resign the presidentship and request the Mahasabha electorate, without in any way impudently trespassing on its right of liberty of choice, to relieve me of this high office, by not including my name even in the first panel of the election of the president for the next year. The heavy work involving in discharging my duties as the president continuously for 6 years has visibly affected my health, and secondly, I have also felt time and again, as will be shown in my statements issued on the occasions of my former resignations, that I should myself come forward to help the electorate to select someone of our able colleagues to act as a president of the Hindu Mahasabha for the next year. In this connection, it should be noted that this is not the first time I am tendering my resignation, although it must definitely be the last one now. When I fell seriously ill in August 1940, and when in spite of it, I was elected to preside over the Madura session, I tendered my resignation for the first time. But owing to the most cordial pressure of Hindu Sangatanist public all over India and the reception committee in particular, which wrote to me that the session itself would not be held with any amount of success if I did not withdraw my resignation, I accepted the presidentship for the fourth time and could only be taken on a stretcher to attend the session. Next year in 1941, I again resigned for the second time, but was elected almost unanimously for the fifth time. Just then, the Bhagalpur question came to a head, and to defend Hindu honor, I thought my duty required me to stick to my guns. Consequently, I accepted even the dictatorship of the civil resistance campaign and faced imprisonment at the head of thousands and thousands of our Hindu Sangatanist co-workers who fought out the struggle to an undeniable success. That task over, I tendered my resignation for the third time in July 1942, but the working committee refused to accept it and would not proceed to work till I withdrew it. Just then, the Congress movement of Quit India but Keep Your Army Here was launched. Okay, guys, this is our realization today for those of you who have not been watching our live stream today from the beginning, that the Quit India movement, Savarkar never calls it the Quit India movement. He always points out and keeps in mind these facts and therefore calls it the Quit India but Keep Your Army Here movement. That was the full name, according to Savarkar. Quit India but Keep Your Army Here, and also vivisect, cut India into 1,000 pieces. Just then, the Congress movement of Quit India but Keep Your Army Here was launched, and later on it came to my notice that some of the leading Congressites who were outside the jail had actually conspired to capture the Hindu Mahasabha itself because it refused to serve the Congress as a handmaid. They wanted to use it to take the Congress nuts out of fire and make the Mahasabha accept Pakistan, at least in principle. What I then foresaw has been proved to demonstration by later events. In order to ward off this danger in time and to expose and frustrate this conspiracy, I resolved not only not to resign, but contest the election. This was the only time when I actually contested it, because otherwise Congress was going to hijack, co-opt Hindu Mahasabha by sending their people to get elected as the president, just as Savarkar was getting sick. Can you believe this? Backed up by the wisdom and the overwhelming confidence of the Hindu Mahasabha's electorate, I was again almost unanimously elected for the sixth time in continuous succession to the presidentship. The session at Kanpur passed an uncompromising and emphatic resolution not only against the Pakistan scheme, but even against the vicious principle of provincial self-determination to secede from the central Indian state. The Hindu militarization movement received a fillip, and all attempts to congressify the Hindu Mahasabha were brought to naught, to the great chagrin of the Congress stalwarts, as Mr. Rajagopalachari, who publicly bewailed that even those few leaders of the Hindu Mahasabha who more or less sympathized with my formula regarding Hindu-Muslim unity fell a prey to crowd psychology at Kanpur. Okay, this was Rajagopalachari's criticism for the Savarkar speech that we just heard at Kanpur in 1942. Ashkacham is saying, man, what a pathetic censorship created this YouTube censorship shit. Couldn't use the actual word. Trump can shut down F-16. Which word was... shut down? Oh, okay. Or did I get muted? What are you talking about, Ashkacham? Fell prey to the crowd psychology at Kanpur. This short recapitulation of events will show that I have time and again tried to lay down the reins of the presidentship for the very reasons indicated above in para 2, for which I have now definitely made up my mind to resign. This clarification is meant to forestall any misinformation or mischievous attempt to attribute my resignation to any other reason than those indicated above. It is precisely because I feel that the Hindu Mahasabha is by far the stronger and more consolidated organization today than ever before that I have chosen this particular time to resign. Even an adversely inclined critic like Professor Copeland, a member of the Cripps Mission, has remarked in his recent booklet, the Hindu Mahasabha is a militant organization of Hindus which has been growing fast in membership and influence. I rejoice, while tendering this resignation, to see that I have been able to do so while I am in possession of the fullest confidence and affectionate regard of the Hindu Sangatanist world as a whole throughout India. Millions of my countrymen and co-religionists who participated in the celebrations of my Diamond Jubilee only last month have, through the resolutions passed at 1001 meetings in almost all capital cities, towns, and villages, through the addresses given to me by local bodies, associations, and literary and religious institutions, through messages I received from hundreds of most prominent Hindu leaders, including those who did not formally belong to the Hindu Mahasabha organization, through the special numbers of leading periodicals and editorials in papers in the country, given most touching expressions to their grateful appreciations of the humble services I rendered to the Hindu cause, and have assured me of their fullest confidence and trust in me and the Hindu ideology I advocate. In all humility, I thank the Hindu Sangatanist public and all my comrades and colleagues in particular for their overwhelming kindness, confidence, and even forbearance they showed for whatever shortcomings they might have noticed in me. It is needless to add that in spite of this resignation of its presidentship, I shall ever continue as a soldier in its flank and file and serve the Hindu Mahasabha in furtherance of the Hindu cause. Oh, acha, baapre. Even that got censored. Okay, now a small 2-page leaflet. Long live the Hindu Mahasabha, long live Hindudom. The following statement was issued by Veer Savarkar on 17th December 1943 from his presidential office, Bombay. Okay, which year did he resign finally? Resignation statement came in 1943 August. This is in 1943 December. Okay. I gratefully acknowledge the kindness, confidence, and appreciation of the work done expressed by the Hindu Mahasabha electorate in entrusting me with the presidentship of the Mahasabha for the 7th time in an unbroken succession, in spite of my resignation pending before the working committee. But as I have been fearing long since, my health has steadily declined, and I have been confined to bed for the last fortnight by an acute attack of bronchitis. My medical advisors are definitely against my undertaking any long journey, especially to a part where severe cold prevails. I must therefore request the Hindu Sangatanist public to excuse my inability to attend the next Silver Jubilee session of the Hindu Mahasabha at Amritsar. I have already referred this matter to the reception committee and to Dharamveer Dr. Munje, the General Secretary of the Hindu Mahasabha, intimating the latter, Dr. Munje, to call the working committee as it is laid down in our constitution to consider this question and select someone of our foremost leaders to officiate in my stead as the president. My personal view in this matter is that Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee should be unanimously elected to officiate in my stead as the president, especially in view of the fact that it will be very long for me to recoup my health and energy to work with full efficiency. Holy shit, I did not know that Savarkar himself endorsed Syama Prasad Mukherjee. Borgi is endorsing Bengalis. Nevertheless, the decision of the working committee must be held final. I exhort every Hindu Sangatanist who can attend the session at Amritsar. The reception committee at Amritsar has left no stone unturned to render the Silver Jubilee of the Mahasabha as grand a success as possible. From my sick bed, I cannot express at length the special significance why Hindudom should rally around the pan-Hindu flag on the occasion of this Silver Jubilee session, so as to demonstrate the mighty mental revolution that has already come to sway the racial soul of the Hindu nation. All I can say in this short statement is this, that if Hindudom does not betray itself and does rise equal to the occasion, as it has done 100 times centuries gone by, then the day of birth of the Hindu Mahasabha is bound to be marked red in the Hindu history before long as the day of the birth of an avatar, the savior of the Hindu nation, as the day of the birth of a new yug, the Hindu yug. The following telegraphic message dated January 8th January 1944 was sent by Veer Savarkar to Dharamveer Bhopatkar, chairman of the reception committee, to welcome Dr. Syama Prasad on the occasion of his visit to Pune. I join you in welcoming Dr. Mukherjee. Hindudom is indebted to him so much for his monumental services and his recent condemnation of provincial self-determination to secede from the central government and his determination to oppose Indian vivisection, that I for one wish that the crown of thorns of the presidentship of the Hindu Mahasabha, the highest honor that Hindudom can offer, be bestowed on him next year. This was a Borgi endorsing a Bengali and who was also the son of Banglar Bagh Ashutosh Mukherjee, whose student was A.K. Fazlul Haq, who later got called also Shere Bangla, and whose minister, whose cabinet Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee served. Now, part 3 of the book, Essentials of Hindutva. What the fuck? There has been passed an order in all Kashmiri hospitals to stock blood. What the fuck? Not public yet. Nandish, which one are you talking about? About what Onit said? I'm stammering only because of the significance of the situation. Fuck. We will now begin Essentials of Hindutva. Is it the illegal aliens deportation flight? You see why Modi was kind of accepting anything Trump was saying and doing. मतलब वैसे भी पॉलिसी वाइज तो ऑनेस्टली देयर वाज नथिंग टू अपोज. हाँ, टैरिफ इंडिया ने भी डाला है तो यूएसए भी डालेगा, ठीक ही है. वो डिसरेस्पेक्टफुल डिपिक्शन और disrespectful way of sending back our brethren who were just illegal aliens and stuff, वो सब बिना कुछ बोले he was accepting all of the, let's say, even if I say it was the tantrums of Trump, maybe for these reasons. Welcome, old boy in town. You have joined in a very opportune moment. We just ended discussing Savarkar's resignation from Hindu Mahasabha, as well as a very, very significant, which is right now the my second favorite speech by Savarkar. We discussed his last speech as the president of Hindu Mahasabha in 1942 in Kanpur, where he explained why Hindu Mahasabha did not support the Quit India movement. Because, as a gist again for those who are joining right now, the deal was that if you support the Quit India movement, you get independence, but the British army stays here, the American army stays here, and India will have to give up any concepts of integrity. India can be broken into any number of pieces that Pakistan demands, and also any random state or province in India has the right to say one fine morning that we are now a different nation just because we have too many poor Muslims, or we have a Muslim majority, etc. Okay, these were the prerequisites of the Quit India movement, which we have never fucking been taught. We have always been taught that Quit India movement was a great thing, and the Hindu Mahasabha and Savarkar did not support it. Today is the day I finally find out the truth. Onit is saying, किसी country को आज hardcore Twitter पे तो पूरा माहौल चल रहा है कि आज रात को dark stuff. Anyway, let's now start the small 80-page book, which is what made Savarkar most famous, I think, at least in today's masses, which is the last section of this collection of articles. So the collection of articles is called Hindu Rashtra Darshan. This section is now called Essentials of Hindutva, his most famous book, 80-page book. Dada, please read first edition of Essentials of Hindutva. I have it in PDF if you want. I am reading Essentials of Hindutva right now. I'm about to only. How many editions were there? Let's see how many pages this is. Or let's see if there's the date and all is given or not. Which edition this was, etc. Let's see. Essentials of Hindutva. Who is a Hindu? Yeah, those are the two parts of Essentials of Hindutva. So I'm reading from there only. What is in a name? We hope that the heir maid of Verona, who made the impassioned appeal to her lover to change a name that was nor hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man, would forgive us for this our idolatrous attachment to it when we make bold to assert that Hindus we are and love to remain so. We too would, had we been in the position of that good friar, have advised her youthful lover to yield to the pleasing pressure of the logic which so fondly urged, what's in a name? That which we call a rose would smell as sweet by any other name. For things do matter more than their names, especially when you have to choose only one, when you have to choose one only of the two, or when the association between them is either new or simple. The very fact that a thing is indicated by a dozen names in a dozen human tongues disarms the suspicion that there is an invariable connection or a natural concomitance between sound and the meaning it conveys. Yet, as the association of the word with the thing it signifies grows stronger and lasts long, So does the channel, which connects the two states of consciousness, tend to allow an easy flow of thoughts from one to another, till at last it seems almost impossible to separate them. And when, in addition to this, a number of secondary thoughts or feelings that are generally roused by the thing get mystically entwined with the word that signifies it, the name seems to matter as much as the thing itself. Would the fair apostle of the creed, that so movingly questioned what's in a name, have liked it herself to nickname the god of her idolatry as Paris instead of Romeo? Or would he have been ready to swear by the moon that tipped with silver all the fruit tree tops, that it would serve as sweet and musical to his heart to call his Juliet by any other name, such as, for example, Rosaline? Nay, more, there are words which imply an idea in itself extremely complex, or an ideal, or a vast and abstract generalization, which seem to take, as it were, a being unto themselves, or live and grow as an organism would do. Such names, though they be nor hand, nor foot, nor any other part belonging to a man, are not all that precisely because they are the very soul of man. They become the idea itself and live longer than generations of man do. Jesus died, but Christ has survived the Roman, quote unquote, Roman emperors and that empire. Inscribe at the foot of one of those beautiful paintings of Madonna the name of Fatima, and the Spaniard would keep gazing at it as curiously as at any other piece of art. But just restore the name of Madonna instead, and behold, his knees would lose their stiffness and bend their eyes, their inquisitiveness, and turn inwards in adorning recognition, and his whole being gets suffused with a consciousness of the presence of divine motherhood and love. What is in a name? Call Ayodhya Honolulu, or nickname her immortal prince Poobal, or ask the Americans to change Washington into a Genghis Khan, or persuade a Mohammedan to call himself a Jew, and you would soon find that the open sesame was not the only word of its type. Hindutva is different from Hinduism. To this category of names which have been to mankind a subtle source of life and inspiration belongs to the word Hindutva, the essential nature and significance of which we mean to investigate into. The ideas and ideals, the systems and societies, the thoughts and sentiments which have centered round this name are so varied and rich, so powerful and so subtle, so elusive and yet so vivid, that the term Hindutva defies all attempts at analysis. 40 centuries, if not more, had been at work to mold it as it is. Prophets and poets, lawyers and lawgivers, heroes and historians have thought, lived, fought, and died just to have it spell thus. For indeed, is it not the resultant of countless actions, now conflicting, now commingling, now cooperating, of our whole race? Hindutva is our people, as at times it is mistaken. Hindutva is not a word but a history. Not only the spiritual or religious history of our people, as at times it is mistaken to be by being confounded with the other cognate term Hinduism, but a history in full. Hinduism is only a derivative, a fraction, a part of Hindutva. Unless it is made clear what is meant by the latter, the first remains unintelligible and vague. Failure to distinguish between those two terms has given rise to much misunderstanding and mutual suspicion between some of those sister communities that have inherited this inestimable and common treasure of our Hindu civilization. What is the fundamental difference in the meaning of these two words would be clear as our argument proceeds. Here it is enough to point out that Hindutva is not identical with what is vaguely indicated by the term Hinduism. By an ism is generally meant a theory or a code more or less based on spiritual or religious dogma or system. But when we attempt to investigate into the essential significance of Hindutva, we do not primarily and certainly not mainly concern ourselves with any particular theocratic or religious dogma or creed. Had not linguistic usage stood in our way, then Hinduness would have certainly been a better word than Hinduism as a near parallel to Hindutva. Hindutva embraces all the departments of thought and activity of the whole being of our Hindu race. Therefore, to understand the significance of this term Hindutva, we must first understand the essential meaning of the word Hindu itself and realize how it came to exercise such an imperial sway over the hearts of millions over millions of mankind and won a loving allegiance from the bravest and best of them. But before we can do that, it is imperative to point out that we are by no means attempting a definition or even a description of the more limited, less satisfactory, and essentially sectarian term Hinduism. How far we can succeed or are justified in doing that would appear as we proceed. What is Hindu? Although it would be hazardous at the present stage of Oriental research to state definitely the period when the foremost band of the intrepid Aryans made it their home and lighted their first sacrificial fire on the banks of the Sindhu, the Indus, yet certain it is that long before the ancient Egyptians and Babylonians had built their magnificent civilization, the holy waters of the Indus were daily witnessing the lucid and curling columns of the scented sacrificial smokes and the valleys resounding the chants of Vedic hymns, the spiritual fervor that animated their souls, the adventurous valor that propelled their intrepid enterprises, the sublime heights to which their thoughts rose. All these had marked them out as a people destined to lay the foundation of a great and enduring civilization. By the time they had definitely cut themselves aloof from their cognate and neighboring people, especially the Persians, the Aryans had spread out to the farthest of the 7 rivers, Saptasindhus, and not only had they developed a sense of nationality, but had already succeeded in giving it a local habitation and a name. Out of their gratitude to the genial and perennial work of waterways that ran through the land like a system of nerve threads and wove them into a being, they very naturally took to themselves the name of Saptasindhus, an epithet that was applied to the whole of Vedic India in the oldest records of the world, the Rig Veda itself. Aryans, or the cultivators as they essentially were, we can well understand the divine love and homage they bore to these 7 rivers, presided over by the river, the Sindhu, which to them were but visible symbols of the common nationality and culture. The Indians in their forward march had to meet many a river as genial and as fertilizing as these, but never could they forget the attachment they felt and the homage they paid to the Saptasindhus, which had welded them into a nation and furnished the name which enabled their forefathers to voice forth their sense of national and cultural unity. Down to this day, a Sindhu, a Hindu, wherever he may happen to be, will gratefully remember and symbolically invoke the presence of these rivers, that they may refresh and purify his soul. Not only had these people been known to, now there are citations and quotes from the Rig Veda in Sanskrit, which I'm not going to read because I can't read Sanskrit. Not only had these people been known to themselves as Sindhus, but we have definite records to show that they were known to their surrounding nations, at any rate to one of them, by that very name, Saptasindhu. The syllable sa in Sanskrit is at times changed into ha in some of the Prakrit languages, both Indian and non-Indian. For example, the word sapta has become hapat not only in Indian Prakrits but also in the European languages too. We have hapta, that is week in India, and heptarchy in Europe. Kesri in Sanskrit becomes kehri in Old Hindi. Saraswati becomes Haravati in Persian, and Asur becomes Ahur. And then we actually find that the Vedic name of our nation, Saptasindhu, had been mentioned as Hapta Hindu in the Avesta by the ancient Persian people. Thus, in the very dawn of history, we find ourselves belonging to the nation of the Sindhus or Hindus, and this fact was well known to our learned men even in the Puranic period. In expounding the doctrine that many of the Malechha tongues had been but the mere offshoots of the Sanskrit language, the Bhavish Purana clearly cites this fact and says something in Sanskrit which I can't read. Thus knowing for certain that the Persians used to designate the Vedic Aryans as Hindus, and knowing also the fact that we generally call a foreign and unknown people by the term which they are known to those through whom we come to know them, we can safely conclude that most of the remoter nations that flourished then must have applied the same epithet Hindu to our land and people as the ancient Persians did. Not only that, but even in the very region of the Saptasindhus, the thinly scattered native tribes too must have been knowing the Aryans as Hindus in the local dialects in accordance with the same linguistic law. Further on, as the Vedic Sanskrit began to give birth to the Indian Prakrits, which became the spoken tongues of the majority of the descendants of these very Sindhus, as well as the assimilated and the cross-born castes, these too might have called themselves as Hindus without any influence from the foreign people. For the Sanskrit changes into ha as often in Indian Prakrits as in the non-Indian ones. Therefore, so far as definite records are concerned, it is indisputably clear that the first and almost the cradle name chosen by the patriarchies of our nation to designate our nation and our people is Saptasindhu or Haptasindhu, and that almost all nations of the then known world seem to have known us by this very epithet, Sindhus or Hindus. Name older still. So far, we have been treading on solid ground of recorded facts. But now we cannot refrain ourselves from making an occasional excursion into the borderland of conjecture. So far, we have not pinned our faith to any theory about the original home of the Aryans. But if the most widely accepted theory of their entrance into India be relied on, then a natural curiosity arises as to the origin of the names by which they called the new scenes of their adopted home. Did they coin all those names from their own tongue? Could they have done so? Is it not generally true that when we meet a new scene or enter a new country, we call them by the very names, maybe in a slightly changed form, so as to suit our vocal ability to taste, by which they are known to the native people there? Of course, at times we love to call new scenes by names redolent with the memory of the clear old ones, especially when the new colonies are being established in a virgin and but thinly populated continent. But in this explanation, so he's talking about USA, that America का नाम तो वैसे उस logic से नहीं हुआ, so he kind of hinted at that. New colonies are being established in a virgin and thinly populated continent. Okay, he's talking about USA here. But this explanation could only be satisfactory when it is proved that the name given to the new place already existed in the old country, and even then it could not be denied that the other process of calling new scenes by the names which they already bear is more universally followed. Now we know it for certain that the region of the Saptasindhus was, though very thinly, populated by scattered tribes. Some of them seem to have been friendly towards the newcomers, and it is almost certain that many an individual had served the Aryans as guides and introduced them to the names and nature of the new scenes to which the Aryans could not be but local strangers. The Visha, I can't read Sanskrit or not Hindi Devanagari script, but I'll try. Vicha Kinnara. No idea. This thing in Sanskrit were not all or altogether amicable to the Aryans, as at times, I guess the indigenous people, as they are mentioned as being benevolent and good-natured folks. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, Half-Blood Prince is reading it in real time from his PDF version, and he's saying it's Ocha Vidyadhara, Apsara, Kinnara, Vidyadhara, Vidyadharapsara, Gandharva, Kinnara. I see. They were not altogether inimical to the Aryans. At times, they are mentioned as being benevolent and good-natured folks. Thus, it is probable that many names given to these great Sanskrit rivers by the original inhabitants of the soil may have been Sanskritized and adopted by the Aryans. We have many proofs of this nature in their assimilative expansion of those people and their tongues. Witness the words Shalkant, Kata, Malya, Milind, Alsada, Alexandria, Suluv, Seleucus, etc. If this be true, then it is quite probable that the great Indus was known as Hindu to the original inhabitants of our land, and owing to vocal peculiarity of the Aryans, it got changed into Sindhu when they adopted it by the operation of the same rule that Sa is the Sanskritized equivalent of Ha. Thus, Hindu would be the name that this land and the people that inhabited it bore from time so immemorial that even the Vedic name Sindhu is but a later and secondary form of it. If the epithet Sindhu dates its antiquity in the glimmering twilight of history, then the word Hindu dates its antiquity from a period so remoter than the first that even mythology fails to penetrate to trace it to its source. So Hindu, according to Savarkar, is the name of the land, and Hindutva is the representations of the symbols of this land. Hindus, a nation. The activities of so intrepid a people as the Sindhus or Hindus could no longer be kept cooped or cabined within the narrow compass of Panchnad or the Punjab. The vast and fertile plains further stood out inviting the efforts to some strong and vigorous race. Tribe after tribe of the Hindus issued forth from the land of their nursery and led by the consciousness of a great mission and their sacrificial fire that was symbol thereof, they soon reclaimed the vast, wasted and but very thinly populated lands. Forests were felled, agriculture flourished, cities rose, kingdoms thrived. The touch of human hand changed the whole face of the wild and unkempt nature. But while these great deeds were being achieved, the Aryans had developed to suit their individualistic tendencies and the demands of their new environments, a policy that was but loosely centralized. As time passed on, the distances of their new colonies increased, and different peoples of their highly developed types began to be incorporated into their culture. The different settlements began to lead life politically very much centered in themselves. The new attachments more pronounced and powerful until the ancient generalizations and names gave way to the new. Some call themselves Kurus, other Kashis or Vides or Magads, while the old generic name of the Sindhus or Hindus was first overshadowed and then almost forgotten. Not that the conception of a national and cultural unity vanished, but it assumed other names and other forms, the politically most important of them being the institution of a Chakravartan. At last, the great mission which the Sindhus had undertaken of founding a nation and a country found and reached its geographical limit when the valorous Prince of Ayodhya made a triumphant entry in Ceylon and actually brought the whole land from the Himalayas to the seas under one sovereign sway. The day when the horse of victory returned to Ayodhya unchallenged and unchallengeable, the great white umbrella of sovereignty was unfurled over the imperial throne of Ramchandra the brave, Ramchandra the good, and a loving allegiance to him was sworn not only by the princes of Aryan blood but Hanuman, Sugriva, Bibhishana from the south. That day was the real birthday of our Hindu people. It was truly our national day for Aryans and Unaryans, knitting themselves into a people who were born as a nation. It summed up and politically crowned the efforts of all the generations that preceded it, and it handed down a new and common mission, a common banner, a common cause which all the generations after it had consciously or unconsciously fought and died to defend. Other names. A synthetic conception gains in strength if it finds a term comprehensive enough to give it an eloquent expression. Those terms, Aryavrat or Brahmavart, were not so suitable as to express the vast synthesis that embraced the whole continent from the Indus to the sea and aimed to weld it into a nation. Aryavrat, as defined by the ancient writers, was the land that lay between the Himalayas and the Vindhya. And although it was best suited to the circumstances which gave it birth, yet and therefore it could not serve as a common name to a people that had welded Aryans and non-Aryans into a common race and had carried their culture, empire far beyond the bending summits of Vindhyadri. Yeah, that's the quote that was just mentioned, which I didn't pronounce, which Half-Blood Prince is saying here. Aryavarta Punyabhumi Madhya Vindhya Himalaya. Oh, that is the famous quote. This necessity of finding a suitable term to express the expansive thought of an Indian nation was more or less effectively met when the House of Bharat came to exercise its sway over the entire world. House of Bharat meaning the tribe of Bharatas. Without entering into speculations as to who this Bharat was, the Vedic Bharat or the Jain one, or what was the exact period at which he ruled, it is here enough for us to know that his name had been not only accepted but the cherished epithet by which the people of Aryavrat and Dakshinapat delighted to call their common motherland and their common cultural empire. Thus, as the horizon opened out to the south, we find that the center of gravity had very naturally shifted from the Saptasindhus to the Gangetic Delta, and the name Saptasindhu or Aryavrat or Dakshinapath gave way to the politically grander expression Bharatkhand, which included in its sweep all that lay between the Himalayas and the seas. This is most clearly indicated by the definition of our nation attempted at a period when the vast conception must have been dawning over the minds of our great thinkers. We have met with no better attempt to define our position as a people than the terse little couplet in again a Sanskrit quote that I think will be provided by Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, it's supposed to be Aryavrat, not Aryavrat. I think it's a spelling mistake that's repeatedly going on. Aryavrat. Great, Half-Blood Prince. Thank you. How names are given. But this new word, Bharatvarsh, could not altogether suppress our cradle name Sindhus or Hindus, nor could it make us forget the love we bore to that river of rivers, the Sindhu, at whose breast our patriarchs and people had drunk the milk of life. Hence, it's the Saraswati river. Our frontier provinces, which bordered the course of Indus, still clung to their ancient name Sindhu, Sindhurashtra, and throughout the Sanskrit literature we find Sindhu Sauvirs, recognized as an integral and an important part of our body politic. In the great Mahabharat war, the king of Sindhu Sauvir figures prominently and is said to have been closely related to the Bharats or the Bharats. Although the limits of the Sindhu Rashtra shifted from time to time, yet the language that the people speak did then and does even now mark them out as a people by themselves, from Multan to the sea, and the name Sindhi, which it bears, is an emphatic reminder that all those who speak it are Sindhus and are entitled to be recognized as a geographical and political unit in the commonwealth of our Indian people. Although the epithet Bharatkhand succeeded in almost overshadowing the cradle name of our nation in India, yet the foreign nations seem to have cared little for it, and as our frontier provinces continued to be known by their ancient name, so even our immediate neighbors, the Avestic Persians, the Jews, the Greeks, and others, clung to our ancient name, Sindhus or Hindus. They did not merely indicate the borderland of Indus by this term, as in days gone by, but the whole nation into which the ancient Sindhus, by expansion and assimilation, had grown. The Avestic Persians know us as Hindus, the Greeks dropping the harsh accent as Indos, and through the Greeks, almost all Europe and later on America as Hindus or Indians. Even Huan Sang, who lived so long with us, persists in calling us Shintus or Hintus, Shintoism in Japan. Barring a few examples as that of Afghanistan being called Shvet Bharat by the Parthenians, very rarely indeed had the foreigners forgotten our cradle name or preferred the new one Bharat to it. Down to this day, the whole world knows us as Hindus and our land as Hindustan, as if in fulfillment to the wishes of our Vedic forefathers who were first to make that choice. Acha. Uttariyat samudrash himidrashchaiv dakshinam varsha tad bharatnam bharati yatra santati. But a name by its nature is determined not so much by what one likes to call oneself, but generally by what others like to do. In fact, a name is called into existence for this very purpose. Self is known to itself immutably and without a name or even without a form. But when it comes in contact or conflict with a non-self, then alone it stands in need of a name if it wants to communicate with others or if others persist in communicating with it. You see, which we were just discussing in the context of groups even, that what you are not often is a more legit answer to what you are compared to what you are. It is a game that requires two to play at. If the world insists that a teacher or a wit must be handed down as an Ashadvakra or a Mulla Dopiaza, well, then he, in spite of his liking, is very likely to be remembered as such. If the name chosen by the world for us is not directly against our liking, then it is yet more likely to shadow all other names. We might bear witness Page, Mujumdar, Peshwe, but if the world hits upon the word by which they would know us as one redolent of our glory or our early love, then that word is certain not only to shadow but to survive every other name we may have. This fact, added to the circumstances which brought us first into close contact and then into a fierce conflict with the world at large, soon enabled the epithet Hindu to assert itself once more and so vigorously as to push into the background even the well-beloved name of Bharatkhand itself. International life. Oh, Havdar Prince is using AI and translating it into Google. Let's see. I don't know if it's correct. उत्तर यातो नहीं होगा, वो उत्तर जातो होगा. उत्तर जातो. What you have written is the YAT uchcharan, whereas it will be in Bengali the J uchcharan. Uttor jato samudrasya himodrishchoibo dakshinam, dakshinong probably. Dakshinam barsha tad bharatnam bharati jatra santati. Yes, the rest of it is correct with just minor deviations in the phonetics. International life. Okay, another Sanskrit quote is coming up, Havlat Prince. So it would be great if you can write this down in English beforehand only. You know which one I'm talking about. Although Indians were by no means cut off from the outside world before the rise of Buddhism, and although their world activities had already assumed such dimensions as to give a just occasion to our patriotic poet lawgivers to claim dot dot dot, the quote that will, I think, Half Blood Prince write right now. Yet, as far as the present argument is concerned, the international life of India after the rise of Buddhism requires chiefly to be considered. Although Indians were by no means cut off from the outside world before the rise of Buddhism, and although their world activities had already assumed such dimensions as to give a just occasion to our patriotic lawgivers to claim a quote. But even then, Savarkar is saying, as far as the present argument is concerned, the international life of India after the rise of Buddhism requires chiefly to be considered. Because it was about this time when political enterprise, having exposed or exhausted all possibilities of expansion in our own land, naturally began to overflow its limits to an extent unevidenced before, and the communications with the outsiders began to knock at our doors more impudently and even imperatively than they ever had done. In addition to these political developments, the great and divine mission that set in motion the wheel of the law of righteousness, okay, the chakra, made India the very heart, the very soul of almost all the men known of almost all the then known world. To countless millions of human souls from Misr to Mexico, meaning Misr is Egypt, Misr to Mexico, the land of the Sindhus came to be the land of their gods and godmen. Thousands of pilgrims, preachers, thousands of pilgrims from distant shores poured into this country, and thousands of scholars, preachers, sages, and saints went from this land to all the then known world. But as the outside world persisted in recognizing us by our ancient name Sindhu or Hindu, both these incoming and outgoing processes helped mightily to render the epithet to be the most prominent of our national names. The necessity of political and diplomatic correspondence with various states who knew us as Hindus or Indus must also have, by making it incumbent on our people to respond to it, revived the use of this epithet first side by side with, and then at times even instead of, the name Bharat Khand. Oh my god, Half-Blood Prince is typing in Bengali again. Ettato desh proshutasya shaka sadgrajanmanah swam shamo choritram shikhareno Pruthibham Sarvamanavo Manu. Yeah. Misrelated to Mithras. Who knows? But if the rise of Buddhism has thus enabled this epithet to grow in prominence throughout the world and made us more and more conscious of ourselves as Hindus, then strange way to say the fall of Buddhism only carried this process further than ever. Fall of Buddhism. We fear that the one telling factor that contributed to the fall of Buddhism more than any other has escaped that detailed attention of scholars which it deserves. But as the subject in hand does but remotely involve its treatment here, we cannot treat it here in full. All that we can do here is to make a few general remarks and leave them to be expounded and detailed out to a more favorable occasion if the work be not done by others better fitted to do it. Can it be that philosophical differences alone could have made our nation turn against Buddhism? Not wholly. Because these differences had been there all along and even flourished side by side with each other. Can it be the general inanition and demoralization of Buddhistic church itself? Not wholly. Because if some of the viharas sheltered a loose, lazy and promiscuous crowd of men and women who lived on others and spent what was not theirs on disreputable pursuits of life, yet on the other hand, the line of those spiritual giants of Arhat and Bhikkhus had not altogether ended. Nor had such scenes been particular to the Buddhistic viharas alone. All these and many other shortcomings would not have attracted such fierce attention and proved fatal to Buddhist power in India had not the political consciousness of the Buddhism expansion been so disastrous to the national virility and even the national existence of our race. No prelude to a vast tragedy could be more dramatic in its effect in foreshadowing the culminating catastrophe than that incident in the life of the Shakya Sinha, when the news of the gate of the little tribal republic of the Shakyas was carried to their former prince, when he was just laying the foundation stone of the Buddhist church. He had already enrolled the flower of his clan in his Bhikkhu Sangha, and the little Shakya republic, thus deprived of its bravest and best, fell an easy victim to the strong and warlike in the best, very lifetime of the Shakya Sinha. The news, when carried to him, is said to have left the enlightened unconcerned. Centuries rolled on. The prince of the Shakyas had grown into the prince of princes, the Lokjit, the great conqueror of worlds. The confines of his little Shakya state expanded and embraced the confines of India. And as if to give a touch of poetical precision and poetical justice, the woeful fate that had overtaken the tribal republic of Kapilavastu befell the whole of Bharatvarsha itself. And it fell an easy prey to the strong and warlike, not like Shakyas of their own kith and kin, but the Lichis and Huns. Of course, the enlightened, meaning Buddha himself, would perhaps remain as unaffected as ever, even if this news could ever reach him like the first. This is why Stoicism is bad. But the rest of Hindus then could not drink with equanimity this cup of bitterness and political servitude at the hands of those whose barbarous violence could ill be soothed by the mealy-mouthed formulas of ahimsa and spiritual brotherhood, and whose steel could ill be blunted by the soft palm leaves and rhymed charms. We do not mean to underrate, much less accuse, the services of the great brotherhood and its divine mission. We have only to point out the concomitance that is too glaring to escape the attention of any student of history. We know that it could easily be pressed against this statement that the greatest and even the most powerful Indian kings and emperors known belong to the Buddhist period. Yet, but known to whom? To Europeans and those of us who have unconsciously imbibed not only their thoughts but even their prejudices. There was a time when every school of history in India opened from the Mohammedan invasion because the average English writers of that time knew next to nothing of our earlier life. Lately, the general knowledge of Europe has extended backwards to the rise of Buddhism, and we too are apt to look upon it as the first and even the most glorious epoch of our history. The fact is, it is neither. We yield to none in our love and admiration and respect the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. They are all ours. Their glories are ours and ours their failures. Great was Ashoka the Devapriya, and greater were the achievements of Buddhist bhikkhus. But achievements as great, if not greater, and things as holy and more politic and statesmanly had gone before them and indeed enabled them to be what they were. So we do not think that the political virility or the manly nobility of our race began and ended with the Mauryas alone, or was a consequence of their embracing Buddhism. Buddhism has conquests to claim, but they belong to a world far removed from this, our matter-of-fact world, where feet of clay do not stand long and steel could be easily sharpened, and Trishna, thirst, is too powerful and real to be quenched by painted streams that flow perennially in heavens. Oh, fuck. क्या लाइन है भाई, क्या लाइन है, what a sentence, oh my god. ये जो मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट वर्ल्ड है हमारा, जो कि जो निज्जियन वर्ल्ड है, उसका फीचर क्या है? लेट मी मार्क दिस एज द वर्ल्ड ऑफ निज्जा, द रियलिस्टिक वर्ल्ड. और निज्जा स्पेल करने में तो जिंदगी बिता देंगे. निज्जा, यस, निज्जा's वर्ल्ड. Our matter-of-fact world, where feet of clay do not stand long, and steel could be easily sharpened, and Trishna or thirst is too powerful and real. Thirst is too powerful and real, and too real to be quenched by painted streams that flow perennially in heavens. These must have been the considerations that must have driven themselves home to the hearts of our patriots and thinkers when the Huns and Shakas poured like volcanic torrents and burnt all that thrived. The Indians saw that the cherished ideals of their race, their thrones and their families and the very gods they worshipped trampled underfoot the holy land of their love, devastated and sacked by hordes of barbarians, so inferior to them in language, religion, philosophy, mercy and all the soft and human attributes of man and God, but superior to them in strength alone, strength that summed up its creed in two words, fire and sword. The inference was clear. Clear also was the fact that Buddhist logic had no argument that could efficiently meet this new and terrible dualism, this Dvait, this strange Bible of fire and steel. So the leaders of thought and action of our race had to rekindle their sacrificial fire to oppose the sacrilegious one, to reopen the mines of Vedic fields for steel to get it sharpened on the altar of Kali, the terrible, so that Mahakal, the spirit of times, be appeased. Okay? Vedic fields for steel to get it sharpened on the altar of Kali the terrible, so that Mahakal, the spirit of times, be appeased. Nor were their anticipations belied. The success of the renovated Hindu arms was undisputed and indisputable. Vikramaditya, who drove the foreigners from the Indian soil, and Lalitaditya, who caught and chastised them in their very dens from Tartary to Mongolia, were but complements of each other. Valor had accomplished what formulas had failed to do. Once more, the people rose to the heights of greatness that shed its luster on all departments of life. Poetry and philosophy, art and architecture, agriculture and commerce, thought and action felt the quickening impulse which consciousness of independence and strength and victory alone can radiate. The reaction, as usual, was complete even to a fault. Up with the Vedic Dharma, back to the Vedas. The national cry grew louder and louder, more and more imperative, because this was essentially a political necessity. Buddhism, a universal religion. Buddhism had made first and yet the greatest attempt to propagate a universal religion. Go ye bhikkhus to all the 10 directions of the world and preach the law of righteousness. Truly, it was a law of righteousness. It had no ulterior end in view, no lust for land or lucre quickening its steps. And grand though its achievements were, it could not eradicate the seeds of animal passions, nor of political ambitions, nor of individual aggrandizement in the minds of all men, to such an extent as to make it safe for India to change her sword for a rosary. You see? This is why the world is in the end inevitably Nietzschean, not some theories of niceties. And this is why Brahmins had to learn and take up a lot of Buddhist stuff which did not exist before. Even then, to set an example, and of course then wrote scripture saying that no, we were doing this all along anyway. But in fact, they had to accommodate Buddhist ideas just because they were so popular. Just like BJP is so congressy. Even then, to set an example, did India declare her will to take more pleasure in the conquest of peace and righteousness than in the conquests of arms. Nobly she tried, so nobly as to make herself ridiculous in the eyes of lust and lucre, or lustre, I don't know how to pronounce this. Lucre. Had she not issued royal edicts to the effect that the very water be strained before it was poured out for horses and elephants to drink, so as to enable the tiny lives in the waters to escape immediate death? And had she not opened corn-throwing centers in the midst of the seas, that fish be fed in her oceans of the world, nor had the very fish ceased to feed on each other? Nobly did she try to killing by getting killed, and at last found out that palm leaves at times are too fragile for steel. As long as the whole world was red in tooth and claw, and the national and racial distinction so strong as to make men brutal, so long if India had to live at all a life, whether spiritual or political, according to the right of her soul, she must not lose the strength born of national and racial cohesion. So the leaders of thought and action grew sick of repeating the mumbos and jumbos of universal brotherhood, and bitterly complained something in Sanskrit which I can't read. And when the barbarian hordes, Half-Blood Prince is translating it here, O divine one, the Asuras once destroyed by Vishnu are now reborn on earth in the form of Malechas, foreigners or impure ones. They kill the Brahmins, destroy the rituals like Yagyas. And when the barbarian hordes of the Shakas and the Huns, who had ravaged their fair land that had, due to the interruption of sacred rites like Yagyan worship, and the realms of the gods are in decline. Acha, Gunatya. Yeah, that's what's written here. And when the barbarian hordes of the Shakas and the Huns, who had ravaged their fair land that had in utter confidence clad herself in a bhikkhu's dress, changed her sword for rosary, and had taken to the vows of ahimsa and non-violence, were expelled beyond the Indus and further, and a strong national state was firmly established, then it was but natural that the leaders of our race should have realized what an immense amount of strength could be derived if but the new national state was backed up by a church as intensely national. Moreover, everything that is common in us with our enemies weakens our power of opposing them. Wow. Everything that is common in us with our enemies weakens our power of opposing them. Holy shit. Wow. What a line. What a line. यही तो हमारा ट्रैप है जिसमें हम पढ़ते हैं बार बार कि हम जैसे ही तो हैं, हम हमारे ही लोग हैं. The foe that has nothing in common with us is the foe likely to be most bitterly resisted by us, just as a friend that has almost everything in him which we admire and prize in ourselves is likely to be the friend we love most. Hence, we can criticize the British as much as we want, but not the Muslims. The necessity of creating a bitter sense of wrong and invoking a power of undying resistance, especially in India that had, under the opiates of universalism and non-violence, lost the faculty even of resisting sin and crime and aggression, could best be accomplished by cutting off even the semblance of a common worship, a common church, which required her to clasp the hand of those as her co-religionists would, co-religionists whose had been the very hand that had strangled her as a nation. What was the use of a universal faith that, instead of smoothing the ferociousness and brutal egoism of other nations, only excited their lust by leaving India defenseless and unsuspecting? No, the only safeguards in future were valor and strength that could only be born of a national self-consciousness. She had poured her life's blood for sophistry that tried to prove otherwise. Then came the reaction. The reaction against the universal tendencies of Buddhism only grew more insistent and powerful as the attempt to re-establish the Buddhist power in India began to assume a more threatening attitude. Nationalist tendencies refused to barter with our nation's independence and accept a foreign conqueror as our overlord. But if that foreign invader happened to be invariably inclined towards Buddhism, then he was sure to find some secret sympathizer in the Indian Buddhists all over India, even as Catholic Spain could always find some important section in England to sympathize with their efforts to restore a Catholic dynasty in England. Not only this, but dark hints abound in our ancient records to show that at times some foreign Buddhist powers had actually invaded India with an express national and religious aim in view. We cannot treat the history of this period exhaustively here, but can only point to the half symbolic and half actual description given in one of our Puranas of the war waged on the Arjya Deshja by Nyanpati, the king of the Huns, and his Buddhist allies. The record tells us in a mythological strain how a big battle was fought on the banks of river how the Buddhist forces made China the basis of operation, how they were reinforced by contingents from many Buddhist nations. Holy shit! And how after a tough fight, the Buddhists lost it and paid heavily for their defeat. They had formally to renounce all ulterior national aims against India and give a pledge that they would never again enter India with any political end in view. The Buddhists, as individuals, had nothing to fear from India, the land of toleration, but they should give up all dreams of endangering the national life of India and her independence. Institutions in favor of nationality. And thus we find that institutions that were the peculiar marks of our nation were revived. Varnashram Vyastha, which could not be wiped away even under the Buddhistic sway, grew in popularity to such an extent that kings and emperors felt it a distinction to be called something in Sanskrit, which I can't read. By the way, guys, it will take another about half an hour or 45 minutes to end this book, Essentials of Hindutva, the last section of this book. And then I will be back at about 1 or 1:30 whenever it requires to do a audience interaction live stream, okay? Only members will be allowed to join the conversation. The links will be given to them. And for everyone else, I'll be taking questions from the live chat anyway, or even statements and discuss stuff because of the war footing that India seems to be in. So about 1 or 1:30, okay? Yeah, so Havre Prince is translating that Sanskrit section for us. The land of the black or dark region and the goal of the enemy are marked, and the 10 targets of the land of China are prepared for the impending battle. Fuck. Yeah. Havre Prince, you see? Ankit Shah goes on saying, we have never had historically any problems with China. Class 7 तक ही मैंने थोड़ा world history पढ़ लिया था. Anyway, so from this it was but a natural step. तो क्या हो रहा है कि वर्णाश्रम व्यवस्था का रिजुविनेशन हो रहा है. Anything that emphasized power and stability. Reaction in favor of this institution grew so strong that our nationality was almost getting identified with it. Witness the definition that tries to draw a line of demarcation between us and foreigners. Another line that I hope Half-Blood Prince will translate for us. It's written only in Sanskrit and the English translations are not given. What can I do? From this, it was but a natural step to prohibit our people from visiting shores which were uncongenial, in some cases fiercely hostile, to such peculiar institutions as these, and where our people could not be expected to receive the protection that would enable to keep up the spirit and letter of our faith. Reckless as the reaction was, perfectly intelligible when viewed at politically, because do we not frequently meet with patriotic thinkers even now in our land who would stand for laws prohibiting our men from emigrating to nations where they are sure to be subjected to national disabilities and dishonors? Commingling of races. Thus, it was political and national necessity that was at once the cause and the effect of the decline of Buddhism in India. Buddhism had its geographical center of gravity nowhere, so it was an imperative need to restore at least the national center of gravity that India had lost in attempting to get identified with Buddhism. When the nation grew intensely self-conscious and as an organism would do, and was in direct conflict with the non-self, it instinctively turned to draw the line of division and mark well the position it occupied, so as to make it clear to themselves where they exactly stood, and to the world how they were unmistakably a people by themselves, not only racial and national, but even a geographical and political unit. On the southern side of our country, the natural and strategic limits were already reached, sanctioned, and sanctified. The framework of the deep and boundless seas in which our southern peninsula is set is almost poetical in its grace and perfection. The Smudarashana, I think it's spelled wrong. Smudarashana, I don't know. Is it supposed to mean Samudrarashana? Smudarashana, I don't know what it means. The Smudarashana had pleased the eyes of generations of our poets and patriots. But on northwestern sides of our nation, the commingling of races was growing rather too unceremonious to be healthy, and our frontiers too shifty to be safe. Therefore, it should, Half-Blood Prince is saying, in the land where the fourfold division of society, Varna system, does not exist, that land should be considered a mlecha land, unworthy of righteous people and far from the path of civilization. जहाँ पे hierarchy नहीं है, जहाँ पे communism है, वो civilization ही नहीं है. But on the northwestern sides of our nation, the commingling of races was growing rather too unceremoniously to be healthy, and our frontiers too shifty to be safe. Therefore, it would have been a matter of surprise if the intense spirit of self-assertion that had found so benign an asylum under the patronage of the Mahakal of Ujjain had not made our patriots turn to this pressing necessity of drawing a frontier line for us that would be as vivid as effective. And what could that line be but the vivacious yet powerful stream, the river of rivers, the Sindhu? The day on which the patriarchs of our race had crossed the stream, they ceased to belong to the people they had definitely left behind, and laid the foundation of a new nation, were reborn into a new people that, under the quieting star of new hope and new mission, were destined by assimilation and by expansion to grow into a race and a new polity that could only be most fittingly and feelingly described as Sindhu or Hindu. Back to the Vedas. Nor was this attempt to identify our frontier line with river Indus an innovation. In fact, it was but the natural consequence of the great war cry of the national revivalists back to the Vedas. The Vedic state, based on and backed up by the Vedic church, must be designated by the Vedic name, and so far as it was then possible, identified with the Vedic lines. And this process of events, which the very general trend of history should have enabled us to anticipate, seems to have actually gone through. For one of patriotic Puranas assures us that Shalivahan, the grandson of the great Vikramaditya, after having defeated the second attempt of foreigners to rush in, expelled them beyond the Indus and issued a royal decree to the effect that henceforth the Indus should constitute the line of demarcation between India and other non-Indian nations. Again, a huge quote which Half-Blood Prince will translate. Sindhustan. The most ancient of the names of our country, of which we have a record, is Saptasindhu or Sindhu. Even Bharatvarsh is and must necessarily be a latter designation besides being personal in its appeal. The glories of a person, however magnificent, lose their glamour as time passes on. The name that recommends itself by appealing to such personal glories and achievements can never be so effective and permanent a source of ever rising consciousness of gratitude and pride as a name that, besides being reminiscent of such national achievements and beloved personal touches, beloved personal touches, is in addition to its associate is in addition to it associated with some great beneficent and perennial natural phenomena. Emperor Bharat is gone, and gone also many an emperor as great, but the Sindhu goes on forever. So he was against calling India Bharat, forever inspiring and fertilizing our sense of gratitude. That's why they wanted to name the country Hindustan in the Hindu Mahasabha. Vivifying our sense of pride, renovating the ancient memories of our race, a sentinel keeping watch over the destinies of our people. It is the vital spinal cord that connects the remotest past to the remotest future. The name that associates and identifies our nation with a river like that enlists nature on our side and bases our natural life on a foundation that is, so far as human calculations are concerned, as lasting as eternity. All these considerations must have fired the imagination of the then leaders of thought and action and made them restore the ancient Vedic name of our land and nation, Sindhustan. The no, I can't read this. The epithet Sindhustan, besides being Vedic, had also a curious advantage which could only be called lucky and yet is too substantial to be ignored. The word Sindhu in Sanskrit does not only mean the Indus but also the sea, Samudra Rashana, which girdles southern peninsula, so that this one word Sindhu points out almost all the frontiers of our land at a single stroke. Even if we do not accept the tradition that river Brahmaputra is only a branch of the Sindhu which falls into flowing streams on the eastern and western slopes of the Himalayas and thus constitutes both our eastern as well as western frontiers, still it is indisputably true that it circumscribes our northern and western extremities in its sweep, and so the epithet Sindhustan calls up the image of our whole motherland, the land that lies between Sindhu and Sindhu, from the Indus to the seas. Ah, Sindhu. What is Arya? But it must not be supposed that the epithet Sindhu recommended itself to our patriots only because it was geographically best fitted. For we find it emphatically stated that the concept expressed by this word was national and not merely geographical. Sindhustan was not merely a piece of land, but it was a Rashtra, a nation, which was ideally, if not always actually, a state, Ragya Rashtram. It also clearly followed that the culture that flourished in Sindhustan and the citizens thereof were Sindhus, even as they had been in the Vedic days. Sindhustan was the Rashtramaryasya Chotmum. That was the translation that was described in Sindhustan, the Rashtramaryasya Chotmum. The quote says, in this era, King Shalivahana, the grandson of Vikramaditya, having inherited his father's kingdom, his father's kingdom, conquered the dreaded Shakas and others from distant lands. He vanquished the Balhikas, Kamrupas, that's at Assam. The region known as Sindh is the highest in terms of civilization and the land of Malechas. Barbarians exist far from the banks of the Sindhu River, created and governed by the great soul of Shalivahan. However, it must be clearly pointed out that the definition is not based on any theological hair-splitting or religious fanaticism. The word Arya is expressly stated in the very verses to mean all those who had been incorporated as parts integral in the nation and people that flourished on this side of the Indus, whether Vedic or Avedic, Brahmin or Chandal, and owned and claimed to have inherited a common culture, common blood, common country, and common polity. While Malecha also, by the very fact of its being put in opposition to Sindhustan, meant foreigners nationally and racially and not necessarily religiously. Hindu and Hindustan. This royal decree was as all royal decrees in Hindustan had generally been, the mere executive outcome of a strong and popular movement. For the custom of looking upon Attak as the veritable Indian land's end, as the very word Attak signifies, could not have been originated and observed as so universally and so long had it not been inspired by and appealing to our national imagination. This custom, that is so tenaciously and reverently observed by millions of people, premiers and peasants alike, is a good proof that strongly corroborates the fact that some such royal edict sanctioning the identification of our frontiers with the ancient Sindhu and associating the name of our land and nation with it as Hindustan had actually been issued, and that the interesting argument, and that the highest religious sanctification consecrating this royal sanction and popular will must have enabled this attempt to restore the Vedic name of our country to triumph in the end. Yes, that's why I'm saying that ultimately government sanction matters and is important, and which is why we will need our people in the academia, our ways of thinking, the true scholars who have read both, who don't make up stuff, who in fact use other established scholars to debunk myths and claims. They must be hired by the government and sanctioned by the government. Of course, centuries had yet to pass and momentous events to happen to shape and mold the destinies of the words Sindhu and Hindustan, till they came to be as powerful, influential as to color the thought of our whole nation and be the cherished possession of our race. But after all, they have done it, and today we find that while thousands would not know what Aryavart or Bharatvarsh exactly means, yet the very man in the street will understand and recognize the names Hindu and Hindustan as his very own. Okay, a huge footnote here that says the verses from Bhavishya Purana quoted above seem to be quite trustworthy so far as their general purport is concerned. Firstly, because they record a general tradition that, unlike dates or individual successions, can easily be remembered longer. Secondly, independently of that, the general trend of our history as shown points to some such state of affairs. Thirdly, it is not necessary here for our arguments to be very precise either about the date of this decree or even the king by whom it was issued. And fourthly, the author does not seem to have been writing about things only haphazardly or to which he is entirely a stranger. For the family table that he gives of the house of Vikramaditya is given on other parts of the work, and two agree closely with each other. The writer who knows of details about the house is likely to know the salient facts of the most distinguished king that belonged to it. After all, the main resources of our history had been and must ever be our national traditions, remembered or recorded in our ancient Puranas, epics, and literature. Their details may be challenged, their dates determined and rejected, but on account of discrepancies here or miraculous coloring there, which are in fact common to all ancient records of mankind, we cannot dismiss them altogether, especially where the acts recorded have not an impossible or unnatural element in them, or when they do not contradict events otherwise proved to be indisputably true. The habit of doubting everything in the Puranas, till it has been corroborated by some foreign evidence is absurd. The sounder process would be to depend on our works, especially where general traditions and events are concerned, till they are found to be unreliable in the light of any more weighty and less ambiguous evidence, and not simply on account of the airy imaginings of someone to whom it does not seem probable. Take the case of this Bhavishya Puran itself. Because it contains some inaccuracies and even absurdities, and is Plutarch free from them? Are we to reject the personality of Alexander himself because of the supernatural touches given to the story of his birth? Would it be reasonable to doubt, say, the following verse, which I can't read again? In fact, we owe a debt of gratitude to these Puranas and epics for having preserved all ancient and venerable records of our people through revolutions, which had effaced the very traces of whole nations and whole civilizations elsewhere in the world. For after all, these records of our ancient and patriotic Puranas and Itihas, as are at any rate more faithful, more accurate, and more reliable than the modern up-to-date Western Puranas that have such convincing discoveries to their credit as the one which assures us that Ramayana sings of the foundation of Vijayanagar, or the other which asserts that Gautama the Buddha was merely the sun or the dawn personified. Reverence to Buddha. Okay. The son of Chandragupta, the son of the ruler of the city, easily marries a Yavana woman and is deeply devoted to the Buddhist teachings. Okay, let me have a break for my voice again. Whew. Reverence to Buddha. But before we proceed to state what further developments the history of this epithet had to undergo, we feel it incumbent to render an apology to ourselves. We have, while writing this section, wounded our own feelings. So we hasten to add that the few harsh words we had to say in explaining the political necessity that led to the rejection of Buddhism in India should not be understood to mean that we have not a very high opinion of that church as a whole. No, no. I am as humble an admirer and an adorer of that great and holy Sangh, the holiest the world has ever seen, as any of its initiated worshipper. We are not initiated not because the Sangh is not worthy of us, but because we are not worthy of stepping on the footsteps of the temple that has lasted longer, because it rested on ideas than many a great palace that rested on rocks. Wow. The temple has lasted longer because it rested on ideas instead of like palaces which rest on rocks. Wow. The consciousness that the first great and the most successful attempt to wean man of the brute inherent in him was conceived, launched, and carried on from century to century by a galaxy of great teachers, arhats, and bhikkhus who were born in India. So this is him giving due credit to Buddhism, that it tried to make the world less Nijjan, but it was not meant to be. Who were bred in India and who owned India as the land of their worship, fills us with feelings too deep for words. And if these be our feelings for the Sangh, then what shall we say about its great founder, the Buddha, the enlightened? I, the humblest of the humble of mankind, can dare to approach thee, O Tathagat, with no other offering but my utter humility and my utter emptiness. Although I feel that I fail to catch the purport of thy words, yet I know that it must be so. Because while thy words are gathered from the lips of gods, mine ears and my understandings are trained to the accents and the din of this matter-of-fact world, in this Nijjan world. Perhaps it was too soon for thee to sound thy match and unfurl thy banner while the world was too young and the day had but just risen. It fails to keep pace with thee, and its sight gets dazzled and dimmed to keep the radiance of the banner in full view. As long as the law of evolution that lays down the iron command, something written in Manusmriti, which I can't read in Sanskrit, is too persistent, and as long as that is too persistent and dangerously imminent to be categorically denied by the law of righteousness, the quote is, the moving and the immovable, the ones who bite and the ones who are bitten, the thousand-handed and the fearless among the brave, all possess their unique qualities, some terrifying, some valorous. Until this is too persistent and dangerously imminent to be categorically denied by the law of righteousness, whose mottos shine brilliantly and beautifully, but as the stars in the heavens do, so long the banner of nationality will refuse to be replaced by that of universality. And yet, and so Nijjanism will always be more important than wokeism or communism, socialism, Christian morality. And yet that very national banner, hallowed as it is by the worship of gods and goddesses of our race, would have been poorer if it could not have counted the Shakyasing under its fold. But as it is, thou art as truly as Sri Rama or Sri Krishna or Sri Mahavir had been, and as the words were but the echoes of yearnings of our national soul, thy divisions, the dreams of our race, even so, if ever the laws of righteousness rules triumphant on our human plane, then thou will find that the land that cradled thee and the people that nursed thee will have contributed most to bring about the consummation, if indeed the fact of having contributed thee has not proved that much already. So he's saying as long as that concept of a nation remains, it would be sort of disrespectful of us or even crass of us to ignore Buddhism, but it is what it is. But they are simply not from the matter-of-fact world, the ideas of Buddhism. Hindus, all one and a nation. So far, we have depended upon Sanskrit records in tracing the growth of the word Sindhu, and we have left the thread of our inquiry at the point where the growing concept of an Indian nation was found to be better expressed by the word Hindustan than by any other than by any other existing words. It was precisely to refute any parochial and narrow-minded significance which might, as in the case of Aryavart, be attached to this word that the definition of the word Hindustan was rid of any association with a particular institution or party-colored suggestion. For example, Aryavart was, according to an authority, something in Sanskrit which I can't read. This solution, though legitimate, could not be lasting. An institution is meant for the society, not the society or its ideal for an institution. The Chaturvarnya Vyavasthan may disappear when it had served its end or ceases to serve it. But will that make our land a Malecha Desha, land of foreigners? The sannyasis, the Arya Samajis, the Sikhs, and many others do not recognize the Chaturvarnya Vyavastha, and yet are they foreigners? God forbid. They are ours by blood, by race, by country, by God. Oh, again that Chaturvarnya's quote, I see, okay. Now, Tvam Varshe Bharat Nam Bharati Yatra Santati is a definition 10 times better because truer than that we Hindus are all one and a nation because chiefly of our common blood, Bharati Santati. Hindustani language. At this period of our history, the rise as well as the fall of Buddhism were accompanied by a remarkable spread and growth of the vernaculars of India, and Sanskrit was fast being shut up in the impenetrable fortresses of classical conventionality to such an extent that new ideas and new names had to be Sanskritized before they could be incorporated in any acceptable work. And when Sanjeev Sanyal says that Sanskrit had fossilized and therefore became irrelevant by using this argument that Savarkar just presented, Rajiv Malhotra says that Sanjeev Sanyal's mind is too colonized by reading Rammohn Roy. Naturally, the very day, I don't think he said this in exactly these words, but he kind of hinted at it. Naturally, the very day life and the ever-changing phases of national and social activities gradually sought expression, though through the spoken Prakrit, which thus grew better fitted to convey the living and throbbing thoughts of the people in all their freshness and vigor and precision. Consequently, although the words Sindhu and Sindhustan are at times found in Sanskrit works, yet the Sanskrit writers generally preferred the word Bharat as being more in consonance with the established canons of elegance. While on the other hand, the vernacular stuck almost exclusively to the more popular and living name of our land, Hindustan or Sindhustan, instead of the ancient and well-beloved names Bharat or Aryavart. We need not repeat here how Sa in Sanskrit gets at times changed into Ha in India as well as non-Indian Prakrits. So we find the living vernacular literature of India full of reference to Hindustan or Hindus. Although the Sanskrit language must ever remain the cherished and sacred passion of our race, contributing most powerfully to the fundamental unity of our people and enriching our life, ennobling our aspiration and purifying the fountains of our being, yet the honor of being the living spoken national tongue of our people is already won by that Prakrit, which being one of the eldest daughters of Sanskrit is most fittingly called Hindi or Hindustani, the language of the national and cultural descendants of the ancient Sindhus or Hindus. Hindustani is par excellence, the language of Hindustan or Sindhustan. The attempt to raise Hindi to pedestal of our national tongue is neither new nor forced. Centuries before the advent of British rule in India, but remember he was talking about Shuddh Hindi, not Urdu Hindi. Centuries before the advent of British rule in India, we find it recorded in our annals that this was the medium of expression throughout India. A sadhu or merchant starting from Rameshwaram and proceeding to Hardwar could make himself understood in all parts of India through this tongue. Sanskrit might have introduced him to the circles of pandits and princes, but Hindustani was a safe and sure passport to the Rajya Sabhas as well as to the bazaars. A Nanak, a Chaitanya, a Ramdas could and did travel up and down the country as freely as they would have done in their own provinces, teaching and preaching in this tongue. As the growth and development of our genuine national tongue was parallel to and almost simultaneous with the revival and popularization of the ancient names, Sindhustan or Sindhus or Hindustan or Hindus, it was but a matter of course that language being the common possession of the whole nation should be called Hindustani or Hindi. After expulsion of the Huns and the Shakas, the valor of her arms left Hindustan in an undisturbed position of independence for centuries on centuries, to come and enable her once more to be the land where peace and plenty resigned. where peace and plenty reigned. The blessings of freedom and independence were shared by the princes and peasants alike. The patriotic authors go in rapture over the greatness and the happiness that marked this long chapter of our history extending over nearly 1,000 years or so. From Sinhal to Kashmir, the Rajputs, a single family of princes, ruled often connected closely by marriages and more closely by the tradition of chivalry and culture handed down by a common law. The whole life of the nation was being brought into a harmony as rich as divine, and the growth of the national language was but an outward expression of this inward unity of our national life. The quote here describing this says, in every village the deity resides, in every region the sacrificial fire is present, in every home there is wealth, and in every individual there is dharma, righteousness. Also from Bhavishya Puran. Thank you, Havlat Prince. Foreign invaders. But as it often happens in in history, this very undisturbed enjoyment of peace and plenty lulled our Hindustan in a sense of false security and bred a habit of living in the land of dreams. At last, she was rudely awakened on the day when Muhammad of Ghazni crossed the Indus, the frontier line of Hindustan, and invaded her. That day, the conflict of life and death began. Nothing makes self-conscious of itself as much as the conflict with the non-self. Nothing can weld peoples into a nation and nations into a state as the pressure of a common foe. Hatred separates as well as unites. Never had Hindustan a better chance and a more powerful stimulus to be herself forged into an indivisible whole as on that dire day when the great iconoclast crossed the Indus. The Mohammedans had crossed the stream even under Qasim, but it was a wound only skin deep, for the heart of our people was not hurt and was not even aimed at. The contest began in grim earnestness with Muhammad and ended, shall we say, with Abdali. From year to year, decade to decade, century to century, the contest continued. Arabia ceased to be what Arabia was. Iran annihilated Egypt, Syria, Afghanistan, Balochistan, Tartary, from Granada to Ghazni. Nations and civilizations fell in heaps before the sword of Islam of peace. But here, for the first time, the sword succeeded in striking but not in killing. It grew blunter each time it struck. Each time it cut deep, but as it was lifted out to strike again, the wound stood healed. Vitality of the victim proved stronger than the vitality of the victor. The contrast was not only grim, but it was monstrously unequal. It was not a race, a nation, or a people India had to struggle with. It was nearly all Asia, quickly to be followed by nearly all Europe. The Arabs had entered Sindh, and single-handedly they could do little else. They soon failed to defend their own independence in their own homeland. And as a people, we hear nothing further about them. But here, India alone had to face Arabs, Persians, Pathans, Balochis, Tatars, Turks, Mughals, a veritable human Sahara whirling and columning up bodily in furious world storm. It was a world war where it was the world versus India. That's my quote, not Savarkar. Religion is a mighty motive force. So is rapine. But where religion is goaded on by rapine and rapine serves as a handmaid to religion, the propelling force that is generated by these together is only equaled by profundity of human misery and devastation they leave behind them in their march. Let me check the exact definition of rapine. Yeah, rapine means the violent seizure of someone's property. Yeah, that is also an uniting factor, of course, like communism. Seize the methods of production, bros and homies. Okay. Devastation they leave behind and them in their march. Heaven and hell making a common cause, such were the forces. Overwhelmingly furious that took India by surprise the day that Muhammad crossed the Indus and invaded her, day after day, decade after decade, centuries after centuries. The ghastly conflict continued, and India single-handedly kept the fight morally and militarily. The moral victory was won when Akbar came to the throne and Dara Shikoh was born. The frantic efforts of Aurangzeb to retrieve their fortunes lost in the moral field only hastened the loss of the military fortunes in the battlefield as well. Moral victory was won the day Dara Shikoh was born. Wow. Moral victory was won. Holy shit. Let me underline this. Fascinating. At last, Bhau, as if symbolically hammered the ceiling of the imperial seat of the Mughals to pieces. The day of Panipat rose, the Hindus lost the battle and won the war. Never again had an Afghan dared to penetrate to Delhi, while the triumphant Hindu banner that our Marathas had carried to the Attock was taken up by our Sikhs and carried across the Indus to the banks of Kabul. Hindutva at work. In this prolonged, furious conflict, our people became intensely conscious of ourselves as Hindus and were welded into a nation to an extent unknown in our history. It must not be forgotten that we have all along referred to the progress of the Hindu movement as a whole and not to that of any particular creed or religious section thereof, of Hindutva and not Hinduism only. Sanatanists, Satnamis, Sikhs, Aryas, Anaryas, Marathas, Madrasis, Brahmins, Panchamas, all suffered as Hindus and triumphed as Hindus. Both friends and foes contributed equally to enable the words Hindu and Hindustan to supersede all other designations of our land and our people. Aryavart and Dakshinapath, Jambudweep and Bharatvarsh, none could give so eloquent an expression to the main political and cultural point at issue as the word Hindustan could do. All those on this side of Indus who claimed the land from Sindhu to Sindhu, Sindhu Paryanta, from Indus to the seas, as the land of their birth, felt that they were directly mentioned by that one single expression, Hindustan. The enemies hated us as Hindus and the whole family of peoples and races of sects and creeds that flourished from Attock to Cuttack was suddenly individualized into a single being. We cannot help dropping the remark that no one has up to this time taken the whole field of Hindu activities from AD 1300 to 1800 into surveying from this point of view, mastering the details of the various now parallel, now correlated movements from Kashmir to Ceylon and from Sindh to Bengal, and yet rising higher above them all to visualize the whole scene in its proportion as an integral whole. For it was the one great issue to defend the honor and independence of Hindustan and maintain the cultural unity and civic life of Hindutva and not Hinduism alone, but Hindutva, that is Hindu Dharma, that was being fought on the 100 fields of battle as well as on the floor of the chambers of diplomacy. This one word Hindutva ran like a vital spinal cord through our whole body politic and made the Nayars of Malabar weep over the sufferings of the Brahmins of Kashmir. Our bards bewailed the fall of Hindus, our poets roused the feelings of Hindus, our heroes fought the battles of Hindus, our saints blessed the efforts of Hindus, our statesmen molded the fate of Hindus, our mothers wept over the wounds and glorified over the triumphs of Hindus. It would require a volume if we were to substantiate these remarks by quoting all the words and writings of our forefathers that bear on the point. But the argument in hand does not allow us to be drawn aside even by so alluring to a task as that. Consequently, we must content ourselves with quoting a few eloquent lines either from the lips or the pen of some of the foremost representatives of our Hindu race. Of all the works written in the Hindu language, old and new, the great epic Prithviraj Raso by Chandbardai is, so far as present researchers go, admittedly the most ancient and authoritative one. There is only one solitary verse which claims to be an earlier composition. Strangely enough, this very first composition in our northern vernacular literature refers to the words Hindustan in terms full of pride and patriotic fervor. The poet Ven, father of Chandbardai, addresses the Raja of Amir, the father of Prithviraj. Chandbardai, who may justly be called Adikavi of Hindi literature, uses the words Hindi, Hindwan, Hind so often and so naturally as to leave no doubt of their being quite common and accepted terms as far back as the 11th century, when the Mohammedans had not secured any permanent footing even in Punjab, and therefore could not have influenced the independent and proud Rajputs to adopt a degrading nickname invented by their foes and make it their national and proud appellation. Describing how Shahabuddin, taken prisoner by the Hindus, was let go by the noble Prithviraj on the condition that he would not again attack the Hindus, Chandbardai writes a paragraph, which I can't read because I can't read Devanagari. But Shahabuddin was not a man to be won over by Hindu chivalry. Again and again he sallies forth and fierce fight ensues to the boundless joy of that divine cynic Narad. But in spite of his efforts to crush the Hindus, Shahabuddin lost the day and the triumphant news sent Delhi mad with joy that Pajjunare had once more taken Shahabuddin a prisoner. The populace greeted their king Prithviraj. Further pledges solemnly entered by the man who had broken his form. Insolent challenges set by Shahabuddin. The Rawals and Samants are aflame when Chamundrai tells the Mohammedan messenger to remind Shah of the dust he had licked and add Nirlaj Malecha Le Nahi Lajje Nahi Hum Hindu Lajban. The fatal day drew near, and both the sides knew it was a desperate game. Chand Bardai, almost on the eve of the defection of Hambir, approaches the goddess Durga and opens his prayer so pathetic and so patriotic thus. Dugarge Hindu Rajan Ban Bandin. No, I can't read this. After having narrated the fateful results of the battle and consequent plot that enabled Shahabuddin to strike Prithviraj dead, the poem ends with a paying last touching tribute to the fallen Hindu emperor. It is remarkable that although the word Bharat appears often in the Raso in the sense of Mahabharata, yet it seldom, if ever, is used in the sense of Bharatvarsh. Then we find what we find is this earliest of our northern vernacular composition holds good in the later development of our vernacular literature down to the day of the great Hindu revival and the war of Hindu liberation. Ramdas, the high priest and the prophet of that movement, in one of his mystical and prophetic utterances, sings of the vision he had seen and triumphantly but thankfully asserts that much of what he had seen in his vision had already come to be true. The translation of this following paragraph is finally given, thankfully. It says, "In utter darkness I dreamt, behold, dreams are realized. Hindustan is up, has come by her own, and those that hated her and sinned against God are put down with a strong hand. Verily it is a holy land and happy, for God has made her cause his own, and Aurangzeb is down. The dethroned are enthroned, and the enthroned is dethroned. Actions speak better than words. Verily, Hindustan is a holy land and happy. Now that Dharma is backed up by Raj Dharma, right by might, the waters of Hind, no longer defiled, can enable us once more to perform our ablutions and austerities. Let us come what may. Rama has made this land holy and happy." Dharma is backed up by Raj Dharma, right is backed up by might. Bhushan, the Hindu poet, who was one of the most prominent of our national bards that went up and down the country and roused Hindutva into action and achievement in those days of the war of Hindu liberation, challenged Aurangzeb. Havla Prince is saying this poem is sung by Lataji and composed by Hridaynath Mangeshkar in Shiv Kalyan Raja album. Which one? The one written by Ramdas. Wow. Oh, Anandvan Bhuvani. I see. Okay. Thou art so busy. Okay, so this is a challenge from Bhushan to Aurangzeb. Thou art so busy in winning easy victories over the poor Hindu friars and beggars there. Why dost thou fight so shy to face the Hindpati himself? Thou hast lost fort after fort in the fair field here. That is perhaps why thou art distinguishing thyself by pulling down unoffending convents, churches, and chapels there. Art thou not ashamed to call thyself Alamgir, conqueror of the world, when thyself standest vanquished by the Hindu emperor Shivaji? It was in this light. Some more paragraphs are given, which I can't read because the translations are not given. It was in this light that achievements of Shivaji and his compatriots were viewed by his race throughout Hindustan. Bhushan, though not a Maratha, felt as much proud of the victorious march of the Maratha warriors from Shivaji to Bajirao, Vide Bhushan Granthwali, as they themselves did. He was Hindu of Hindus, and till the last day of his life, he kept on singing his stirring songs, emphasizing the national and pan-Hindu aspect of the movement and impressing it on the minds of its own great leaders. Amongst these, Chhattarsal, the brave Bundela king, was his second favorite. Nor was this tribute paid to Chhattarsal undeserved. Chhattarsal was truly like Shivaji, Raj Singh, Guru Gobind Singh, the Dhal Hindvaneki. He looked upon himself as a champion of Hindutva. After his historical visit paid by Chhattarsal to Shivaji, the great Bundela leader, greatly encouraged by the latter, met Sujan Singh, who was a powerful Rajput chief in Bundelkhand. In the conversation that followed, Sujan Singh draws a moving picture of the political situation in the country. Sujan Singh, the old Raja, saying thus, offered his sword and heart to Chhattarsal and blessed him and his mission. Prakash, this is a citation, the historical work that describes the events of Chhattarsal's reign, Prakash, was composed under his direct order by Lal Kavi. Tegh Bahadur, the great Guru, who not only championed the cause of his war of Hindu liberation in Punjab, but laid down his life for it, is reported to have advised the Brahmins of Kashmir, who oppressed and threatened with Islam or death, solicited his help. O Brahmins, listen, you go and tell the Turks or Mohammedans without fear that there is a great Hindu leader of ours with lakhs of followers. His name is Tegh Bahadur, uplifter and awakener of mankind. First make him embrace Islam and then we will all do the same. पहले तेग बहादुर को मुस्लिम बनाओ फिर हम देखेंगे. And when he was challenged by the foes of the race and religion, he boldly answered. Hearing them, Guru Tegh Bahadur, the hero, the champion of Dharma, replied, how can I disgrace the Hindu Dharma, so dear to my heart? His illustrious son, Guru Govind Singh, at once the poet, the prophet, and the warrior of our Hindu race and our Hindu culture, exclaims in a moment of inspiration, May this Khalsa Panth flourish everywhere, so that long may Hindu Dharma live and all falsehood vanish. Khalistani. The chronicler of Shivaji in the old work says, Shivaji thought to himself, we are Hindus. The Mohammedans have subjugated the entire Deccan. They have defiled our sacred places. In fact, they have desecrated our religion. We will therefore protect our religion, and for that we would even lose our lives. We will acquire a new kingdom by our powers, and that bread we will eat. But the shrewd and trusted Dadaji advised, your plans are certainly very good, but it would be exceedingly difficult to carry them to a finish. In the first place, you are to establish powerful centers. Hindu kings and Hindu armies must afford assistance from place to place. Again, God Almighty must be on our side, and we must be blessed with the benedictions of consummate saints. And then these things are possible. And yet Dadaji was the guiding hand of the whole movement. The youthful Shivaji writes in AD 1646 to one of his young compatriots, quote, you would not be faithless to the emperor. Our primordial family god is self-existing and therefore all-powerful. He has given success to our efforts so long, and in future also will fulfill the object of my life by bringing about the establishment of Hinduvi Swarajya, Hindu independence. Indeed, it is the cherished wish of God that such a kingdom should be established. Mr. Rajwade has the original copy of this letter, which reveals, as it were, the soul of the great Hindu movement in the 17th and 18th centuries. Holy shit. He has original copy. What the fuck? It was no parochial movement. It was Hinduvi Swarajya, the Hindu empire. That was the great ideal which had fired the imagination and goaded the actions of Shivaji while he was but within his teens. We have his own word for it. But when Jai Singh, a Rajput prince, came to subdue Shivaji and his movement, the edge of Shivaji's power of resistance became very naturally blunted. It was disheartening in the extreme to find the Rajputs, the ancient shield of Hindutva, shedding their blood and the blood of their co-religionists and brother Hindus that the Mohammedans may win. Says Shivaji to Jai Singh, I am ready to hand over to you all fortresses you might ask for. I myself will plant your flag on them, but let not those Mohammedans triumph. I am a Hindu, you are Rajput, and therefore a Hindu. The kingdom has originally been of the Hindus. I will humble my head 100 times before one who protects the Hindu religion, but I will never agree to do anything that is calculated to impair the honor of the Hindu religion. End quote. Jai Singh was doubtless touched and replied, Emperor Aurangzeb is a very powerful sovereign. You should therefore agree to make terms with him. You will not be able to live in peace by maintaining hostile relations with him. We princes of Jaipur are Hindus. You are also a Hindu. We are in accord with you since you are out to rehabilitate Hindu religion. End quote. The rise of Hindu power under Shivaji had electrified the Hindu mind all over India. The oppressed looked upon him as an avatar and a savior. Thus we find that the people of the Savnu district groaning under the Mohammedan yoke appealed to him. Quote, this Yusuf is a very wicked fellow. He oppresses the women and the children, commits atrocities, and even resorts to such reprehensible misdeeds as the massacre of cows. We are so disgusted that we can no longer live under him. You are the restorer of the Hindu religion and the destroyer of the Malechas. It is therefore it is therefore that we have come to you for refuge. And since we have so approached you, guards have been stationed at our gates. In fact, they are intent on starving us here without food and water. So do come with all haste, lit by turning nights into days. End quote. Again, after Shivaji had restored the Jahangir to his brother Vayankoji at Tanjore on the condition that he should cease to recognize the sovereignty of the Mohammedan sway, Shivaji writes, "Those who are bitter haters of Hindu should have no footing in our territory, in your territory." Rajaram, in order to express his sense of appreciation of the national services of Shantaji and his brothers in the War of Independence, conferred on Bahirji the high and proud appellation Hindrav. When the siege at Jinji was pressing, the Maratha forces to try their best to break through it, an attempt was made to win over the Marathas in the services of the Mughal commander. Quote, secret negotiations were opened with Nagoji Raje to the effect that if he joins with the Marathas, they would break the enemy's forces and preserve the Hindu religion. He should therefore come over to them. End quote. This was the letter, I guess. Thereupon, Nagoji Raje gave up service under the Mohammedans and, withdrawing the attack, entered the city with his battalion numbering 5,000. When Shirke entered the service of the Mughals, as Shambhaji had beheaded the Shirke family, Khandoji Ballal said, "Shirke had been beheaded, but similarly 3 of my ancestors were killed by trampled under the foot of an elephant. But we are striving for the establishment of the kingdom of the Hindus, and you must be our partners." Then Shirke also entered the plot and helped the Marathas, with the result that Rajaram broke through the siege and escaped. Shah had once entered into a controversy with Savai Jai Singh, on the point, Hindu Dharmashchi Ras Nasadi Mi Kai Vetu Kai Kalesh. I guess we are both Hindus, then why do this Kalesh? I guess that's what this means. Maybe. The same spirit animated the generations of Bajirao and Nana Sahib. Says the historian, Sardesai, wrote that it appears that others also followed or supplemented Bajirao in the great work undertaken by him. The above idea of Hindu Padshahi, Hindu sovereignty, was animating the hearts of such saints as Brahmendra Swami, Govind Dikshit, and others who had been going over the country of pilgrimages and acquiring experience. They were imparting instructions to their disciples with the same idea. Bajirao himself says, "Why do you tarry? Rush vigorously and attack, and Hindu Padshahi, Hindu kingdom, is at hand." End quote. Brahmendra Swami was the central figure of the intellectuals of the period. Sardesai writes, "But the Swami did not think it proper to meet one in whose territory Hindu religion was being defiled. He impressed upon Shahu's mind how disgraceful it was that deities and Brahmins should be subjected to atrocities in the territory of Hindus." Mathurabai writes to this Swami, quote, "Shankarji Mohite, Ganoji Shinde, Khandoji Nalkar, Ramaji Kharade, Krishnaji Mod, and other powerful Sardars have preserved the kingdom, exterminated the Mohammedans, and protected the Hindu religion in Konkan." End quote. The letters sent by this brave lady, Mathurabai Angre, are all so full with patriotic fervor and force that they deserve a perusal from all those who want to catch the real spirit of the great Hindu revival. The Portuguese fanaticism at Goa was an Indian edition of the Inquisition in Europe. Once they prohibited the open observation of all Hindu religious rites and rituals, then the public-spirited Antaji Raghunath defiled the order and encouraged other Hindus to do the same. But he knew perfectly well that impotent passive resistance is impotent suffering. To be successful under such conditions as then prevailed, it must be backed up by the sword of a Bajirao or a Chimnaji. DJ is asking কোন বুক এটা, যে বইটা শুরু থেকেই পড়ছি সেটাই, হিন্দু রাষ্ট্র দর্শন, তার মধ্যে এই সেকশনটা হলো ওনার আলাদা করে বই এসেনশিয়ালস অফ হিন্দুত্বা। It was Antaji Raghunath who brought about the revolution in the Portuguese territories in India, enlisted the sympathies of all Hindu leaders on the side of Bajirao, and in fact was the prime mover who brought about the Maratha invasion, which ended in the liberation of almost all the Hindu territories after the triumphant campaign of Chimnaji Appa. But in the meanwhile, and before the fall of Vasai, Nadir Shah invaded India and Delhi had fallen in his hands. The Maratha agents of Bajirao write to him, quote, Tamas Tamas Pukuli Khan. What the fuck is this? Pukuli Khan. Nadir Shah is not a divine being so as to be able to destroy the whole creation. He is bound to come to terms with those that prove strong. Therefore, Your Excellency Bajirao should come with a strong force. Peace can come only after a war. We can expect a decisive result if Your Excellency and the entire Rajput chiefs combine now. We must join together all the Hindus, including Bundele and such others, and we must present a more than brilliant front. Nadir Shah does not intend to go back. He will directly march on the Hindu kingdom. Savai Jai Singh wants that Ranaji of Udaipur should be installed on the imperial throne. The Hindu kings, including Savai, are looking for the arrival of Your Excellency. In fact, as soon as Your Excellency can give a strong backing, Shivaji will send forces against Delhi and will also himself march. This is from Dhondo Govind's letters to Bajirao. Then Bajirao writes to Brahmendra Swami. But as Vasai was still holding out, Bajirao could not go in time. He was chafing under his inabilities. He writes, this is Bajirao writing to Brahmendra Swami, quote, the Hindus are placed in a critical situation. We have not yet captured Basain. Under the circumstances, all the Maratha armies should combine and cross the river Chambal. The plan is that he, Nadir Shah, should not be allowed to proceed further. But his indomitable spirit rose triumphant over all obstacles. He writes again, Bajirao's letter, quote, we must lay aside our internal differences such as punishment of Raghoji and others. The whole of Hindustan has now one common enemy to encounter. As for myself, I have decided to cross the Narmada and spread the Maratha armies as far as Chambal, and we shall see how Nadir Shah proceeds southward. Durvasa is saying book reading is good for kids. Why not discuss on the book for adults? Yeah, we are discussing the book only. Hence it is taking such a long time. Audio book hota to kab ka khatam ho jata hai. But I'm not going to omit sections because I'm also reading them for the first time. This is also sort of a reaction video to a book, primary source reading, every line, not lines that I personally find fascinating, lines that everyone is hearing for the very first time. And I'm not going to explain or discuss every random line. So whenever we are finding that a significant thing has been said, we are pausing and discussing. But just because that discussion is 4 hours and 22 minutes long doesn't mean it's not for adults. If adults prioritize knowledge, they will listen to it as much as they can, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour every day, and then complete the 4-hour, 20-minute stream someday. That is how adults listen to long-form podcasts all over the world. Where were we? Dhanda Govind, Dhanda Bajirao. Bajirao to Brahmendra Swami. Yeah. Savai Jai Singh was as intensely proud of his Hindutva as anyone else of the great leaders of the Hindu movement. It was he who directed the people, the oppressed Hindus, in Malwa to request Bajirao to extend the war of Hindu liberation to Malwa, and thus to take a further important step towards the realization of the mission of generations of the followers of the Shivaji cult all over India. The mission of Hindu Padshahi, in one of his letters, the enlightened and patriotic Rajput prince writes, quote, may you get success and wealth. Respectful greetings to Nandlalji Pradhan and Bhaiji Thakur, Sansthan Indore, from Maharaja Dhiraj Jai Singh, Camp Amargarh. You are informed that the emperor has started operations, but you need not be anxious. God Almighty will bring the matters to a successful issue. We have secured from Bajirao Peshwa solemn promises concerning you. Kuldeep, the book is called Hindu Rashtra Darshan. It's a collection of 3 books, 3 things basically. His Savarkar's book called Hindu Padshahi, then a bunch of his speeches, and the final section of the book is his 80-page book called Essentials of Hindutva. Today we ended the last speech he ever gave as the president of Hindu Mahasabha, and then we are now discussing Essentials of Hindutva. Yes, it's on Amazon. This is the book. Retroive, I don't think links will be visible here. Jai Singh writes on AD 26-10-1721. Oh, splendid, really creditable. It is right and proper that you and the other chiefs of the Malwa unite and bring about the prosperity and growth of the Hindu religion. It was with this object that the Mussalmans were discouraged from Malwa and the Hindu religion was preserved intact. Nana Sahib, the son of Bajirao, was in fact the greatest leader of men, and that the great movement of Hindu liberation and Hindu Padpadshahi brought to the front. His correspondence is a study by itself. Wherever we find him the champion of Hindutva. To Tarabai, Nana Sahib writes, quote, "The Mughal Nizam is an inveterate enemy of the Hindu power, and yet while you are yourself carrying on negotiations with them, you accuse me, your humble servant, of crooked ways." End quote. Though much was lost on the field of Panipat, yet all was not lost. For two men survived the battle and saved the cause, Nana Fadnavis and Mahatji Shinde, the brain, the sword, the shield of the Hindu power. Thought and worked and fought for 40 years or so in spite of the disastrous defeat of Panipat, or rather in virtue of it, for that defeat was the greatest blow that the victors had ever received. The greatest blow the victors had ever received, had succeeded in making the Hindus the de facto rulers of Hindustan. How conscious the national mind had grown of the triumphant turn events had taken, and how intensely proud had they been of Hindutva and Hindu empire all but established, can best be seen in the letters of the most talented diplomatic writers of the period. Govindrao Kale writes to Nana Fadnavis from the capital of the Nizam on learning the news that gladdened the Marathas from end to end of Maharashtra that the misunderstanding growing between the two men, Nana and Mahatji, had disappeared. Quote, When I read your letter, I was simply thrilled with joy. Indeed, I felt mightily happy. I cannot express all that fully in a letter. Literally, my mind was flooded with thoughts. All that territory from the river Attak to the Indian Ocean is the land of Hindus and not of the Turks. These have been our frontiers from the times of Pandavas down to those of Vikramaditya. They preserved it and enjoyed. After them, the rulers turned out to be quite effete, and the Yavanas, the Mohammedans, rose in power. The Mughals seized the kingdom of Hastinapur, and eventually, during the regime of Alamgir, we were reduced to such straits that the wearer of every Yagyopavita, the sacred thread meaning Janu, was required to pay a jizya tax of 3 to 8 rupees and to buy cooked food. As such, at such a juncture was born Shivaji Maharaj, the founder of the era and the protector of the religion. However, his mission was confined to a limited area. Then came Nana Sahib and Bhau Sahib of respected memory, heroes of such preeminent prowess that the like of them has not been born. And now everything has been restored to us under the benign and illustrious auspices of Srimant Peshwa, owing to the astuteness and valor of Patil Boa. But how was all this achieved? Because we had won, we thought it had been an easy matter. If it had been the case of Mohammedans, volumes of histories would have been written about it. Amongst the Mohammedans, even the smallest matter is extolled by them to the skies. While amongst the Hindus, we are inclined not even to refer to our exploits, however magnificent they may be. Indeed, results difficult to achieve had been achieved. The Mohammedans think and say that the accursed Hindus have established their supremacy. And really, Patil Boa has broken the heads of those who tried to raise them. In fact, the unachievable has been achieved. To establish order and recap its benefit like the great kings is still ahead. I am afraid where our merits will fail and the work will be spoiled. The achievements are not limited to the acquisition of territory and regaining of our kingdom, but include the preservation of Vedas and Shastras, rehabilitation of religion, protection of cows and Brahmins, establishment of suzerainty, and the diffusion of our fame and victory. To keep all this intact depends on you and Patil Boa. If there is difference amongst you, the enemy is bound to grow strong. Now my misgivings are a guess. It was really splendid, very excellent. The enemies are besetting us on all sides. I was very uneasy. Your letter has been a relief to me. AD 1793. This one single letter, penned with such ease and grace, gives a truer expression to the spirit of our history than many a dull volumes had done. How spontaneously it hits on the right derivation of the epithets Hindu and Hindustan, and now completely our ancestors, down to the last generation, loved and revered and identified themselves with these epithets, is so eloquently illustrated in this letter as to render it superfluous to cite any more. Stupid notions must go. Having thus tried to trace the successive chapters of the history of the words Hindu and Hindustan, from the earliest Vedic period to the fall of the last of our Hindu empire in AD 1818, we are now in a position to address ourselves in the main task of determining the essentials of Hindutva. The first result of our inquiry is to explode the baseless suspicion which has crept into the minds of some of our well-meaning but hasty countrymen that the origin of the words Hindu and Hindustan is to be traced to the malice of the Mohammedans. After all that has been said in the previous paragraphs about the history of these words, this suspicion seems to be singularly stupid that to mention it is to refute it. Long before Muhammad was born, nay, long before the Arabians were heard of as a people, this ancient nation was known to ourselves as well as to the foreign world by the proud epithet Sindhu or Hindu and Arabians. And Arabians could not have invented this term any more than they could have invented the Indus itself. They simply learned it from the ancient Iranians, Jews, and other peoples. But apart from all serious historical refutation, is it now clear that had it been really contemptuous expression of our foes, as it is said to be, could it have ever recommended itself to the bravest and the best of our race? Surely our people were not quite such strangers either to the Arabic or Persian tongues. The Mohammedans were apt to refer to us as kafir also, but had our people adopted that name and struck it up as a distinguishing mark? Why did they submit voluntarily to the national insult only in the case of other epithets, Hindustan or Hindus? Simply because they knew more of our national traditions and were less cut off from our national life than some of us had been. That is why some of us kept constantly harping on the fact that this word Hindu is not found in Sanskrit. What of this word alone? The Sanskrit literature makes no mention of Krishna, Banaras, Maratha, Sikh, Gujarat, Patna, Siya, Jamna, and those thousands of other words that we use daily. But are they to be traced to some foreign source? The word Banaras, though not found in Sanskrit, is still ours because it is the Prakrit form of Varanasi which is found in Sanskrit. In fact, it is ridiculous to expect a Prakrit word in classical Sanskrit. Nay more, although Hindu being a Prakrit form of a Sanskrit word, should not be expected to be found in Sanskrit. Yet as it cannot be but a weighty proof of its importance even in its Prakrit form that form should be at times met with in Sanskrit literature. For example, the Bherupatra used this word Hindu. Great Sanskrit lexicographers like Apte in Maharashtra and Tananath Tarko Bachospati in Bengal have also mentioned it, while the line Shiv and Shiv na Hinduran Yavan is too well known to be quoted. It may be that in the modern, this is a great point that Savarkar has brought up. That yes, always people keep saying that no, only the Mohammedans called us Hindus, therefore we can't be Hindus. Even people who otherwise like Mohammedans say these things, and therefore we can't even use the word Hindu, etc. But why then would Hindus embrace it from time immemorial? They used to call us Kafirs as well. We didn't embrace the word Kafir for us. We didn't call ourselves Kafirstan or call our country Kafirstan. So why did we take the word Hindu? Because we called ourselves Hindu. It may be that in the modern Mohammedanized Persian, some contemptuous meaning has come to be associated with the term Hindu. But how does that show that the original significance of Hindu was contemptuous and black? The words Hindi or Hind are used in Persian, but they do not mean black. And yet we know that they, along with Hindu, are originated from the same Sanskrit word Sindhu or Sindh. If the word Hindu is applied to us because it means black, then is that Hind and Hindi are also applied to us? They do not mean a black man? The fact is that the word Hindu dates its origin not from the Mohammedanized Persian, but from the ancient language of Iran, the Zend. And then the Saptasindhu meant Saptasindhus alone. It could not have applied to us because we were black literally, for the simple reason that the ancient Saptasindhus, that is Hindus in Avestic period, were as fair as the Iranians and lived practically side by side and even at times together with them. Even so, as late as the dawn of the Christian era, the Parthians used to call our frontier province as Shavet Bharat or White India. Thus, originally Hindu simply could not have literally meant a black man. In fact, after it has been made so amply clear that clear in the foregoing sections that the epithets Hindu and Hindustan had been the proud and patriotic designations signifying our land and our nation long before the Mohammedans or Mohammedanized Persians were heard of, It becomes almost immaterial so far as the greatness of epithet Hindu and its claim to our love are concerned. What meaning complimentary or contemptuous is attached to it by some swollen headed fanatic here and there. There was a time when the term England had fallen so low in England itself, in the estimation of her Norman conquerors, that it became a formula of swearing against each other. May I become an Englishman? Was the strongest form of self denunciation, and calling a Norman an Englishman an unpardonable insult. But did the English care to change the name of their land or their nation and call it Normandy instead of England? Or would their disowning their name as the English have made them great? No, on the contrary. Precisely because they did not disown their ancient blood or name, today we find that while the word Norman has become an historical fossil and Normandy has no place on the map of the world, the contemptuous English and their English language have come to own the largest empire the world has yet seen. And yet great as the glories of the English world are, what on the whole has it to show to match the glories of the Hindu world? In times of conflict, nations do lose their balance of mind, and if the Persians or others once understood by the word Hindu, a thief or a black man alone, then let them remember that the word Mohammedan too was not always mentioned to denote any very enviable type of mankind by the Hindus either. To call a man Musalman, or better still a Musanda, was worse than calling him a brute. Such bitter fulminations and mutual recriminations, though they might have the excuse of inevitability in times of life and death struggles, while the fume and flame of the angry, brutal passions last, should be forgotten as soon as men recover from the fits and claim to be recognized as gentlemen. Nor should we forget that the ancient Jews used the term Hindu to denote strength or vigor, for these were the qualities associated with our land and nation. In an Arab epic named Sohab Mo Alaku, it is said that the oppressions of kith and kin are bitterer or more fatal than the stroke of a Hindu sword while returning a Hindu answer, is a proverbial way with the Persian themselves, by which they are said to mean to strike bravely and deeply with an Indian sword. The ancient Babylonians had been in the habit of denoting the finest quality of cloth as Sindhu because it generally came from the Saptasindhus, a custom which also shows that they also knew our country by its ancient name Sindhu. Wow, holy shit. Nor have we as yet heard of any other meaning being attributed to this word in the ancient Babylonian language than its national one. No Hindu can help feeling proud of himself at the curious interpretation put upon the epithet by the illustrious traveler Huan Sang himself, belonging to our highly civilized and ancient neighbors, the Chinese, when he identifies our national name Hindu with the Sanskrit Indu, and says in justification that the world had rightly called the nation Indus, for they and their civilization had, like the moon, ever been a constant source of delight and refreshment to the languid and weary soul of man. Indu. Does not all this clearly show that the way of inspiring respect for our name in the minds of men is not either to change or deny it, but to compel recognition of and homage to it by the valor of our arms, purity of our aims, and the sublimity of our souls? Even if we allow some of our brethren to ride their hobby horse in all glee and get themselves recognized and registered in the census report as Aryans instead of as Hindus, yet they could only succeed in dragging down the word Aryan to their own level and adding one more synonym to the vocabulary of the words for a helot and a coolie, as long as our nation does not attain to the heights of greatness and of strength as in the days of yore. कि तुम अपने आप को आर्यन बोलो, वो सिर्फ एक सब्स्टिट्यूट वर्ड रहेगा for helot or coolie. But apart from any serious argument against the absurd proposal of denying the epithets Hindu or Hinduism and granting for a while the stupid theory that their origin is to be traced to the malice of foreigners, we simply ask, is it possible to deny them and coin a new word for our national designation? As it stands at present, the word Hindu has come to be the very banner of our race and the one great feature that, above all other, contributes to strength and uphold our racial unity from Cape to Kashmir, from Attak to Cuttack. Do you think you can change it as easily as a cap? Once it happened that a gentleman well-meaning and patriotic intended to get himself registered in the census records as an Aryan instead of a Hindu, as he had been a victim to the widespread lie that we were first called Hindus by the Persian Mohammedans out of their contempt that the word meant a thief or a black man. Yet I could not enter into any detailed discussion about the origin of the word for lack of time, and so simply questioned him as to what his own name was. He told it was Takat Singh. Takat Singh, my good friend, I continued, unlike the word Hindu, whose origin is at the worst disputable, your name is indisputably a hybrid word and should therefore be first replaced in the register by some ancient and purely Aryan word, say Maud Galyan or Sinhasan Singh, not Takat Singh. Having evaded the point for a while, he tried to point out how difficult it was to do so and how it would completely upset his economical position. And after all, how could he get the world to call him by the newfangled name, or what could be gained at all by this risky experiment of calling himself Sinhasan Singh while all others persisted in calling him Takat Singh? But, I rejoined, but if to change your individual names, which is indisputably foreign, seems to you so difficult, nay harmful, then, my friend, how much more difficult would it be to change the name of a whole race which is so far from being a foreign invention that it is ours as much as Vedas are ours, and how much more futile? Of the futility of any such attempt to change a deep-rooted name, a far more convincing example than this personal one is furnished by our Sikh brotherhood in the Punjab. The band of the best and the bravest of the Hindu race, whom our great Guru had chosen, triumphantly exclaiming something in Devanagari script which I can't read, for the express purpose of, the translation is given. The band of warriors was named Khalsa, the saint who bewailed something is daily greeted with a Vahe Guru Ji Ka Khalsa. The words Darbar, Diwan, Bahadur have crept like thieves to the very heart of our Harimandir. They are the scars of our old wounds. The wounds are healed, but the scars persist and seem to be incorporated with our form. As long as any attempt to scratch them out threatens to harm us more than profit, so long all that we can do is to tolerate them. For after all, they are the scars of the wounds received in a conflict that we have won in a gory field in which we remained as the victors of the day. Yeah, तो अगर वो घुस भी गया है तो क्या है? We won that war after all. হেডুলার মুখ দেখাচ্ছে না কারণ বইয়ের ক্যামেরার সামনে বইটা রাখা, সোজা করে ধরা বইটা. And yet, if any words, however closely they might have been associated with things sacred, are to be disowned and changed, they all are indisputably foreign and reminiscent of alien domination. Does it not seem almost insincere that we who cannot only tolerate but love these names should clamor to disown the epithet Hindu or Hindustan, which is the very cradle name of our race and of our land, chosen by our patriarchs, recorded in the most ancient and revered annals of the world, the Vedas? An epithet which had proudly been borne by millions of our countrymen on both sides of the Sindhu for the last 40 centuries, if not more, which expanded to and embraced the whole of our country from Kashmir to the Cape and from Attock to Cuttack, which sums up in a word the whole geographical position of our race and our land, Sindhu or Hindu, which had been recognized as a sign of distinction to mark out the Rashtramaryasya Chottamam, an epithet for which our foes hated us and for which our warriors from Shalivahan to Shivaji went forth in their thousands to keep up their fight from century to century. It was this word Hindu, that was found impressed on the ashes of Padmini and Chittor. It was this word Hindu that was owned by Tulsidas, Tukaram, Ramkrishan and Ramdas. Hindu Padshaahi was the dream of Ramdas, the mission of Shivaji, the polar star of the ambitions of Bajirao and Bandar Bahadur, of Chhattarsal and Nana Saheb, of Pratap and Pratapaditya of Bengal. It was inscribed on the banner of defending which 100,000 Hindu heroes fell, inflicting fatal wounds on the foes on the battlefield of Panipat, and Bhau at the head of them all, and sword in hand within one single day. It was for the Hindu Padshaahi that, in spite of all that martyrdom and invicture of it, Nana and Mahadji steered the nation clear of all rocks and shoals and brought it almost within sight of the coveted shores. It is this epithet Hindu or Hindustan that even to this day owns a loving allegiance of millions of our people, from the throne of Nepal to the begging bowl in the street. To disown these words is like to cut off and cast away the very heart of our people. You should be dead before you do that. It is not only fatal but futile. To oust the words Hindu or Hindustan from the position they hold is to try to oust the Himalayas from theirs. Nothing but an earthquake with all its terrible wrenches and appalling uncertainties can accomplish that. The objection that is leveled against the appellation Hindu and Hindustan on account of the mistaken notion which attributed their origin to foreign sources could, if left to itself, be easily laid low by advancing undesirable historical facts. But as it is, this objection is in some cases backed up by a secret fear that if the epithet be honored and owned, then all those who do so would be looked upon as believers in the dogmas and religious practices that go by the name Hinduism. This fear, though it is not often admitted openly that a Hindu is necessarily, and by the very fact that he is a Hindu, a believer in so called Hinduism, makes many a man determined not to get convinced that the epithets are not an alien invasion. Nor is this fear totally unjustified. Yes, see, Savarkar the rational. He's saying this fear is not totally unjustified. But it would be more candid if those who entertain this fear should openly advance it as the ground of their objection. Openly say it, to being recognized as Hindus and not try to hide it under a false and untenable issue. कि वो मुस्लिम ने दिया था नाम इसलिए हम हिंदू नहीं है लोल bro. This needs underlining. The superficial similarity between these two terms, Hindutva and Hinduism, is responsible for this regrettable estrangement that, at times, alienates well-meaning gentlemen in our Hindu brotherhood. The distinction between these two terms would be presently made clear. Here it is enough to point out that if there be really any word of alien growth, it is this word Hinduism, and so we should not allow our thoughts to get confused by this newfangled term. That a man can be as truly a Hindu as any without believing even in the Vedas as an independent religious authority is quite clear from the fact that the thousands of our Jain brethren, not to mention others, are for generations calling themselves Hindus and would even to this day feel hurt if they be called otherwise. We refer to this simply as an actual fact, apart from any detailed justification and examination of it which would presently follow. Till then, we hope our readers would not allow prejudicial fear regarding the conclusion of our argument as to its intrinsic merit, and bear in mind that we have throughout the foregoing pages been dealing not with any ism whatsoever, but with Hindutva alone in its national and cultural aspects. Now we are fairly in a position to try to analyze the contents of one of the most comprehensive and bewilderingly synthetic concept known to human tongue. Hindutva is the derivative word from Hindu. We have seen that the earliest and the most sacred records of our race show that the appellation Sapta Sindhu or Hapta Hindu was applied to a region in which the Vedic nation flourished. The geographical sense being the primarily one has been now contradicting, now expanding, but ever persistently been associated with the words Hindu and Hindustan till after a lapse of nearly 5,000 years, if not more. Hindustan has come to mean the whole continental country from the Sindhu to Sindhu, from the Indus to the seas. The most important factor that contributes to the cohesion, strength, and the sense of unity of a people is that they should possess an internally well-connected and externally well-demarcated local habitation and a name that could, by its very mention, rouse up the cherished image of their motherland as well as the loved memories of their past. We are happily blessed with both these important requisites for a strong and united nation. Our land is so vast and yet so well knit, so well demarcated from others and yet so strongly entrenched, that no country in the world is more closely marked out by the fingers of nature as a geographical unit beyond cavil or criticism. So also is the name Hindustan or Hindu that it has come to bear. The first image that it rouses in the mind is unmistakably of our motherland, and by an express appeal to its geographical and physical features, it verifies it into a living being. Hindustan, meaning the land of Hindus, the first essential of Hindutva, must necessarily be this geographical one. A Hindu is primarily a citizen either in himself or through his forefathers of Hindustan, and claims the land as his motherland. In America as well as France, the word Hindu is generally understood, thus exactly in the sense of an Indian without any religious or cultural implication. And had the word Hindu been left to convey this primary significance only, which it had in common with all the words derived from the Sindhu, then it would really have meant an Indian, a citizen of Hindustan, as the word Hindi does. In the same way that today in American wrestling circles, the Danbaitak is called Hindu push-ups, and the swinging way of doing squats that the wrestlers from Haryana do, they are called Hindu squats. Let me have a sip of coffee now. Only how many pages left? 57, 62, 30. Oh, 35 more pages left. I will take a break for my voice and have a sip of coffee. Vikhyat, this is the essentials of Hindutva. No, not second last speech. We did the last speech today, and after that we went to the essentials of Hindutva. We are discussing essentials of Hindutva only for the last about 1 hour. Durvasha, yes, the lingua franca dialect of Bengali is considered to be what the Kolkata-based Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kayasthas speak, or used to speak about 200 years back. But again, that's become classical Bengali a little now. Dada, do you think Varna Vyavastha caste system acted as shock absorbers against the disruption caused by Mughal? Yes, and it worked to the benefit of the rulers as well, in the sense that it benefited the administrators and administrators, which is why Irfan Habib points out that not only did Islamic kings not end the caste system, they in fact benefited from it and used the caste system to administer the state, because it's groups of professions running on autopilot. So it's easy to run that way. Okay, let's take a break for 2-3 minutes. I'll come back in 3 or 4 minutes. Yes. Yeah, coming back soon.
দুঃসাহস দিয়ে গড়া জীবন পিছন থেকে উড়ে আসতে পারে মৃত্যুদূত যখন তখন এই যুদ্ধে মাথা উঁচু করে বেঁচে থাকার লড়াইটা মার খেলে আরো জোরে দিতে হবে পাল্টা সময়ের আগে দিলে মোক্ষম চালটা নিশ্চিন্তেই হবে জয় আগুনের চেয়ে দ্রুত তোমাদের বিস্তার সাহসের সাথে আছে হাতে ধরা হাতিয়ার বিপদের হাত ছানি কেটে যায় বারবার তোমাদেরকে সেলাম হে বীর সৈন্য দল তৈরি হও এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল জিতে পেরো এই লড়াই করে বেঁচে থাকার লড়াইটা মার খেলে আরো জোরে দিতে হবে পাল্টা সময়ের আগে দিলে মোক্ষম চালটা নিশ্চিন্তেই হবে জয় আগুনের চেয়ে দ্রুত তোমাদের বিস্তার সাহসের সাথে আছে হাতে ধরা হাতিয়ার বিপদের হাত ছানি কেটে যায় বারবার তোমাদেরকে সেলাম তোমরাই আছো তাই নিশ্চিন্ত সবাই দেশপ্রেম তোমাদের সকলের জানা চাই শত্রুর চ্যালেঞ্জে জিতে ফেরো তোমরাই তোমাদেরকে সেলাম হে বীর সৈন্য দল তৈরি হও এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল জিতে পেরো এই লড়াই হে বীর সৈন্য দল তৈরি হও এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল জিতে পেরো
Well, Durvasa is saying History Channel is known for BS like ancient aliens. Yes. No, it was not an advertisement of Indian Army. They were doing a series on it. Series on the ParaSF, Special Forces and stuff. No, I can't read Devanagari script unless I spent 15 minutes on a word. I had it for as third language only for a year. What do you think are the main key reasons for our survival? Population, just how huge it was, and conversions were prevented because of caste system. Because there's no one single head, one single leader whose head you must cut off, and then the entire society follows suit. There's no following suit in our society. It's a low trust society as a whole. Inside castes, like we have discussed before with you only, that inside caste is a high trust society, but overall in the country it's a low trust society. So no one's going to convert wholesale to any idea, any ideology ever. Some might not convert just because the other guy has convert. Havlat Prince is saying hard Aram, simply great, the percussions, vocals, everything perfect, felt like Hindu work right. Thank you very much, Havlat Prince. And it's obviously inspired a lot from Marathi music, Marathi folk, and even a bit of Kantara. It's inspired from a music piece that was there in the Savarkar movie as well, but it was not there in the Savarkar soundtrack full video that they have released on YouTube on that soundtrack album. For some reason, I don't know why. There might be some issues to who exactly owns it and stuff. But my track was inspired from that. The scene I'm talking about is when Savarkar's first unconditional release, and he is on the car waving to everyone. The music that was there, which was completely Marathi folk, that was on which I based this music. The melody in that one, I think, was and then the crowd comes in, his own elder brother gets shoved away and stuff. That scene, yeah, that scene is the most epic scene in the entire movie. What is this, Aram? Is it on YouTube? Yes, Boishaladi. I released the entire soundtrack of the recent short film I did. The first track is called Aram. I would suggest those who liked Aram to also check out the track Massacre in that album. All of them are 2-3 minutes, max 2 minutes, I think, 2.5 minutes. And check out the Aigiri Nandini. It's a different version. The composition was done by the melody is not the same. Aigiri Nandini, that melody was not used by us. It was a completely fresh composition. It was done by my friend Moinak Kormokar, who along with his brother were the composers for Ailo Uma Barita and stuff, which was the biggest Durga Puja hit in 2023 or 24. Yeah, 23. Anyway, so the other track I would suggest is Massacre. Massacre also you'll really like. And do check out the Aigiri Nandini one as well. Let's see. If you liked Adam, then though you'll definitely like my Shiv Bhairav Tandav Stotram, which is yet to release. It's going to be in the trailer of an Oriya movie someday when they finish it, when their budget is finally gathered. After that trailer is pitched to people, that movie will be green signaled, then I think the movie will happen, then the trailer will someday release. So I don't know when you all will get to hear the full song, but you all will get to hear my Kal Bhairav Ashtakam arrangement as well, which is complete, for whose video I'll be doing crowdfunding and stuff. Shakra, my music YouTube channel. Check out my posts section, okay, the community tab on YouTube. There I shared it a few days back too. I think day before yesterday or yesterday only. Anything else? Kuldeep is saying, I have yet to read Savarkar's work, but I have heard good things about him online, and that in fact he was against caste system and quite progressive. What went so wrong that he has been turned? Nothing went wrong. People just got afraid that Savarkar would become too popular, and a lot of Orthodox Hindus are also afraid, and even they hate Savarkar. If you're reading to this live stream, you are reading Savarkar's work only. We are reading from direct primary sources. We are reading Savarkar's own writings, his own speeches. This is the last episode of this live stream, okay, of this series. This playlist is called Hindu Rashtra Darshan, Savarkar, or just Hindu Rashtra Darshan. That is the playlist where you'll find the rest of the book discussed. Of course, you'll have to take membership for the other parts. Okay, let's continue now. Will you work in the gaming industry or advertising industry? As a musician, right? Yeah, of course. I've done many ads. I've never worked on a video game, but I've scored many full-length ads, like 1 minute ads, 2 minute ads, 30-second ads, 20-second ads. My last ad was for a West Bengal-based bulb manufacturer, which featured Saurav Ganguly. And I did many Diwali ads for some from Mumbai-based brands as well. Dada, do you think Savarkar would have banned Orthodox Hindu practices? If not, then why are trads worried? Because trads are like ascetics. It's when material threats come, then they will do what's necessary. But these are not material threats. These are just disrespectful actions from Savarkar, which is why they hate him and they want to punish him. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, and had the word Hindu been left to convey this primary significance only, which it had in common with all the words derived from the Sindhu, then it would really have meant an Indian, a citizen of Hindustan, as well as the word Hindi does. Essential implications of Hindutva. But throughout our inquiry, we have been concerning ourselves more with what would have been or what should be. Not that to paint what should be is not a legitimate pursuit, but nay, it is a necessary and at times more stimulating, but even that could be better done by first getting a firm hold of what actually is. We must try, therefore, to be on our guard so that in our attempt to determine the essentials of Hindutva, we be guided entirely by the actual contents of the word as it stands at present. So, although the root meaning of the word Hindu, like the sister epithet Hindi, may mean only an Indian, yet as it is, we would be straining the usage of words too much. We fear to the point of breaking if we call a Mohammedan a Hindu because of his being a resident of India. It may be that at some future time the word Hindu may come to indicate a citizen of Hindustan and nothing else. That day can only rise when all cultural and religious bigotry has disbanded its forces pledged to aggressive egoism, and religion cease to be isms and become merely the common fund of eternal principles that lie at the root of all, that are a common foundation on which the human state majestically and firmly rests. See, this is the beauty of Savarkar. This is the beauty of the Nijjan that Savarkar was. He does not bullshit about the world in the way that he wants it to be. He accepts the world for what it is, what is inevitable, okay? And therefore says, see, even I like universal, good, nice religion and stuff. Religion will be just personal, a repository of good ideas and stuff, but that world is not today. If and when that world comes, I would be happy to accept it. But as even the first streaks of this consummation, so devoutly to be wished for, are scarcely discernible on the horizon. Oh, what language. Oh, bro, what language. Listen to this sentence once again. Even as the first streaks of this consummation, so devoutly to be wished for, that all religions are just nice ideas and stuff. Even though they are so devoutly to be wished for, they are scarcely discernible on the horizon. It would be folly for us to ignore stern realities. As long as every other ism has not disowned its special dogmas, whichever tend into dangerous war cries, so long no cultural or national unit can afford to loosen the bonds, especially those of a common name and a common banner that are the mighty sources of organic cohesion and strength. An American may become a citizen of India. He would certainly be entitled, if bona fide, to be treated as our Bharatiya or Hindu, a countryman and a fellow citizen of ours. But as long as in addition to our country, he has not adopted our culture and our history, inherited our blood, and has come to look upon our land not only as the land of his love, but even of his worship, he cannot get himself incorporated into the Hindu fold. For although the first requisite of Hindutva is that he be a citizen of Hindustan, either by himself or through his forefathers, yet it is not the only requisite qualification for it, as the term Hindu has come to mean much more than its geographical significance. Bond of common blood. Varun Dev is saying, Dada, do you think trads are so stupid they would rather choose Gandhi over Savarkar because of views of Hinduism? I'm agnostic. I hope they would. Any day. Any day. Who the fuck do you think were the supporters of Gandhi back then, bro? Only lower caste people because of Harijan movement? Absolutely fucking not. Who are all the significant Gandhivadis of South India and Bengal? All the famous Brahmin moderates of Congress? Bro, no one ever liked Savarkar. Some masses ended up liking Savarkar for a while, and definitely not trads and orthodox people. The commies, the Muslims, the moderates of Congress, and the orthodox and trads, all of these groups hated Savarkar forever, which is why Savarkar disappeared, which is why everyone was happy to throw Savarkar under the bus, which is why no one came to his defense. Can Rajan issue writ mandam? Bond of common blood. The reason that explains why the term Hindu cannot be synonymous with Bharatiya or Hindu and mean an Indian only naturally introduces us to the second essential implication of that term. The Hindus are not merely the citizens of the Indian state because they are united not only by the bounds of the love they bear to a common motherland, but also by the bounds of a common blood. They are not only a Rashtra, but also a Jati. The word Jati, derived from the root Jan, to produce, means a brotherhood, a race determined by a common origin, possessing a common blood. All Hindus claim to have in their veins the blood of the mighty race incorporated with and descended from the Vedic fathers, the Sindhus. We are well aware of the not unoften interested objection that carpingly questions, but are you really a race? Can you be said to possess a common blood? We can only answer by questioning in return. Are the English a race? Is there anything as English blood, the French blood, the German blood, or the Chinese blood in this world? Do they, who have been freely infusing foreign blood into their race by contracting marriages with other races and people, possess a common blood and claim to be a race by themselves? If they do, Hindus also can emphatically do so. For the very castes which you, owing to your colossal failure to understand and view them in the right perspective, assert to have barred the common flow of blood into our race, have done so more truly and more effectively as regards the foreign blood than our own. Nay, is not the very presence of these present castes a standing testimony to a common flow of blood from a Brahmin to a Chandal? Even a cursory glance at any of our smritis would conclusively prove that the Anulom and Pratilom marriage institutions were the order of the day and have given birth to a majority of the castes that obtain amongst us. If a Kshatriya has a son from a Shudra woman, he gives birth to the Ugar caste. Again, if the Kshatriya raises an issue on an Ugar, he founds a Shabpach class, while a Brahmin mother and a Shudra father beget the caste Chandal. From the Vedic story of Satyakam Jabali to Maharji Shinde, every page of our history shows that the ancient Ganges of our blood has come down from the attitudes of the sublime Vedic heights to the plains of our modern history, fertilizing much, incorporating many a noble stream, and purifying many a lost soul, increasing in volume and depth and richness. Defying the danger of being lost in bogs and sands and flows today, refreshed and reinvigorated more than ever. All that caste system has done is to regulate its noble flood on lines believed and on the whole rightly believed by our saintly and patriotic lawgivers and kings, to contribute most to fertilize and enrich all that was barren and poor, without famishing and debasing all that was flourishing and nobly endowed. This is true not only in the case of those castes. So this line is repeated by trads to prove that Savarkar was in fact in favor of the existing caste system, which he was not. He was saying that in specific context of caste, blood, if at all blood is the question we are discussing at any point, then yes, castes help do that, and in fact prove that we are a single blood. This is true not only in the case of those castes that are the outcome of intermarriages between the chief four castes and the cross-bond, but also in the case of those tribes or races who somewhere in the dimness of the hoary past were leading a separate and self-centered life. Witness the customs prevalent in Malabar or Nepal, where a Hindu of the highest caste is allowed to marry a woman of those who are supposed to be the originally alien tribes, but who, even if the suggestion be true, have by their brave and loving defense of the Hindu culture, have been incorporated with and bound to us by the dearest of ties, the ties of a common blood. Is the Nagavansha Dravidian family? Well, then who is who now when the youths of Agnivansh have taken to them the daughters of the Nagas, and the Chandirvansh and the Suryavansh have bestowed their damsels on the youth of both the families? Down to the day of Harsh, not to mention the partial breakdown of the caste system itself in the centuries of the Buddhistic sway, intermarriages were the order of the day. Take, for example, the case of a single family of the Pandavas. The sage Parashar was a Brahmin who fell in love with the fair maid of a fisherman who gave birth to the world-renowned Vyasa, who in his turn raised two sons on the Kshatriya princes Amba and Ambalika. One of these two sons, Pandu, allowed his wives to raise issue by resorting to the Niyog system, and they, having solicited the love of men of unknown castes, giving birth to the heroes of our great epic. Without mentioning equally distinguished characters of the same period, Karan, Vahan, Ghatotkach, Vidur, and others, we beg to point out to the relatively modern cases of Chandragupta, said to have married a Brahmin girl who gave birth to the father of Ashok. Ashok, who has as a prince married a Vaishya maid. Harsh, who being a Vaishya, gave his daughter in marriage to a Kshatriya prince. Vyadkarma, who is said to be a son of Vyad, with whom his mother, a Brahmin girl, had fallen in love, and who grew to be the Yagyacharya of Vikramaditya. Surdas, Krishna Bhatt, who being a Brahmin fell so desperately in love with a Chandal girl as to lead an open married life with her, and subsequently became the founder of the religious sect Matangi Panth. What the fuck? Who nevertheless call themselves and are perfectly entitled to be recognized as Hindus. This is not all. An individual at times by his or her iron actions may lose his or her first caste and be relegated to another. The injunction was not always an empty threat. There was an injunction. Many a Kshatriya have, by taking to agriculture and other occupations of life, lost the respect due to a Kshatriya and were classed with some of the other castes. While many of brave men in case of whole tribes raised themselves to the position, the rights and titles of the Kshatriya and were recognized as such. Being outcasted from a caste, which is an event of daily occurrence, is only getting incorporated with some other. Not only is this true so far as those Hindus only who believe in the caste system based on the Vedic tenets are concerned, but even in the case of Avedic sects of the Hindu people. As it was true in the Buddhistic period that a Buddhist father, a Vedic mother, a Jain son could be found in a single joint family, or even today, Jains and Vaishnavas intermarry in Gujarat, Sikhs and Sanatanis in Punjab and Sindh. Moreover, today's Mahanubhav or Lingayat or Sikh or Sanatani is yesterday's Hindu, and today's Hindu may be tomorrow's Lingayat or Brahmo or Sikh. And no word can give a full expression to this racial unity of our people as the epithet of Hindu does. Some of us were Aryans and some Anaryans, but Ayers and Nayars, we were all Hindus and own a common blood. Some of us are Brahmins and some Namashudras or Panchams, but Brahmins or Chandals, we are all Hindus and own a common blood. Some of us are Dakshinatyas and some Gaurs, but Gaurs or Saraswats, we are all Hindus and own a common blood. Some of us were Rakshasas and some Yakshas, but Rakshas or Yakshas, we are all Hindu and own a common blood. Some of us were Vanars and some Kinnars, but Vanars or Nars, we are all Hindus and own a common blood. Some of us are Jains and some Jangams, but Jains or Jangams, we are all Hindus and own a common blood. Some of us are monists, some pantheists, some atheists, and some artheists. But monotheists or artheists, we are all Hindus and own a common blood. We are not only a Rashtra but a Jati, a born brotherhood. Nothing else counts. It is after all a question of the heart. We feel that the same ancient blood that coursed through the veins of Rama and Krishna, Buddha and Mahavir, Nanak and Chaitanya, Basav and Madhav, of Rohidas and Tiruvellar, courses throughout the Hindudom from vein to vein, pulsates from heart to heart. We feel we are a Jati, a race bound together by the dearest ties of blood, and therefore it must be so. After all, there is throughout this world, so far as man is concerned, but a single race, the human race. kept alive by one common blood, the human blood. All other talk is at best provincial, a makeshift, and only relatively true. Nature is constantly trying to overthrow the artificial barriers you raise between race and race. To try to prevent the commingling of blood is to build on sands. Sexual attraction has proved more powerful than all the commands of all the prophets put together. Even as it is not even the Aborigines of the Andamans are without some sprinkling of the so-called Aryan blood in their veins and vice versa. Truly speaking, all that any one of us can claim, all that history entitles one to claim, is that one has the blood of all mankind in one's veins. The fundamental unity of man from pole to pole is true, all else only relatively so. And speaking relatively alone, no people in the world can more justly claim to get recognized as a racial unit than the Hindus and perhaps the Jews. A Hindu marrying a Hindu may lose his caste but not his Hindutva. A Hindu believing in any theoretical or philosophical or social system, orthodox or heterodox, or even libertarianism for that matter, not Savarkar, okay, this is me saying, provided it is unquestionably indigenous and founded by a Hindu, may lose his sect but not his Hindutva. You see, this is why. His Hinduness, because the most important essential which determines it is the inheritance of the Hindu blood. Therefore, all those who love the land that stretches from Sindhu to Sindhu, from Indus to the seas as their fatherland, consequently claim to inherit the blood of the race that has evolved by incorporation and adaptation from the ancient Saptasindhus, can be said to possess two of the most essential requisites of Hindutva. Common culture. But only two, because a moment's consideration would show that these two qualifications of Ek Rashtra and Ek Jati, of a common fatherland and therefore of a common blood, cannot exhaust all the requisites of Hindutva. The majority of the Indian Mohammedans may, if free from the prejudices born of ignorance, come to love our land as their fatherland, as the patriotic and noble-minded amongst them have always been doing. The story of their conversions, forcible in millions of cases, is too recent to make them forget, even if they like to do so, that they inherit Hindu blood in their veins. But can we, who here are concerned with investigating into facts as they are and not as they should be, recognize these Mohammedans as Hindus? Many a Mohammedan community in Kashmir and other parts of India, as well as the Christians in South India, observe our caste rules to such an extent as to marry generally within the pale of their castes alone. Yet it is clear that through their original Hindu blood is thus almost unaffected by an alien adulteration, yet they cannot be called Hindus in the sense in which that term is actually understood, because we Hindus are bound together not only by the tie of the love we bear to a common fatherland and by the common blood that courses through our veins and keeps our hearts throbbing and our affections warm, but also by the tie of a common homage we pay to our great civilization, our Hindu culture, which could not be better rendered than by the word Sanskriti, suggestive as it is of that language, the Sanskrit, which has been the chosen means of expression and preservation of that culture, of all that was best and worth preserving in the history of our race. We are one because we are a Rashtra, a Jati, and own a common Sanskriti. What is civilization? But what is civilization? Civilization is the expression of the mind of man. Civilization is the account of what man had made of matter. If matter is the creation of the Lord, then civilization is the miniature secondary creation of man. At its best, it is the perfect triumph of the soul of man over matter and man alike. Wherever and to the extent to which man has succeeded in molding matter to the delight of his soul, civilization begins, and it triumphs when he has tapped all the sources of supreme delight, satisfying the spiritual aspirations of his being towards strength and beauty and love, realizing life in all its fullness and richness. The story of the civilization of a nation is the story of its thoughts, its action, and its achievement. Literature and art tell us of its thoughts, history and social institutions of its actions and achievements. In none of these can man remain isolated. The primitive Dungi or Kano of the Andamanese can truly claim to have influenced the up-to-date dreadnoughts of America. The latest adventure of fashion amongst the fair sex in Paris is but the lineal descendant of the bunch of leaves stuck in the girdle string which constitutes the perfection of a toilet of a Patua girl. And yet a Dungi remains a Dungi and a dreadnought a dreadnought. They are too much more unlike each other. They are too much more unlike each other than like to be identified as one and the same. Even so, although the Hindus have lent much and borrowed much like any other people, yet their civilization is too characteristic to be mistaken for any other cultural unit. And secondly, however striking their mutual differences be, they are too much more like each other than unlike to be denied the right of being recognized as a cultural unit amongst other such units in the world, owning a common history, a common literature, and a common civilization. All these sections and even the previous sections, which we were just discussing, that who is a Hindu and stuff, all those were uh, linguistically analyzed by Janki Bakle in her book. All the literature of it was hardcore analyzed. Paradoxical as it may sound to those who have fallen victims to the interested or ignorant cry that has secured the ear of the present world that the Hindus have no history, it nevertheless remains true that Hindus are about the only people who have succeeded in preserving their history, riding through earthquakes, bridging over deluges. It begins with their Vedas, which are the first extant chapter of the story of our race. The first cradle songs that every Hindu girl listens to sings of Sita, the good. Some of us worship Rama as an incarnation, some admire him as a hero and a warrior, all love him as the most illustrious representative monarch of our race. Maruti and Bhimshen are the never-failing source of strength and physical perfection to the Hindu youth. Savitri and Damayanti, the never-failing ideals of constancy and chastity of the Hindu maid. The love that Radha made to the divine cowherd in Gokul finds its echo wherever a Hindu lover kisses his beloved. The giant struggle of the Kurus, the set duels of Arjun and Kama, of Bhim and Dushasana that took place in the field of Kurukshetra thousands of years ago, are rehearsed in all their thrill from cottage to cottage and from place to palace to palace. Abhimanyu could not have been dearer to Arjun than he is to us. From Ceylon to Kashmir, Hindustan daily sheds tears as lovingly and as bitterly as his father did at the mention of the fall of that lotus-eyed youth. What more shall we say? The story of Ramayana and Mahabharata alone would bring us together and weld into a race even if we be scattered to all the four winds like a handful of sand. I read the life of a Mazzini and I exclaim how patriotic they are. I read the life of a Madhavacharya and exclaim how patriotic we are. The fall of Prithviraj is bewailed in Bengal. The martyred sons of Govind Singh in Maharashtra. An Arya Samajist historian in the extreme north feels that Harihar and Bakka of the extreme south fought for him. And a Sanatanist historian in the extreme south feels that Guru Tegh Bahadur died for him. We had kings in common. We had kingdoms in common. We had stability in common. We had triumphs in common and disasters in common. The names of Mokavashya and Pisal, Jayachand and Kalapahar make us all feel as sinners do. The names of Ashok, Bhaskaracharya, Panini and Kapil leave us all electrified with a sense of personal elevation. But what about the internecine wars among Hindus? We answer, what about the wars of roses amongst the English? What of internecine struggle of states against states, sects against sects, class against class, each invoking foreign help against his own countrymen in Italy, in Germany, in France, in America? Are they still people, a nation, and do they possess a common history? If they do, the Hindus do. If the Hindus do not possess a common history, then none in the world does. Fuck. Remember, guys, the day I read some first beginning portions of the Federalist Papers, I was telling repeatedly in every live stream that I have now come to realize that it was not a factor of, oh, our ancestors were so disunited, or the claim that they deserve some criticism for not being united. That thought went away from my mind the moment I read Federalist Papers, okay, where it was being argued on the same lines that, okay, be united, remain united for these reasons, kind of like how Savarkar was arguing. Because otherwise these things will happen. But my point is that the default nature of any culture, any in-group even, is to not be that fucking united, okay, unless it's our homies from the desert. Even they have many conflicts among themselves. Many of them are killing each other in so many countries. What Ambedkar said, their only unity is that you have to kill the kafir as well. So if that's unity, then I have nothing to say. But my point is, when reading Federalist Papers, I realized that, oh, it was not the fault really of our ancestors. That's the wrong way to look at it. That why weren't they united? Because that's just the default condition of humanity. Okay, Today, a few hours back, I realized from reading something else that Savarkar might have read Federalist Papers and Anti-Federalist Papers. And you see, this is again where he's referencing the same things. He read Mazzini, of course, but I'm pretty sure he read Federalist Papers as well, because he's bringing in those same questions that, okay, where aren't there any conflicts? No intersect, no interstate, no inter-province conflicts in any part of the world. Therefore, they are not states or not single countries, etc. What are the sources of all these information Savarkar is writing in his books? Did he mention any? Which informations? The caste ones, Shayok? Or the Savitri Damayanti and stuff? No, I don't think he doesn't give citations. This is not an academic journal, no. There are more such lines. These were mentioned in the movie as well. Shakespeare and stuff. Shakespeare and Rabindranath. We will discuss those lines. That entire jail monologue. So he's saying that if they do, the Hindus do. If the Hindus do not possess a common history, then no one in the world does. So commies who have said for all these years that, oh, there's no history, there's no unity, there was no India back then, there was no Hinduism back then, their days are up. The days of those arguments are up. As our history tells the story of action of our race, so does our literature, taken in its full sense, tells the story of the thought of our race. Thought, they say, is inseparable from our common tongue, the Sanskrit. Verily, it is our mother tongue, the tongue in which the mothers of our race spoke and which has given birth to all our present tongues. Our gods spoke in Sanskrit, our sages thought in Sanskrit, our poets wrote in Sanskrit. All that is best in us, the best thought, the best idea, the best line, seek instinctively to clothe itself in Sanskrit. To millions, it is still the language of their gods. To others, it is the language of their ancestors. To all, it is the language par excellence. A common inheritance, a common treasure that enriches all the family of our sister languages. Gujarati and Gurmukhi, Sindhi and Hindi, Tamil and Telugu, Marathi and Malayalam, Bengali and Singhali constitute the vital nerve thread. And this Singhali and Bengali, this is a wordplay that people don't realize. Singhali as Sinhalese. But the application of the word is similar and in the same category. Bengal, Bongo, Bongal, Singhal Samudro, Singholi. Singholi language. Bengali and Singhali constitute the vital nerve thread that runs through us all, vivifying and toning our feelings and aspirations into a harmonious whole. It is not a language alone. To many Hindus, it is a mantra. To all, it is a music. The Vedas do not constitute an authority for all Jains, but the Vedas, as the most ancient work and the history of their race, belong to Jains as much as to any of us. Adipuran was not written by a Sanatani, yet the Adipuran is the common inheritance of Sanatanis and Jains. The Vasav Puran is the Bible of the Lingayat, but it belongs to Lingayats and non-Lingayat Hindus alike, as one of the foremost and historical Kannadi work extant. Vachittar Natak of Guru Gobind Singh is as truly the property of a Hindu in Bengal as the Chaitanya Charitamrit is of a Sikh. Before even I realized or read any of these people, any of these works from this period, I had said something which I have uploaded as a short as well, much before I read any of these people, that yes, they might have been from different provinces, but now the way nation states operate, now you can't say that Shivaji is just Maharashtra's or Vijayanagar empire is just Karnataka's. Now Krishnadevadaya is my king. Chhatrapati Shivaji is my king. Sri Aurobindo is your revolutionary as well. Glad to find out that Savarkar was saying the same things. Or Savarkar's thoughts have trickled down in my head through other sources. Chaitanya Charitamrit is the property as much of a Bengali as of a Sikh. Kalidas and Bhavabhuti, Charak and Shushrut, Aryabhat and Varahamihir, Bhas and Ashwaghosh, Jayadev and Jagannath wrote for us all, appeal to us all, are the cherished possession of us all. Let the work of Kamb, the Tamil poet, and say, a copy of Hafiz be kept before a Hindu in Bengal, and if he be asked, what belongs to you of these? He would instinctively say, Kamb is mine. Let a copy of the work of Ravindranath and that of Shakespeare be kept before a Hindu in Maharashtra, he would claim, Ravindra is mine. The works of art and architecture are also a common inheritance of our race, whether they be representative of Vedic or Avedic school of thought. For all the laborers who wrought them, the masters who guided them, the taxpayers who financed them, and the kings who organized them, whether Vedic or Avedic, belong to the great race that inhabits and owns this land from Sindhu to Sindhu, the Hindu race. Those who are Sanatanis today have contributed and labored for the Buddhist monuments of art and architecture. Then while those who were Buddhists, they have contributed to and labored for the monuments of the Sanatani art and architecture now. Common laws and rights. Common institutions and a common law that sanctions and sanctifies them, however they may differ in details, are nevertheless both the cause and the effect of the basic unity of our race. The Hindu law, with the underlying principles of Hindu jurisprudence, whatever the superficial difference be, and howsoever contradictory a detail here and injunction there may seem to be, is too organic a growth to lose its individuality by the manifold changes wrought by times and climes. In spite of the feverish speed with which the law machines in the different states of America and British Commonwealth keep manufacturing and modeling laws, we still acknowledge the principles of jurisprudence and the lines of growth that underlie their code to constitute a single whole. The English law, or the Roman jurisprudence, or the American law could not be designated as such if eternal identity or a dead level similarity is expected. The Mohammedan law retains its individuality in spite of such damaging exceptions to it as the Khojas or the Bohras, who, like some other Mohammedan communities, observe the Hindu law in regulating some departments of their life, notably in matters of inheritance. Some of the Hindu customs in Maharashtra or Punjab may differ from some in Bengal or Sindh, but the similarity in all other details is so great that the law of Maharashtra as a whole seems to be an echo of the law book ruling our brothers in Bengal or Sindh, and vice versa. When all the rules, customs, and laws observed by any given community are collected together, it can immediately be found to be nothing but a fitting chapter of the Hindu law, while no amount of ingenuity or torture can fit in, say, the English or Mohammedan or the Japanese law books. We have feast and festivals in common. We have rites and rituals in common. The Dashera and the Diwali, the Rakhi Bandhan and Holi are welcomed wherever a Hindu breathes, Sikhs and Jains, Brahmins and Panchams alike. You would find the whole Hindu kingdom en fete on the Diwali day, not only find themselves in festival. Not only Hindustan, but the greater Hindustan that is fast growing in all the continents of the world. Not even a cottage in the Terai forests could be found on that night that has not shown its little light. While the Rakhi day would reveal to you every Hindu soul, from the delighted damsels of Punjab to the austere Brahmins of Madras, trying the silken tie that heart to heart and mind to mind and body and in soul can bind. Yet we have deliberately refrained ourselves from referring any religious beliefs that we are as a race may hold in common. Nor had we referred to any institution or event or custom in its religious aspect or significance, not in the light of any ism, but from a racial point of view, and yet even from a national or racial point of view, do the different places of pilgrimage constitute a common inheritance of our Hindu race. The Rath Yatra festival at Jagannath, the Vaishakhi at Amritsar, the Kumbh and the Ardha Kumbh, all these great gatherings had been the real and living congress of our people that kept the current of life and the thought coursing throughout our body politic. The quaint customs and ceremonies and sacraments they involve, observed by some as a religious duty, by others as social amenities, impress upon each individual that he can live best only through the common and corporate life of the Hindu race. So you see, if this unity exists, which is factual, which Savarkar is merely pointing out, how were then we even then not united? It's because of the nature of man and trads to some extent. What Durvasa is saying here, that's the last line of the movie Swatantra Veer Savarkar. The man of non-violence died by a bullet, and the so-called man of violence died by doing asceticism, austerity. These then, in short, and the subject in hand does not permit us to be exhaustive on this point, constitute the essence of our civilization and mark us out as a cultural unit. We Hindus are not only a Rashtra, a Jati, but as a consequence of being both, own a common Sanskriti expressed, preserved chiefly and originally through Sanskrit, the real mother and tongue of our race. Everyone who is a Hindu inherits their Sanskriti and owes his spiritual being to it as truly as he owes his physical one to the land and the blood of his forefathers. A Hindu, then, is he who feels attachment to the land that extends from Sindhu to Sindhu as the land of his forefathers, as his fatherland, who inherits the blood of the great race whose first and discernible source could be traced by the Himalayan altitudes of the Vedic Sapta Sindhus, and which, assimilating all that was incorporated and ennobling all that was assimilated, has grown into and come to be known as the Hindu people, and who, as a consequence of the foregoing attributes, has inherited and claims as his own the Hindu Sanskriti, the Hindu civilization, as represented in a common history, common heroes, a common literature, a common art, a common law, and a common jurisprudence, common fairs and festivals, rites and rituals, ceremonies and sacraments. Not that every Hindu has all these details of the Hindu Sanskriti down to each syllable common with other Hindus, but that he has more of it common with his Hindu brothers than with, say, an Arab or an Englishman. Not that a non-Hindu does not hold any of these details in common with a Hindu, but that he differs more from a Hindu than he agrees with. That is why Christian and Mohammedan communities, who were but very recently Hindus and in majority of cases had been, at least in their first generation, most unwilling denizens of their new fold, claim, though they might have a common fatherland and an almost pure Hindu blood and parentage with us, cannot be recognized as Hindus, as since their adoption of the new cult they had ceased to own Hindu Sanskriti as a whole. They belong, or feel that they belong, to a cultural unit altogether different from the Hindu one. Their heroes and their hero worship, their fairs and their festivals, their ideals and their outlook of life have now ceased to be common with others. Thus, the presence of this third essential of Hindutva, which requires of every Hindu uncommon and loving attachment to his racial Sanskriti, enables us most perfectly to determine the nature of Hindutva without any danger of using overlapping or exclusive attributes. But take the case of a patriotic Bohra or a Khoja countryman of ours. He loves our land of Hindustan as his fatherland, which is indisputably is the land of his forefathers. He possesses, in certain cases they do, pure Hindu blood, especially like Salim Suleiman. They are, I guess, Bohra Muslims, right? Or the Aga Khan type of Muslims. He possesses in certain cases they do pure Hindu blood. Especially if he is the first convert to Mohammedanism, he must be allowed to claim to inherit the blood of Hindu parents. He is an intelligent and reasonable man, loves our history and our heroes. In fact, the Bohras and the Khojas as a community worship as heroes our great 10 avatars, only adding Muhammad as the 11th. He is actually, along with his community, subject to the Hindu law, the law of his forefathers. He is, so far as the three essentials of Rashtra, Jati and Sanskriti are concerned, a Hindu. He may differ as regards a few festivals or may add a few more heroes to the pantheon of his supermen or demigods. But we have repeatedly said that the difference in details here or emphasis there do not throw us outside the pale of Hindu Sanskriti. The sub-communities amongst the Hindus observe many a custom, not only contradictory but even conflicting with customs of other Hindu communities. Yet both of them are Hindus. So also in the above case of patriotic Bohra or a Christian or a Khoja, who could satisfy the required qualifications of Hindu to such a degree as that, why should he not be recognized as a Hindu? He would certainly have been recognized as such but for his attitude towards a single detail, which, though is covered by the word Sanskriti or culture, is yet too important to be lost in the multitude of other attributes, and therefore deserves a special treatment and analysis, which again brings us face to face with the question which involving as it does the religious aspect of Hindutva, had often been avoided by us, not because we fight shy of it, but on account of our wish to fight it out all the more thoroughly and effectively. Not because we fight shy of it, but on account of our wish to fight it out all the more thoroughly and effectively. So well said. Because we are now better equipped to determine the significance and attempt at and attempt an analysis of the two terms, Hinduism and Hindutva. Last chapter of this book and this collection. This is called Who is a Hindu, from the work Essentials of Hindutva. And Havlar Prince is saying we'll do it tomorrow. No, this is such a small chapter that we'll finish it today only. This is just how much? 469 se leke 492. Yeah, we'll complete this. Let me have a sip of coffee. What's the update on wars and stuff? Anything going on? Who is a Hindu? The words Hindutva and Hinduism, being both of them derived from the word Hindu, must necessarily be understood to refer to the whole of the Hindu people. So Varun Dev is asking, Dada, does Savarkar's view on caste aligns with ours, or is it just abolish caste system and we are fine? Yes, his view is more akin to Kushal Mehra's. Although he did not go far enough to say that, yes, forget all your customs and stuff. He said that do these policies which Kushal Mehra advocates for, and they will go away on their own anyway. My view is not, in this context, not all that different. My view is just that what is caste, there nobody had a clear understanding. And from my understanding of caste, I have realized that it is inevitable in some form or the other. But in the current form, they have to go because they are a hindrance to Hindu unity. That's all I'm saying. Savarkar got so much hate due to anti-Brahmin hate in Maharashtra. Yes. People in Pune were filing FIRs against him. Okay. Let's continue. Necessary to be understood to refer to the whole of the Hindu people. Any definition of Hinduism that leaves out any important section of our people and forces them either to play false to their convictions or to go outside the pale of Hindutva stands self-condemned. Hinduism means the system of religious beliefs found common amongst the Hindu people, and the only way to find out what those religious beliefs of the Hindus are, that is, what constitutes Hinduism, you must first define a Hindu. But forgetting this chief implication of the word Hinduism, which clearly presupposes an independent conception of a Hindu, many a people go about to determine the essentials of Hinduism, and finding none so satisfactory as to include without overlapping all our Hindu communities, come to the desperate conclusion, which does not satisfy them either, that therefore those communities are not Hindus at all. Because not that the definition they had framed is open to the fault of exclusion, but because those communities do not subject themselves to the required tenets, which these gentlemen have thought it fit to label as quote-unquote Hinduism. This way of answering the question, who is a Hindu, is really preposterous and has given rise to so much of bitterness amongst some of our brethren of Avedic schools of thought, the Sikhs, the Jains, the Dev Samajis, and even our patriotic and progressive Arya Samajis. Who is a Hindu? He who is subject to the tenets of Hinduism. Very well, what is Hinduism? Those tenets to which the Hindus are subjected. This is very nearly arguing in a circle and can never lead to a satisfactory solution. Many of our friends who have been on this wrong track have come back to tell us that there is no such people as Hindus at all. If some Indian, as gifted as that Englishman who first coined the word Hinduism, coins a parallel word Englishism, proceeds to find out the underlying unity of beliefs amongst the English people, gets disgusted with thousands of sects and societies from Jews to the Jacobins, from Trinity to Utility, and comes out to announce that there are no such people as the English at all, he would not make himself more ridiculous than those who declared in cold print that there is nothing as a Hindu people. Oh, what the fuck did I just say without reading these portions from Savarkar? Holy shit, in the last 2-3 live streams. That the equivalent of Hinduism is not Islam or Christianity. The equivalent word or category for Hinduism is, let's say, a concept called American societyism. What I was saying about American society, Savarkar was saying that about Englishmen. Shit. That think of American society, their cultures, their beliefs, both religious and non-religious, and that's a way of life, therefore. Hence, Hinduism is a way of life. And a few years from now, they have declared a fight to save the way of American life. Which kind of MAGA is, which kind of Hindutva is, therefore. I find so many similarities between MAGA and Hindutva. No Western style capitalism. We are not USA. How can you say that? But anyway, in the same way, that argument applies for Englishmen as well. What Savarkar was saying. Savarkar is not Brahmin. He never claimed to be one. He was just a true Hindu and asked other Hindus to be like him. That's not entirely true. He was pretty proud of being a Chitpavan Brahmin. He was a proud Chitpavan Brahmin who believed Chitpavan Brahmins should not be associated to other people, other Hindus. That's all. Brahmins also hated Savarkar. Yes, that's what I said a few minutes back. And everyone hated Savarkar, except the few who believed in this romantic ideal of Hindu unity and were the voters and constituents of Hindu Mahasabha. Anyone who wants to see what a confusion of thought prevails on the point and how the failure to analyze separately the two terms Hindutva and Hinduism renders that confusion worst confounded may do well to go through the booklet Essentials of Hinduism published by the enterprising Natesan and Company. Hinduism means the ism of the Hindu, and as the word Hindu has been derived from the word Sindhu, the Indus, meaning primarily all the people who reside on the land that extends from Sindhu to Sindhu, Hinduism must necessarily mean the religion or the religions that are peculiar and native to this land and this people, meaning Nirishwaravada as well. Was Savarkar an utopian Hindutvadi? Yes, he was. And native to this land and this people. If we are unable to reduce the belief, the different tenets and beliefs to a single system of religion, then the only way would be to cease to maintain that Hinduism is a system in a system and to say that it is a set of systems consistent with, or if you like, contradictory or even conflicting with each other. But in no case can you advance this your failure to determine the meaning of Hinduism as a ground to doubt the existence of a Hindu nation itself, or worse still, to commit sacrilege in hurting the feelings of our Avedic Hindu brethren and Vedic Hindu brethren alike by relegating any of them to the non-Hindu pale. The limits of this essay do not permit us to determine the nature or the essentials of Hinduism or to try to discuss it at any great length. As we have shown above, the inquiry into what is Hinduism can only begin after the question who is a Hindu is rightly answered, determining the essentials of Hindutva. And as it is only with these essentials of Hindutva which enable us to know who is a Hindu, that this, our present inquiry, is concerned, and the discussion of Hinduism falls necessarily outside of our scope. We have to take cognizance of it only so far as it trespasses in the field of our special charge. Hinduism is a word that, properly speaking, should be applied to all the religious beliefs that the different communities of the Hindu people hold. But it is generally applied to that system of religion which the majority of the Hindu people follow. It is natural that a religion or a country or a community should derive its name from the characteristic feature which is common to an overwhelming majority that constitutes or contributes to it. It is also convenient for easy reference or parlance. But a convenient term that is not only delusive but harmful and positively misleading should not any longer be allowed to blind our judgment. The majority of the Hindus contribute to that system of religion which could fitly be described by the attribute that constitutes its special feature as Shruti Smriti Puranok Dharma or Sanatan Dharma. They would not object if it even be called Vedic Dharma. But besides these, there are other Hindus who reject either partly or wholly the authority, some of the Puranas, some of the Smritis, some of the Shrutis themselves. But if you identify the religion of the Hindus with the religion of the majority only and call it Orthodox Hinduism, then the different heterodox communities, being Hindus themselves, rightly resent this usurpation of Hindutva by the majority as well as their unjustifiable exclusion. The religion of the minorities also requires a name. But if you call the so-called Orthodox religion alone as Hinduism, then naturally it follows that the religion of the so-called heterodox is not Hinduism. The next most fatal step being that, therefore, those sections are not Hindus at all. But this inference seems as staggering even to those who had unwillingly given wholehearted support to the premises which have made it logically inevitable that while hating to own it, they hardly know how to avoid arriving at it. And thus we find that while millions of our Sikhs, Jains, Lingayats, several Samajis and others would deeply resent to be told that they, whose fathers' fathers up to the 10th generations had the blood of Hindus in their veins, had suddenly ceased to be Hindu. Yet a section amongst them takes it most emphatically for granted that they had been faced with a choice, that either they should consent to be a party to those customs and beliefs which they had in their puritanic or progressive zeal rejected as superstitions, or they should cease to belong to that race to which their forefathers belonged. Okay, Savarkar is criticizing the Orthodox again, that okay, you are saying believe in these superstitions or leave Hinduism. What the fuck is this argument? How can that work? Okay, so for example, us Hindutva 2.0 guys who believe in libertarianism, we should call ourselves the Anushilan Samajists. All this bitterness is mostly due to the wrong use of the word Hinduism to denote the religion of the majority only. Either the word should be restored to its proper significance to denote the religions of all Hindus, or if you fail to do that, if it should be dropped altogether. The religion of the majority of the Hindus could be best denoted by the ancient accepted appellation, the Sanatan Dharma, or the Shruti Smriti Puranok Dharma, or the Vedic Dharma. While the religions of the remaining Hindus would continue to be denoted by their respective and accepted names, Sikh Dharma, or Arya Dharma, or Jain Dharma, or Buddha Dharma. Whenever the necessity of denoting these dharmas as a whole arises, then alone we may be justified in denoting them by the generic term Hindu Dharma or Hinduism. Thus, there would be no loss either in clearness or in consciousness, in conciseness. But on the other hand, again, both in precision and unambiguity, which by removing the cause of suspicion in our minor communities and resentment in the major ones, would once more unite us all Hindus under the ancient banner representing a common race and a common civilization. The earliest records that we have got of the religious beliefs of any Indian community, not to speak of mankind itself, are the Vedas. The Vedic nation of the Sapta Sindhus was subdivided into many a tribe and class. But although the majority then held a faith that we, for simplicity, call Vedic religion, yet it was not contributed to by an important minority of the Sindhus themselves. The Panis, the Das, the Vratyas, and many others, from time to time, seem to have either seceded from or never belonged to the Orthodox Church, and yet racially and nationally, they were conscious of being a people by themselves. There was such a thing as Vedic religion, but it could not be even identified with Sindhu Dharma, because the latter term, had it been coined, would have naturally meant the set of religions prevailing in Sapta Sindhus, orthodox as well as heterodox. By a process of elimination and assimilation, the race of the Sindhus at last grew into the race of Hindus, and the land of the Sindhus, that is Sindhustan, into the land of the Hindu, that is Hindustan. While their orthodox and the heterodox schools of religions having tested much, dared much, and known much, having subjected to the most searching examination possible till then, all that lay between the grandest and tiniest, from the atom to the Atman, from the Parmanu to the Parabrahma, having sounded the deepest secrets of thoughts and having soared to the highest altitudes of ecstasy, given birth to a synthesis that sympathizes with all aspirants toward truth, from the monist to the atheist. Truth, its goal; realization, its method. It is neither Vedic nor non-Vedic. It is both. It is the veritable science of religion applied. This is Hindu Dharma, the conclusion of the conclusions arrived at by harmonizing the detailed experience of all the schools of religious thought, Vedic, Sanatani, Jain, Buddha, Sikh, or Dev Samaji. Each one and every one of those systems or sects, which are the direct descendants and developments of the religious beliefs, Vedic and Avedic, that obtain in the land of the Sapta Sindhus or in the other unrecorded communities in other parts of India in the Vedic period, belongs to and is a part integral to Hindu Dharma. Therefore, the Vedic or the Sanatan Dharma itself is merely a sect of Hinduism or Hindu Dharma. However overwhelming be the majority that contributes to its tenets. It was a definition of this Sanatan Dharma which the late Lokmanya Tilak framed in his famous verses, which I can't read because they are in Devanagari script. In a learned article that he had contributed to the Chittar Maya Jagat, which bears the mark of his deep erudition and insight, Lokmanya, in an attempt to develop this more or less negative definition into a positive one, had clearly suggested that he had an eye not on Hindutva as such, but only on what was popularly called Hindu Dharma, and had also admitted that it could hardly include in its sweep the Arya Samajis and other sects which nevertheless are racially and nationally Hindus of Hindus. That definition, excellent so far as it goes, is in fact not a definition of Hindu Dharma, much less of Hindutva, but of Sanatan Dharma, the Sriti, Sruti, Puranokta sect, which, being the most popular of all sects of Hindu Dharma, was naturally but loosely mistaken for Hindu Dharma itself. The Hindu Dharma being etymologically as well as actually and in its religious aspects only, for Dharma is not merely religion, the religion of the Hindus. It necessarily partakes of all the essentials that characterize a Hindu. We have found that the first important essential qualification of a Hindu is that to him, the land that extends from Sindhu to Sindhu is the Pitrabhu, the Matrabhu, the land of his patriarchs and forefathers. The system of set of religions which we call Hindu Dharma, Vedic and Avedic, are also truly the children of this soil, as the men whose thought they are, or who quote unquote saw the truth revealed in them. To Hindu Dharma, with all its sects and systems, this land, Hindustan, is the land of its revelation, the land of its birth on this human plane. As the Ganges, though flowing out of the lotus feet of Vishnu himself, is even to the most orthodox devotee and mystic, so far as human plane is concerned, the daughter of the Himalayas, even so, this land is the birthplace, the Matrabhu, the Pitrabhu of that Tattvagyan, which in its religious aspect is signified as Hindu Dharma. What a beautiful sentence. Matrabhu and Pitrabhu of that Tattvagyan, which in its religious aspect is signified as Hindu Dharma. The second most important essential of Hindutva is that a Hindu is a descendant of Hindu parents, claims to have the blood of the ancient Sindhus and the race that sprang from them in his veins. This also is true of the different schools of religion of the Hindus, for they too, being either founded by or revealed to the Hindu sages and seers, are the moral and cultural and spiritual descendants and development of the thought of Sapta Sindhus through the process of assimilation and elimination, as we are of their seed. Not only is Hindu Dharma the growth of the natural environments and of the thoughts of the Hindus, but also of the Sanskriti or culture of the Hindus. The environmental frames in which its scenes, whether of the Vedic period or of Buddha, Jain, or any extremely modern ones of Chaitanya, Chakradhar, Basav, Nanak, Dayanand, or Raja Ram Mohan, are set, the technical terms and the language that furnished expression to its highest revelation and ecstasies, its mythology and its philosophy, the conception it controverted and the conceptions it adopted, have indelible stamp of Hindu culture, of Hindu Sanskriti impressed upon them. Hindu Dharma of all shades and schools lives and grows and has its being in the atmosphere of Hindu culture, and the Dharma of a Hindu being so completely identified with the land of the Hindus that this land to him is not only a Pitrabhu but a Punyabhu, not only a fatherland but a holy land. Yes, this Bharat Bhumi, this Hindustan, this land of ours, that stretches from Sindhu to Sindhu, is our Punya Bhumi, for it was in this land that the founders of our faith and the seers to whom Ved, the knowledge, was revealed, from Vedic seers to Dayanand, from Jin to Mahabir, from Buddha to Nagsen, from Nanak to Govind, from Banda to Basav, from Chakradhar to Chaitanya, from Ramdas to Ram Mohan, our gurus and godmen were born and bred. The very dust of its paths echoes the footfalls of our prophets and gurus. Sacred are its rivers, hallowed its groves, for it was either on their moonlit ghats or under their eventide long shadows that the deepest problems of life, of man, soul, and God, of Brahma and Maya were debated and discussed by a Buddha or a Shankar. Every hill and dell instinct with memories of a Kapil or a Vyas, Shankar or Ramdas. Here Bhagirath rules, there Kurukshetra lies. Here Ramchandra made his first halt of an exile, there Janki saw the golden deer and fondly pressed her lover to kill it. Here the divine cowherd played on his flute that made every heart in Gokul dance in harmony as if in a hypnotized sleep. Here is Bodhi Briksh, here the deer park, here Mahavir entered Nirvana, here stood crowds of worshippers amongst whom Nanak sat and sang the Aarti, Gagan Thal Ravichand Deepak Bane. Here Gopichand, the king, took on vows of Gopichand the Jogi, and with a bowl in his hand knocked at his sister's door for a handful of alms. Here the son of Banda Bahadur was hacked to pieces before the eyes of his father, and the young bleeding heart of the son thrust in the father's mouth for the fault of dying as a Hindu. Every stone here has a story of martyrdom to tell. Every inch of thy soil, O mother, has been a sacrificial ground. Not only where the Krishna Sagar is found, but from Kamir to Sinhal, it is Yagyabhumi sanctified with a Gyan or an Atma Yag. So to every Hindu, from the Santhal to the Sadhu, this Bharat Bhumi, this Hindustan, is at once a Pitrabhu and a Punyabhu. That is why, in the case of some of our Mohammedan or Christian countrymen who had originally been forcibly converted to non Hindu religions and who consequently have inherited, along with Hindus, a common fatherland and greater part of the wealth of common culture, language, law, customs, folklore, and history are not and cannot be recognized as Hindus. For though Hindustan to them is Pitrabhu as to any other Hindu, yet it is not to them a Punyabhu too. Their holy land is far off in Arabia or Palestine. Their mythology and godmen, ideas, and heroes are not the children of this soil. Consequently, their names and their outlook smack of foreign origin. Their love is divided. Nay, if some of them be really believing what they profess to do, then there can be no choice. They must be a man, set their holy land above their fatherland in their love and allegiance. That is but natural. We are not condemning, nor are we lamenting. We are simply telling facts as they stand. We have tried to determine the essentials of Hindutva, and in doing so, we have discovered that the Bohras and such other Mohammedans or Christian communities possess all the essential qualifications for Hindutva. But one, and that is that they do not look upon India as their holy land. Except one, that is that they do not look upon India as their holy land. It is not a question of embracing any doctrine, propounding any new theory of the interpretation of God, soul, and man. Well, what Abhishek is saying, that he's a logical man. Just check out our live stream today from the very beginning. Again, we have discussed this previously as well. Even back then, he was saying hiring will be only on merit. Only on merit. And equal laws for even the protection of all minority religions and law and languages and customs and stuff. It is not a question of embracing any doctrine, propounding any new theory of the interpretation of God, soul, and man. For we honestly believe that the Hindu thought, we are not speaking of any religion which is dogma, has exhausted the very possibilities of human speculation as to the nature of the unknown, if not the unknowable, or the nature of the relation between that and thou. Are you a monist, a monotheist, a pantheist, an atheist, an agnostic? Here is ample room, O soul, whatever thou art, to love and grow to thy fullest height and satisfaction in this temple of temples that stands on no personal foundation but one, the broad and deep and strong foundation of truth. Why goest then to fill thy little pitcher to wells far off, when thou standest on the banks of the crystal-streamed Ganges herself? Does not the blood in your veins, O brother, of our common forefathers cry aloud with the recollections of the dear old scenes and ties from which they were so cruelly snatched away at the point of sword? Then come ye back to the fold of our brothers and sisters, who, with arms extended, are standing at the open gate to welcome you, their long-lost kith and kin. So you see what Savarkar is doing to you, the urban-raised 90s kid in India or abroad. He's inviting you to Hindutva. This is an invitation to come to Hinduism and Hindutva, which are kind of synonymous at this point, in this context at least. Join this fun ride. That's what Savarkar is saying. Where can you find more freedom of worship than in this land, where a Charvak could preach atheism from the steps of the temple of Mahakal? More freedom of social organization than in the Hindu society, where from the Pandas of Orissa to the Pandits of Banaras, from the Santhals to the Sadhus, each can develop a distinct social type of polity or organize a new one. Verily, wait, I can't read this. Yadi nasti na sarvetra. No, can't read this. Whatever could be found in the world is found here too. And if anything is not found here, it could not be found nowhere. Ye who by race, by blood, by culture, by nationality possess almost all the essentials of Hindutva and had been forcibly snatched out of our ancestral home by the hand of violence, ye have only to render wholehearted love to our common mother and recognize her not only as Pitrabhu but even as a Punyabhu, and ye who would be most welcome to the Hindu fold. This is a choice which our countrymen and our old kith and kin, the Boras, Khojas, Mamons, and other Mohammedan and Christian communities are free to make. A choice again which must be a choice of love. But as long as they are not minded, thus so long as they cannot be recognized as Hindus. They are not minded thus. As long as they are not minded thus in this way, so long they cannot be recognized as Hindus. We are, it must be remembered, trying to analyze and determine the essentials of Hindutva, as that word is actually understood to signify and would not be justified to strain it in its application to suit any preconceived notions or party convenience. A Hindu, therefore, to sum up the conclusions arrived at, is he who looks upon the land that extends from Sindhu to Sindhu, from the Indus to the seas, as the land of his forefathers, his Pitrabhu, who inherits the blood of that race whose first discernible source could be traced to the Vedic Saptasindhus, and which, on its onward march, assimilating much that was incorporated and ennobling much that was assimilated, has come to be known as the Hindu people, who has inherited and claims as his own the culture of that race, as expressed chiefly in their common classic language, the Sanskrit, and represented by a common history, a common literature, art and architecture, law and jurisprudence, rites and rituals, ceremonies and sacraments, fairs and festivals, and who above all addresses this land, this Hindustan, as his Punyabhu, as his holy land, the land of his prophets and seers, of his godmen and gurus, the land of piety and pilgrimage. These are the essentials of Hindutva, a common Rashtra, a common Jati, and a common Sanskriti. All these essentials could best be summed up by stating in brief that he is a Hindu to whom Hindustan is not only a Pitrabhu but also a Punyabhu. For the first two essentials of Hindutva, Rashtra and Jati, are clearly denoted and connoted by the word Pitrabhu, while the third essential of Sanskriti is preeminently implied by the word Punyabhu, as it is precisely Sanskriti, including sanskars, that is rituals and rites and rituals, ceremonies and sacraments, that makes a land a holy land. To make the definition more handy, we may be allowed to compress it in a couplet. Asindhu Sindhu Paryanta Yasya Bharat Bhumika Pitrabhu Punya Bhushchaiva Sa Ve Hinduriti Samrita. I read this from Devanagari script because I've seen the movie so many times that it almost came back to me. Yes, Half-Blood Prince, yes, I beat you to it because I've seen the movie 150 times. Let's pronounce this in Bengali. Ashindu Sindhu Porjanto Josho Bharat Bhumika Pitribhumi Punno Bhumischaibo Shaboi Hinduriti Smrito. Yes. Hindus in Sindh. The rough analysis to which the conception of Hindutva was subjected in the foregoing pages has enabled us to frame a working definition embodying, or rather indicating, the salient essentials of it. It now remains to see how far this general definition can stand a detailed examination that could best be conducted by testing a few typical and some of the most different cases which have in fact made the necessity of a definition so badly felt. By the way, which year was Essentials of Hindutva written in? I can't remember the year. 44 or 46, right? Can anybody confirm? Or 38, I don't remember. Wait, let me take a break for my eyes and voice. Holy shit. Otherwise, the brain just freezes. 1923. Oh, yes, I forgot. Yeah, he wrote it in the prison only. Yes. He came out of Kalapani in 27. What the fuck is this? Oh, coffee. What's up with the war? Oh, Hindutva technocratic meritocracy. Yes. I've heard Charvaka primary sources are all about people condemning Charvakas, right? Shit. Other people criticizing Charvakas. इवन आजीविकाज बेचारे 18,000 आजीविकाओं का एक छोटा सा सेक्ट था, अशोका ने 2 दिन में उड़ा दिया पूरा, क्योंकि that was kind of the same argument that people had against Ranveer Allahabadia, which Ashoka used to kill all Ajivikas. That how can you disrespect our values? तुमने बुद्ध का कार्टून बनाया केव में, एक आजीविका ने किया होगा, पूरा का पूरा 18,000 आजीविका सेक्ट को उड़ा दिया. No primary sources. Acha. So what are the secondary sources? Those people criticizing Charvakas, right? जला दिया होंगे भोसरी के. It was a gigantic book and there's no citations, footnotes and stuff. First page से लेके आखिरी पेज तक सिर्फ उनका खुद का लिखा ही है. Hey, Tham. We are at page 477. How many pages to go? 77, 87. Yeah, 15 more pages. Okay. Hindus in Sindh. तो इनके लिए क्या करिए? The rough analysis to which the conception of Hindutva was subjected in the foregoing pages has enabled us to frame a working definition embodying, or rather indicating, the salient essentials of it. It now remains to see how far this general definition can stand a detailed examination that could best be conducted by testing a few typical and some of the most different cases which have in fact made the necessity of a definition so badly felt. So you see, he thinks like a science guy, a scientific temperament. While developing it, we have tried at each step to free it so far as it is possible to do so in the case of so comprehensive and elusive a generalization as that from the defect of being overlapping. So you see, he was kind of selling you a product. He was giving you an invitation to this cool club that he was planning, which people didn't take really. If we find in testing from the defect of being overlapping, so he is now even giving sort of a product description and sort of a leaflet along with the product, that you see, this is how we have tried to best do the product, etc. If we find in testing a few typical cases in the light of this definition that they all fit in well, then we may be sure that it is free from the opposite defect of exclusiveness too. We have seen that it is not open to Ativyapati. It remains to be seen whether it is not open to Avyapati also. The geographical divisions that obtain amongst the Hindus would at a glance be seen to harmonize well with the spirit of our definition. The fundamental basis of it is the land Asindhu Sindhu Paryanta, Ashindhu থেকে সিন্ধু পর্যন্ত. And although many of our brethren, and especially those who had been the most undoubted descendants of the ancient Sindhus, and who besides are the very people that to this day have never changed the ancient name either of their land or of their race, and are called today as 5,000 years ago Sindhi, the children of Sindhu Desh, inhabit on other bank of the Indus, yet as in the mention of a river, the mention of both its banks is implied as a matter of course, so that part of Sindh which constitutes the western bank of Indus is a natural part of Hindustan and is covered by our definition. Secondly, accessories to the mainland are always known by the name of the latter. And thirdly, our Hindu people on that side of the Sindhu had throughout history looked upon this land as land of Bharatvarsh as their real Pitrabhu as well as Punyabhu. They had never been guilty of matricide in attempting to set up the patch they inhabit as their only Pitrabhu or only Punyabhu. On the other side, their Banaras and Kailash and Gangotri are our Banaras and Kailash and Gangotri. From the Vedic time, they are a part integral of Bharatvarsh. Sindhu Shivisaur Sauvirs are mentioned in Ramayana and Mahabharata as the rightful constituents of the great Hindu Confederacy and Commonwealth. They belong to our Rashtra, to our Jati and to our Sanskriti. Therefore, they are Hindus and their case is well covered by our definition. But even if one rejects the contention that the ownership of a river does employ, unless otherwise stated, the ownership of both its banks, yet the definition remains as sound as ever and applies to our Sindhi brethren on other grounds. For, apart from the special case of our Sindhi brethren that inhabit on the other side of the Indus, there are hundreds of thousands of Hindus who have settled in all parts of the world. A time may come when these Hindu colonists, who even today are the dominating factor in trade, numbers, capacity, and intellect in their respective lands, may come to own a whole country and form a separate state. UAE maybe. But will this simple fact of residence in lands other than Hindustan render one a non-Hindu? Certainly not. For the first essential of Hindutva is not that a man must not reside in lands outside India, but that wherever he or his descendants may happen to be, he must recognize Hindustan as the land of his forefathers. Nay more, it is not a question of recognition either. If his ancestors came from India as Hindus, he cannot help recognizing India as his Pitrabhu. So, this definition of Hindutva is compatible with any conceivable expansion of our Hindu people. Let our colonists continue unabated their labors of founding a greater India, a Mahabharata, to the best of their capacities and contribute all that is best in our civilization to the upbuilding of humanity. Let them enrich the people that inhabit the earth from pole to pole with their virtues, and let them in return enrich their own country and race by imbibing all that is healthy and true wherever found. Hindutva does not clip the wings of the Himalayan eagles, but only adds to their urge. So long as ye, O Hindus, look upon Hindustan as the land of your forefathers and as the land of your prophets, and cherish the priceless heritage of their culture and their blood, so long nothing can stand in the way of your desire to expand. The only geographical limits of Hindutva are the limits of our earth. So far as the racial aspect of our definition is concerned, we cannot think of any exception that can seriously challenge its validity. Just as in England we find Iberians, Celts, Angles, Saxons, Danes, Normans, now fused in spite of the racial restrictions on intermarriages into one nation, so the ancient racial distinctions of Aryans, Kolarians, Dravidians, and others, even if they had never been keen, can no longer be recognized. We have dealt with the point as exhaustively as necessary in the foregoing pages and pointed out that the Anulom and Pratilom systems recognized in our law books bear indisputable testimony to the fact that a fusion sufficient to keep the flow of common blood through our body politic vigorous and fresh was even then an accomplished fact. Nature again broke the barriers where custom refused to pull them down in time. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Fuck, what a sentence. Where are my pens? I'm forgetting English because of these lines. Holy shit. Nature again broke the barriers where custom refused to pull them down in time. Oh, this is when free market will break down the barriers of caste. Nature, the natural free market, the inevitability of free markets will break down past status hierarchies. Bhimsen was neither the first nor the last of Aryans to make love with a Hidimba, nor the Brahmin lady, the mother of Vyadkarma, to whom we have referred already, was the only Aryan girl that took a fancy to a Vyadh youth. Out of a dozen Bhils or Kolis or even Santhals, a youth or a girl may at times be picked up and dropped in a city school without any fear of being recognized as such, either by a physical or by a moral test. The race that is born of the fusion, which on the whole is a healthy one, because gradually of the Aryans, Kolarians, Dravidians, and all those of our ancestors whose blood we as a race inherit, is rightly called neither an Aryan, nor Kolarian, nor Dravidian, but the Hindu race. That is, that people who live as children of a common motherland, adoring a common holy land, the land that lies between the Sindhus. Therefore, the Santhals, Kolis, Bhils, Panchams, Namshudras, meaning the Matuas, and all other such tribes and classes are Hindus. This Hindustan is as emphatically, if not more emphatically, the land of their forefathers as of those of the so-called Aryans who inherit the Hindu blood and the Hindu culture, and even those of them who have not as yet come fully under the influence of any orthodox Hindu sect, do still worship deities and saints and follow a religion, however primitive, are still purely attached to this land, which therefore to them is not only a fatherland but a holy land. There would have been no serious objection raised against the cultural aspect of Hindutva too, but if not for the unfortunate misunderstanding that owes its origin to the confusing similarity between the terms Hindutva and Hinduism. We have tried already to draw clear line of draw clear line of demarcation between the two conceptions and protested against the wrong use of the word Hinduism to denote the Sanatan Dharma alone. Hindutva is not identical with Hindu Dharma, nor is Hindu Dharma identical with Hinduism. This twofold mistake that identifies Hindutva with Hindu Dharma and both with Sanatani sects is justly resented by our non-Sanatani sects or religious systems and goads a small section of people amongst them. Not to explode this mistaken notion, but unfortunately to commit another grave and suicidal mistake in the opposite direction and disown their Hindutva itself. We hope that our definition will leave no ground for any such bitterness of feelings on either side and based on truth, as all the fucking commies who learn from their older brethren and stuff on TV, who always point these things out. Hindu, Hindi, Hindustan, that's the RSS ploy, that's the BJP plan. Everyone will have to be Brahminical, Sanatan Dharmi, and speak in Hindi. That is the entirety of Hindutva according to them. And Savarkar clarifies those things. Yes, even Savarkar wanted Hindi to be the national language, but that Shuddh Hindi, which could be understood by most Bengalis even, not Illahi Mera Ji Aaya Hai. Yeah, where were we? Yeah. Makes them disown their Hindutva itself. We hope that our definition will leave no ground for any such bitterness of feelings on either side and based on truth as it is, would be acknowledged by all the fair-minded people throughout our Hindu society. But as in the general treatment of this question, we could not take any notice of any special case. We shall do so now. Let us first take the case of our Sikh brotherhood. No one could be so silly as to contest the statement that Sindhustan, Asindhu Sindhu Paryanta Yasya Bharata Bhumika, is their fatherland, the land that ever since the first extant records of the Vedic period has been the land where their forefathers lived and loved and worshipped and prayed. Secondly, they most undoubtedly inherit the Hindu blood in their veins as much as anyone in Madras or Bengal does. Nay more, while we Hindus in Maharashtra or Bengal inherit the blood of the Aryans as well as of those other ancient people who inhabited this land, the Sikhs are the almost direct descendants of those ancient Sindhus and can claim to have drunk their being at the very fountain of this Ganges of our Hindu life before she had descended down to the plains. Thirdly, they have contributed and therefore are the rightful co-partners in our Hindu culture. For Saraswati was a river in the Punjab before she became the deified image of learning and art. To this day, do millions of Hindus throughout Hindustan join in the enchanted chorus with which the Sindhus, your forefathers, O Sikhs, paid the tribute of a grateful people to an extolled and glories of the river on whose banks the first seeds of our culture and civilization were sown, and catching their Rigvedic accents, sing Avitame Naditame Devitame Saraswati Anvitame. Okay. Oh, I finally managed to read some Devanagari. Anvitame Naditame Devitame Saraswati. The Vedas are theirs as they are ours, if not as a revelation, yet as revered work that sings of the first giant struggles of man to tap the sources of nature. The first giant struggle of light against the forces of darkness and ignorance that had stolen and kept imprisoned the spirited waters and refused to allow the rays of illumination touch man and rouse the soul in him. The story of the Sikhs, like any one of us, must begin with the Vedas. The story of the Sikhs, like any one of us, must begin with the Vedas. Pass on through the palaces of Ayodhya, witness the battlefield of Lanka, help Lahu to lay the foundation of Lahore, and watch Prince Siddharth leave the confines of Kapilavastu and enter the caves to find some way out to lighten the sorrows of man. The Sikhs, along with us, bewail the fall of Prithviraj, share the fate of a conquered people, and suffer together as Hindus. Millions of Sikh, Udasis, Nirmals, the Udasis are almost Hindu only. Nirmals, the Gehangambhirs, and the Sindhi Sikhs adore the Sanskrit language not only as the language of their ancestors but as the sacred language of their land. Nadi Tekach Nadi Ti Ai Saraswati, rivers of rivers is mother. Yeah. But as the sacred language of their land, Sanskrit. While the rest cannot but own it as the tongue of their forefathers and as the mother of Gurmukhi and Punjabi, which yet in its infancy is still sucking the milk of life at its breast. Lastly, the land Asindhu Sindhu Paryanta is not only the Pitrabhu but also the Punyabhu to the Sikhs. Guru Nanak and Guru Govind, Sri Banda and Ram Singh were born and bred in Hindustan. The lakes of Hindustan are the lakes of nectar and of the freedom. Amritsar and Muktsar. The land of Hindustan is the land of prophets and prayers, Gurudwara and Guru Ghar. Really, if any community in India is Hindu beyond cavil or criticism, it is our Sikh brotherhood in the Punjab, being almost the autochthonous dwellers of the Sapta Sindhu land and the direct descendants of the Sindhu or Hindu people. The Sikh of today is the Hindu of yesterday, and the Hindu of today may be the Sikh of tomorrow. The change of a dress or a custom or a detail of daily life cannot change the blood or the seed, nor can efface and blot out history itself. To the millions of our Sikh brethren, their Hindutva is self-evident. The Sahajadri, Udasi, Nirmal, Ghangambhir, and the Sindhi Sikhs are proud of being Hindus by race and by nationality. As their gurus themselves had been the children of Hindus, they would fail to understand, if not to resent, any such attempt to class them as non-Hindus. The Guru Granth is read by the Sanatanis as well as by the Sikhs as a sacred work. Both of them have fairs and festivals in common. The Sikhs of the Tat Khalsa sect also, so far as the bulk of their population is concerned, are equally attached to their racial appellation and live amongst Hindus as Hindu. It cannot be but shocking to them to be told that they had suddenly ceased to be Hindus. Our racial unity is so unchallenged and complete that intermarriages are quite common amongst the Sikhs and the Sanatanis. The fact is that the protest that is at times raised by some leaders of our Sikh brotherhood against their being classed as Hindus would never have been heard if the term Hinduism was not allowed to get identical with Sanatanism. This confusion of ideas and the vagueness of expressing resulting therefrom are at the root of this fatal tendency that mars at times the cordial relations existing between our sister Hindu communities. We have tried to make it clear that Hindutva is not to be determined by any theological tests. Yet we must repeat it once more that the Sikhs are free to reject any or all the things they dislike as superstitions in Sanatan Dharma, even the blinding authority of the Vedas as a revelation. Okay, you can reject superstitions and still be Hindu, guys, according to Savarkar. Sikhs are Hindus in the sense of our definition of Hindutva and not in any religious sense whatsoever. Religiously, they are Sikhs, as Jains are Jains, Lingayats are Lingayats, Vaishnavas are Vaishnavas. But all of us, racially and nationally and culturally, are a polity and a people, one and indivisible, most fitly and from times immemorial called Hindus. No other word can express our racial oneness. Not even Bharatiya can do that for reasons dealt with in foregoing pages. Bharatiya indicates an Indian and expresses a larger generalization but cannot express racial unity of us Hindus. We are Sikhs and Hindus and Bharatiyas. We are all three put together and none exclusively. Another reason besides this fear of being identified with the followers of Sanatan Panth, which added to zeal of some of our Sikh brothers and made them insist on getting classed separately as non-Hindus, was a political one. That is not a place of entering into This is not a place of entering into merits or demerits of a special representation. The Sikhs were naturally anxious to guard the special interests of their community, and if the Mohammedans could enjoy the privilege of a special and communal representation, we do not understand why any other important minority in India should not claim a similar concession. But we feel that the claim should not have been backed up by our Sikh brothers by an untenable and suicidal plea of being non-Hindus. Sikhs, to guard their own interests, could have pressed for and succeeded in securing special and communal representation on the ground of being an important minority, as our non-Brahmins and other communities have done without renouncing their birthright of Hindutva. Our Sikh brotherhood is certainly not a less important community than the Mohammedans. In fact, to us Hindus, they are more important than any non-Hindu community in India. The harm that a special and communal representation does is never so great as the harm done by the attitude of racial aloofness. Let the Sikhs, the Jains, the Lingayats, the non-Brahmins, and even, for the matter of that, Brahmins press and fight for the right of special and communal representation if they honestly look upon it as indispensable for their communal growth. For their growth is the growth of the whole Hindu society. Even in ancient times, our four main castes enjoyed a kind of special representation on communal basis in our councils of state as well as in local bodies. They could do that without refusing to get infused into the larger whole and incorporated into the wider generalization of Hindutva. Let the Sikhs be classed as Sikhs religiously, but as Hindus racially, nationally, and culturally. You see, hence UCC. The brave people who place their heads by hundreds under the executioner's axe rather than disown their guru. धर्म धर्म हेत शाका जित किया शिर छोड़ दिया. No, I can't read this. छोड़ दिया शिरह न दिया. शिर दिया शिरह न दिया. Probably. Will they disown their seed or swear their fathers and sell their birthright for a mess of pottage? God forbid. Let our minorities remember that if union lies in strength, then in Hindutva lies the firmest and yet the dearest bond that can effect a real, lasting, and powerful union of our people. You may fancy that it pays you to remain aloof for the passing hour, but it would be incalculable harm. It would do incalculable harm to our ancient race and civilization as a whole, and especially to yourselves. What a great word of caution for Sikhs who are saying they are not Hindus. He's saying, let our minorities remember that if union lies in strength, then in Hindutva lies the firmest and yet the dearest bond that can effect a real, lasting, and powerful union of our people. You may fancy that it pays you to remain aloof for the passing hour, but it would do incalculable harm to our ancient race and civilization as a whole, and especially to yourselves. Your interests are indissolubly bound with the interests of your other Hindu brethren. Whenever in the future, as in the past, a foreigner raises a sword against the Hindu civilization, it is sure to strike you as deadly as any other Hindu community. Whenever in future, as in the past, the Hindus as a people come to their own under a Shivaji or a Ranjit, a Ramchandra or a Dharma, an Ashoka or an Ashvaghosha, Amogh an Ashoka or Amogh Varsha, feeling the quickening touch of life and activity mount the pinnacles of glory and greatness, that day would shed its luster on you as well as on any other member of our Hindu commonwealth. So, brothers, be not dismayed by the immediate gains, paltry or otherwise, nor be duped by misreadings and misinterpretations of history. I was once told by one who, posing as a Granthi, was nevertheless convicted for committing a dacoity in the house of a Brahmin to whom he owed money and whom he consequently murdered, that the Sikhs were not Hindus and that they could incur no guilt by killing a Brahmin, as the sons of Govind Singh were betrayed by a Brahmin cook. Fortunately, there was another Sikh gentleman and a real Granthi, and was recognized as such by all learned Granthis, who immediately contradicted and cornered him by several examples of Matidas and others who had sheltered the Guru and proved true to the Sikhs even unto martyrdom. So what Durvasa was saying, kind of that concern has been answered here, that why he was doing that. Was not Shivaji betrayed by his kith and kin and his grandson again by a Pisal, who too was a Hindu? But did Shivaji or his nation disown their race and cease to be Hindus? Many of the Sikhs have acted treacherously first at the time of desertion at the time of desertion of the heroic Banda, then again at the time of the last war of the Khalsa forces with the English. Guru Govind Singh himself was deserted by a number of Sikhs in the very thick of a fight, and it was this act of treacherous cowardice of these Sikhs which, by forcing our lion-hearted Guru to try a desperate sortie, gave occasion to that cursed Brahmin wretch to betray his two sons. If, therefore, for the crime of the latter we cease to be Hindus, then for the crime of the former we ought to cease to be Sikhs too. The minority of the Hindus, as well as the major communities of them, did not fall from the skies as separate creations. They are an organic growth that has its roots embedded deep in a common land and in a common culture. You cannot pick up a lamb and, by trying a kacha and kirpan on it, make a lion of it. Kacha. If the Guru succeeded in forming a band of martyrs and warriors, he could do so because the race that produced him, as well as that band, was capable of being molded thus. The lion's seed alone can breed lions. The flower cannot say, I bloom and smell, surely I came out of the stalk alone. I have nothing to do with the roots. No more can we deny our seed our blood. Fuck. No more can we deny our seed or our blood. As soon as you point a Sikh who was true to his Guru, you have automatically pointed out a Hindu who was true to the Guru for being a Sikh he was and yet continues to be a Hindu. So long as our Sikh brethren, as soon as you point a Sikh who was true to his Guru, you have automatically pointed out a Hindu who was true to the Guru for a Hindu who was true to the Guru before being a Sikh. He was and yet continues to be a Hindu. As long as our Sikh brethren are true to Sikhism, they must of necessity continue to be Hindus, for so long must this land, this Bharat Bhumika, Asindhu, Sindhu Paryanta, remains their Pitrabhu and their Punyabhu. It is by ceasing to be Sikhs alone that they may perhaps cease to be Hindus. Khalistanis. We have dealt at some length with this special case of our Sikh brotherhood, as all those arguments and remarks would automatically test all similar cases of our other Avedic texts, Avedic sects and religions in the light of our definition. The Dev Samajis, for example, are agnostics, but Hindutva has little to do with agnosticism, or for the matter of that, atheism. The Dev Samajis look on this land as the land of their forefathers, their Pitrabhu as well as their Punyabhu, and are therefore Hindus. Of course, it is superfluous. After all this to refer to our Arya Samaj, all the essentials of Hindutva hold good in their case so eminently that they are Hindus of Hindus. We in fact are unable to hit upon any case that can lay our definition open to the charge of exclusiveness. He's saying that no one can really say that my definition of Hindutva cannot really be considered too exclusive. In one case alone, it seems to offer some real difficulty. Is, for example, Sister Nivedita a Hindu? If even an exception proves the rule, it does so here. Our patriotic and noble-minded sister had adopted our land, Asindhu Sindhu Paryanta, as her Pitrabhu. She truly loved it as such, and had our nation been free, we would have been the first to bestow the right of citizenship on such loving souls. So the first essential may, to some extent, be said to hold good in her case. The second essential of common blood of Hindu parentage must nevertheless and necessarily be absent in such cases as these. The sacrament of marriage with a Hindu, which really fuses and is universally admitted to do so, two beings into one, may be said to remove the disqualification. But although this second essential failed, either way to hold good in her cause. The third important qualification of Hindutva did entitle her to be recognized as a Hindu, for she had adopted our culture and came to adore our land as her Punyabhu. She felt she was a Hindu, and that is, apart from all technicalities, the real and the most important test. But we must not forget that we have to determine the essentials of Hindutva in the sense in which the word is actually used by an overwhelming majority of people, and therefore we must say that any convert of non-Hindu parentage to Hindutva can be a Hindu if bona fide he or she adopts our land as his or her country and marries a Hindu, thus coming to love our land as a real Pitrabhu, and adopts our culture and thus adores our land as the Punyabhu. The children of such a union as that would, other things being equal, be most emphatically Hindus. We are not authorized to go further. Yeah. Simple 3 tests. Wait, let me just mark this page. But by coming to believe into the tenets of any sect of the Hindus, a foreign convert may be recognized as a Sanatani or a Sikh or a Jain, and as these religions being founded by or revealed to Hindus go by the name of Hindu Dharma, the convert too may be religiously called a Hindu. But it must be understood that a religious or cultural convert possesses only one of the 3 essentials of Hindutva, and it is owing to this disqualification that people generally do not recognize as a Hindu anyone and everyone who contributes to the religious beliefs of our race. So deep our feeling of gratitude is towards Sister Nivedita or Annie Besant for the services they render to the cause of our motherland and our culture, so soft-hearted and sensitive to the touch of love as a race we Hindus are, that Sister Nivedita or a person like her who so completely identifies his or her being with the being of our people is almost unconsciously received in the Hindu fold. but it should be done as an exception to the rule. The rule itself must neither be too rigid nor too elastic. Aha. Not too rigid, not too elastic. The several tests to which we have subjected our definition of Hindutva have, we believe, proved it, that it satisfies both these requirements and involves neither अव्याप्ति नॉर अतिव्याप्ति. या व्याप्ति ही नहीं है ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए, और पूरा ही पूरा सिर्फ व्याप्ति ही है, सबको ले रहे हो वो भी नहीं होना चाहिए. That is अतिव्याप्ति. Abhishek is saying, I low-key enjoy this reading. Thank you, Abhishek. But then I would encourage you to check out the entire playlist where we have discussed this entire book, the rest of the book. The playlist is called Hindu Rashtra Darshan. Okay, check out our playlist. Unique natural blessing to Hindustan. So far, we have not allowed any considerations of utility to prejudice our inquiry. But having come to its end, it will not be out of place to see how far the attributes which we found to be the essentials of Hindutva contribute towards strength, cohesion, and progress of our people. Do these essentials constitute a foundation so broad, so deep, so strong that, basing upon it, the Hindu people can build a future which can face and repel the attacks of all the adverse winds that blow? Or does the Hindu race stand on feet of clay? Some of the ancient nations raised huge walls so as to convert a whole country into a fortified castle. Today their walls are trodden to dust or are but scarcely discernible by a few scattered mounds here and there, while the people they were meant to protect are not discernible at all. Our ancient neighbors, the Chinese, labored from generation to generation and raised a rampart, embracing the limits of an empire so wide, so high, so strong, a wonder of human world, that too, as all human wonders must, sank under its own weight. But behold the ramparts of nature. Have they not, these Himalayas, been standing there as one whose desires are satisfied, as they seem to the Vedic bard? So they seem to us today. These are our ramparts that have converted this vast continent into a cozy castle. You take up buckets and fill your trenches with water and call it moat. Behold, Varuna himself, with this one hand pushing continents aside, fills the gap by pouring seas on seas with the other. This Indian Ocean, with its bays and gulfs, is our moat. Moat, okay? Moat meaning that protective line of spot of water that surrounds every castle or a fort, okay, where alligators and crocodiles used to live and stuff. These are our frontier lines, bringing within our reach the advantages of an inland as well as an insular country. She is the richly endowed daughter of God, this our motherland. Her rivers are deep and perennial. Her land is yielding to the plough and her yields loaded with golden harvests. Her necessaries of life are few, and a genial nature yields them all almost for the asking. Rich in her fauna, rich in her flora, she knows she owes it to all the immediate sources of light and the heat, the sun. She covets not the icy lands, blessed be they and their frozen latitudes. If heat is at times enervating here, cold is at times benumbing there. If cold induces manual labor, heat removes much of its very necessity. She takes more delight in quenched thirst than in the parched throat. Those who have not let them delight. Okay, those who have not let them delight in exerting to have. Oh, what a sentence. Those who have not let them delight in exerting to have, but those who have may be allowed to derive pleasure from the very fact of having. Father Thames is free to work at feverish speed, wrapped in his icy sheets. She loves to visit her ghats and watch her boats gliding down the Ganges on her moonlit waters. With the plough, the peacocks, the lotus, the elephant, and the Gita, she is willing to forego, if that must be, whatever advantage the colder latitudes enjoy. She knows she cannot have all her own way. Her gardens are greedy and shady, her granaries well stocked, her waters crystal, her flowers scented, her fruits juicy, her herbs healing. Her brush is dipped in the colors of dawn, and her flute resonant with the music of Gokul. Verily, Hind is the richly endowed daughter of God. Neither the English nor the French, nor the exception of Chinese and perhaps the Americans, no people are gifted with a land that can equal in nature, in natural strength and richness, the land of Hindustan. What does he say? With exception, perhaps, the Chinese and the Americans. A country, a common home, is the most important essential of a stable and strong nationality. And as of all countries in the world, our country can hardly be surpassed by any in its capacity to afford a soil so specially fitted for the growth of a great nation. We Hindus, whose very first article of faith is the love we bear to the common fatherland, have in that love the strongest talismanic tie that can bind us close and keep a nation firm and enthused and enable it to accomplish things greater than ever. The second essential of Hindutva puts the estimate of our latent powers of national cohesion and greatness yet higher. No country in the world, with the exception of China again, is peopled by a race so homogeneous yet so ancient, and yet so strong, both numerically and vitally. The Americans, too, whom we found equally fortunate with us, so far as the gift of an excellent geographical basis of nationality is concerned, are decidedly left behind. Mohammedans are no race, nor are the Christians. They are a religious unit, yet neither a racial nor a national one. But we Hindus, if possible, are all the three put together and live under our ancient and common roof. The numerical strength of our race is an asset that cannot be too highly prized. And culture? The English and the Americans feel they are kith and kin because they possess a Shakespeare in common, but not only a Kalidas or a Bhas, but O Hindus, ye possess a Ramayana and Mahabharata in common, and the Vedas. One of the national songs the American children are taught to sing attempts to rouse their sense of eternal self-importance by pointing out to the 100 years twice told that stand behind their history. The Hindu counts his years not by centuries but by cycles, the Yug and the Kalap, and amazed asks, Raghupate Kva Yatotra Koshala Yadupate Kva, I don't know what that word is, Kva Gata Mathura Puri. He does not attempt to rouse the sense of self-importance so much as the sense of proportion, which is truth. And that has perhaps made him last longer than Ramesses and Nebuchadnezzar. If a people that had no past has no future, then a people that had produced an unending galaxy of heroes and hero worshippers, and who are conscious of having fought with and vanquished the forces whose might struck Greece and Rome, the pharaohs and the Incas dead, have in their history a guarantee of their future greatness more assuring than any other people on earth yet possess. But besides culture, the tie of common holy land has at times proved stronger than the chains of a motherland. Look at the Mohammedans. Makkah to them is a sterner reality than Delhi or Agra. Some of them do not make any secret of being bound to sacrifice all India if that be to the glory of Islam, or could save the city of their prophet. Look at the Jews. Neither centuries of prosperity nor sense of gratitude for the shelter they found can make them more attached or even equally attached to the several countries they inhabit. Their love is and must necessarily be divided between the land of their birth and the land of their prophets. If the Zionists' dreams are ever realized, if Palestine becomes a Jewish state, which we will probably see in our lifetimes, and it will gladden us almost as much as our Jewish friends, holy shit, they, like the Mohammedans, would naturally set the interests of their holy land above those of their motherlands in America and Europe, and in case of war between their adopted country and the Jewish state, would naturally sympathize with the latter, if indeed they do not bodily go over to it. History is too full of examples of such desertions to cite particulars. The Crusades again attest to the wonderful influence that a common holy land exercises over peoples widely separated in race, nationality, and language to bind and hold them together. The ideal conditions, therefore, under which a nation can attain perfect solidarity and cohesion would, other things being equal, be found in the case of those people who inhabit the land they adore, the land of whose forefathers is also the land of their gods and angels, of seers and prophets, the scenes of whose history are also the scenes of their mythology. The Hindus are about the only people who are blessed with these ideal conditions that are at the same time an incentive to national solidarity, cohesion, and greatness. Not even the Chinese are blessed thus. Only Arabia and Palestine, if ever the Jews can succeed in founding their state there, can be. This was being written in 23, so he didn't know at least that the state of Israel came to existence. If ever the Jews can succeed in founding their state there, can be said to possess this unique advantage. But Arabia is incomparably poorer in the natural, cultural, historical, and numerical essentials of a great people. And even if the dreams of the Zionists are ever realized into a Palestine state, still they too must be equally lacking in this sense, lacking in these aspects. England, France, Germany, Italy, Turkey proper, Persia, Japan, Afghanistan, Egypt of today, for the old descendants of Punto, and their Egypt is dead long since, and other African states, Mexico, Peru, Chile, not to mention states and nations lesser than all these, though racially more or less homogeneous, are yet less advantageously situated than we are in geographical, cultural, historical, and numerical essentials, besides lacking the unique gift of a sanctified motherland. Of the remaining nations, Russia in Europe and the United States in America, though geographically equally well gifted with us, are yet poorer in almost every other requisite of nationality. China alone, of the present Committee of Nations, is almost as richly gifted with the geographical, racial, cultural, and numerical essentials as the Hindus are, only in their possession of a common, a sacred, and a perfect language, the Sanskrit, and a sanctified motherland. We are so far as the essentials that contribute to national solidarity are concerned more fortunate. Thus, the actual essentials of Hindutva are, as this running sketch reveals, also the ideal essentials of nationality. What a line. The actual essentials of Hindutva are, as this running sketch reveals, also the actual essentials of Hindutva are the ideal essentials of nationality. If we would, we can build on this foundation of Hindutva a future greater than what any other people on earth can dream of, greater even than our own past, provided we are able to utilize our opportunities. For let our people remember that great combinations are the order of the day. The leagues of nations, the alliances of powers, pan-Islamism, pan-Slavism, Ethiopianism, all little beings are seeking to get themselves incorporated into greater wholes so as to be better fitted for the struggle for existence and power. Those who are not naturally and historically blessed with numerical or geographical or racial advantages are seeking to share them with others. Woe to those who have them already as their birthright and know them not, or worse, despise them. The nations of the world are desperately trying to find a place in this or that combination for aggression. Can any one of you, O Hindus, whether Jain or Samaji or Sanatani or Sikh or any other subsection, afford to cut yourself off or fall out and destroy the ancient, the natural, and the organic combination that already exists? A combination that is bound not by any scraps of paper nor by the ties of exigencies alone, but by the ties of blood and birth and culture. Strengthen them if you can. Pull down the barriers that have survived their utility of castes and customs, of sects and sections. What of interdining? But intermarriages between provinces and provinces, castes and castes, be encouraged where they do not exist. But where they already exist, as between the Sikhs and the Sanatanists, Jains and Vaishnavas, Lingayats and non-Lingayats, suicidal be the hand that tries to cut the nuptial tie. Let the minorities remember they would be cutting the very branch on which they stand. Strengthen every tie that binds you to the main organism, whether of blood or language, or common festivals and feasts or culture, and love you bear to the common motherland. Let this ancient and noble stream of Hindu blood flow from vein to vein, from Attak to Katak, till at last the Hindu people get fused and welded into an indivisible whole, till our race gets consolidated and strong and sharp as steel. Just cast a glance at the past, then at the present. Pan-Islamism in Asia, the political leagues in Europe, the Pan-Ethiopian movement in Africa and America, and then see, O Hindus, if your future is not entirely bound up with the future of India, and the future of India is bound up, in the last resort, with Hindu strength, we are trying our best, as we ought to do, to develop the consciousness of and the sense of attachment to the greater whole, whereby Hindus, Mohammedans, Parsis, Christians and Jews would feel as Indians first and every other thing afterwards. But whatever progress India may have made to that goal, one thing remains almost axiomatically true, not only in India but everywhere else in the world, that a nation requires a foundation to stand upon, and the essence of the life of a nation is the life of that portion of its citizens whose interests and history and aspirations are most closely bound up with the land, and who thus provide the real foundation to the structure of their national state. Take the case of Turkey. The young Turks, after the revolution, had to open their parliament and military institutions to Armenians and Christians on a non-religious and secular basis. But when the war with Serbia came, the Christians and Armenians first wavered, and then many a regiment consisting of them went bodily over to the Serbians, who politically and racially and religiously were more closely bound up with them. Take the case of America. When the German war broke out, she suddenly had to face the anger of desertions of the German citizens. While the Negro citizens there sympathized more with their brethren in Africa than with their white countrymen. American state, in the last resort, must stand or fall with the fortunes of its Anglo-Saxon constituents. So with the Hindus, they being the people whose past, present, and future are most closely bound with the soil of Hindustan as Pitrabhu, as Punyabhu, they constitute the foundation, the bedrock, the reserved forces of the Indian state. Therefore, even from the point of Indian nationality must, ye, O Hindus, consolidate and strengthen Hindu nationality, not to give wanton offense to any of our non-Hindu compatriots, in fact to anyone in the world, but in just and urgent self-defense of our race and land, to render it impossible for others to betray her, or to subject her to unprovoked attacks by any of those panisms that are struggling forth from continent to continent. As long as other communities in India or in the world are not respectively planning India first or mankind first, but all are busy in organizing offensive and defensive alliances and combinations on entirely narrow racial or religious or national basis, so long, at least so long, O Hindus, strengthen, if you can, those subtle bonds that, like nerve threads, bind you in one organic social being. Those of you who, in a suicidal fit, try to cut off the most vital of those ties and dare to disown the name Hindu will find to their cost that in doing so, they have cut themselves off from the very source of our racial life and strength. The presence of only a few of these essentials of nationality, which we have found to constitute Hindutva, enabled little nations like Spain or Portugal to get themselves lionized in the world. But when all of those ideal conditions obtain here, what is there in the human world that the Hindus cannot accomplish? 30 crores of people with India for their basis of operation, for their fatherland and for their holy land, with such a history behind them, bound together by ties of a common blood and common culture, can dictate their terms to the whole world. A day will come when mankind will have to face the force. Equally certain it is that whatever the Hindus come to hold, equally certain it is that whenever the Hindus come to hold such a position, whence they could dictate terms to the whole world, those terms cannot be very different from the terms which Gita dictates or the Buddha lays down. And a Hindu is most intensely so when he ceases to be a Hindu. Wow. A Hindu is most intensely a Hindu when he stops being a Hindu and with a Shankar claims the whole earth of a Banaras, Varanasi, Madini, or with a Tukaram explains, my country, O brothers, the limits of the universe. My country, O brothers. You are asking, what is my country? O brothers, the limits of the universe. There, the frontiers of my country lie. That is the end of Essentials of Hindutva. And I would just like to remind you in today's context that, yes, it may as well be the case that Sanatanism is conflated with Hinduism or Hindutva today. So even then, the arguments and the vision of Savarkar still stand for us. Not harming others unnecessarily, only as self-defense. Not demonizing certain sects unnecessarily, only as self-defense. And in the end, with them or without them or in spite of them, Hindutva will have to survive. I'll end the book with just a bio, which is kind of pointless because we all know these things, but just for the fun of it. Swatantra Veer Vinayak Damodar Savarkar was a great Indian revolutionary and a politico-military strategist who tried to build India militarily in order to drive out the British. The word Savarkar is synonymous with courage, bravery, might, and patriotism. Inscribed on golden pages of revolutionary history, freedom fighter Savarkar's overall personality was full of matchless qualities. A revolutionary who put his life at stake for liberating his motherland, a visionary who raised his voice against social evils such as casteism, untouchability, and superstition, a karma yogi who followed the principles of the Gita in his life, a philosopher who suffered atrocities at the cellular jail of Andaman with forbearance while experiencing pulsation of the ageless and endless divine soul inside him, an orator who shook and left his audience spellbound with his fiery thoughts. Freedom fighter Veer Savarkar was a gifted writer who wrote high-quality poems, novels, stories, biographies, histories, essays, etc., in an engaging and convincing style. It is rarely seen that a person engaged in the freedom struggle and social reforms is an excellent author as well, and Savarkar is a living example of such rarity. Vikhyat is saying thoughts on Sanatan being referred to as encompassing Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains. Wrong use. No, Sanatan is purely Vedic. Yes, it is a wrong use. But sometimes no, Vikhyat किसने पूछा ये? हाँ, sometimes Vikhyat ऐसा होता है कि एक गलत notion of a word becomes so fucking commonplace that you can't fucking run away from it now. In 23, maybe Savarkar could have hoped to run away from it. He was already saying, भाई गलती हो गया है, ये लो, ये है explanation. अभी तो I don't know how en masse will we propagate this, maybe with more people getting curious about Hindutva and stuff. Like so many liberals today, so many even liberal Muslims today who are waking up to the fact that yes, there is a problem with in Muslims. All of them, if they had read Savarkar, all of them would be fucking fans of Savarkar in 2 minutes, but they won't ever. Most of them, a lot of them won't ever, because of the confusions of Hinduism, Hindustan, Hindi language, etc. वो कल the Bengali live stream we were doing a reaction video of a Bengali actor, Rudranil Ghosh, who is now a BJP spokesperson. Very, very phenomenally well read. The Bengalis, you all know that kind of a Bengali, okay? So he was saying and applying a Rabindranath Sangeet line in this context. There's a song by Rabindranath called आलोकेर ही झरना धारा है धुइए दाओ, okay? आलोक का जो झरना का धारा है उसमें धो दो हमको, धुला दो, क्लीन कर दो. तो ही सेइंग दैट कॉमियों का काम ये है कि आलोकेर ही झरना धारा है गुलिए दाओ. तो confuse, guliye dawa means confusing people. So Congresses and communists have been so successful at conflating these terms, definitions, lexicon, and words. Now some battles might be lost, and some happen without anyone doing it. Even like day before yesterday, we were discussing that some people mean status when they say the word class, use the word class, which is usually reserved only for economic contexts. People say he's a very high class person or a low class person. He means a high caste person or a low caste person or a high status person or a low status person. We unknowingly make these mistakes and go on with these mistakes, so that now as an extension of that mistake, some people say, oh, castes were nothing different from classes. Arey bhai, nahi, they were not classes in the academic term. But having read Janki Bakle's book on Savarkar, having read this entirety of Hindu Rashtra Darshan, I now realize what a great job Randeep Hooda did with the movie, because he had so much to draw from. अभी तो मैंने मतलब सिक्स ग्लोरियस इपॉक्स तो मैंने पकड़ा ही, छुआ भी नहीं है, तो उसमें से बेस्ट निकाल के एक नैरेटिव, एक कैची स्टोरी लाइन, बहुत बढ़िया काम हुआ है. That Mafi Veer point though has been debunked by Janki Bakle, a self-declared critic of Savarkar and Gandhian. She has debunked that point completely. Her harshest criticism is what something she says is perhaps. Okay. She says he was not a stooge knowingly. He might have been a stooge knowingly. But it might have been so also, perhaps, that British were using him only to further their anti-Muslim interests, just to divide and conquer and stuff. That's the harshest criticism she has made. And some other hilarious conclusions that yes, he was against casteism, but was he really against casteism? Wasn't it a way to demonize Muslims? वैसा चुतिया कुछ conclusions है. But the core findings of the book are that the Mafi Veer argument doesn't make any sense, and what else? The Mafi Veer and what was the other stuff we were discussing? Him being a British stooge and stuff. There she says it's perhaps. What's to debunk exactly? That was the form. No. Here to learn. Actually, good question. What's there to debunk really? It was just a format of the letter. That's what all right wingers know these days. I'm still using the word debunk basically because she adds one very important fact to her research, that one fine morning, after living many years in the jail, he did not get frustrated and try to come out of the jail with that format. He was doing it anywhere and everywhere as soon as he got arrested. And she points out that Savarkar was under surveillance from the age of 16. And so he had no intentions of following what he wrote in that letter. His main goal was to come out of the jail and be as politically active as possible. That's what Janki Bakle points out. Varun Dev is saying, Dada, do you think Janki Bakle secretly supports Savarkar? Absolutely not. But that's the difference between an asshole. There are different kinds of scholars. Asshole scholars who are good at research. There can be asshole scholars who are bad at research. There can be good scholars with bad research, and there can be good scholars with good research. I mean, good people with good research. So, Janki Bakle is not dishonest. She disagrees with Savarkar based on the things she is pointing out herself. But her research is so fucking rigorous, and she steers clear of using those useless criticisms, which she even finds bogus. And even then criticizes Savarkar, which is why I became a bigger fan of Savarkar from reading a so-called criticism of Savarkar. Because she brings out fact after fact after fact, throws them in your face. And if you don't agree with Janki Bakle based on your other data points, your upbringing, life, etc., current scenario, etc., you are free to use that book as your fucking weapon. Research is top-notch. Like, from the very beginning, I was repeatedly saying, where is the criticism even? Repeatedly, she was going on showing, ending up showing, unknowingly even probably, ending up showing Savarkar in good light, in heroic light, in how awesome Savarkar was. Because she thought those are bad things to do. But she brought them out because she's not a dishonest researcher. That's what I'm saying. That's why I can't absolutely accept any criticism of Janki Bakle for writing the book, or the Savarkar Smarak for helping her research Savarkar, or the claims that writing-writers should not read this book at all. Horseshit. After all, she's the husband of Nicholas B. Dirks, guys. Okay, thank you for joining up until such late in the night, and thank you even now for coming up with the good conversations and furthering the conversation. But I will now have to go offline, and I'm not doing the audience interaction live stream obviously because it took so long. Thank you for joining, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night. যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো